Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Cloud Gazing with Doomepitaph. So, here's my two characters. Finally got the platinum. Damn, that was a lot of work. Like, a lot of things to mess up, a lot of things to consider. Especially with some particular trophies. Anyway, I think I'm just gonna start a new game. There's definitely a few playstyles I didn't play, but there's also definitely an ideal top damage playstyle. Like, yeah, you can't really beat a tank spec, which is just running around, tanking damage with infinite poise, and also has a ridiculously strong greatsword. You just can't beat that build. It seems. I don't know if you can build a caster who's strong enough to beat the damage output of the sword user, because they can also just stagger the enemy a lot more as well, and they don't get staggered. So it's a curious thing.
Good morning. Hey, can you hear me?
Look, these particle effects here in the background, that kind of reminds me of the title screen of Nier Automata. So that's why I say this game has some aspects of Nier in certain parts of its aesthetics. I'll remember appearance first. Oh man, are you charged? No, you're not charged. Are you? Can I think I'll remember the appearance while I charge this joker up. Got my iPhone here, which holds all my names. I like to collect names for when I make a new character in a game. That's gonna take forever before I'm even allowed to turn it on. What is it with devices these days and wanting to be 100% charged up before you can even turn them on? It's like, come on, phone, you're 90% charged up. Can I turn you on already? No, actually, not remember name. Next. Male or female? I'll take a female character. I wish you could reselect basic appearance after you'd started a game. Because even if you want to do a lot of modification, it's still easiest to start with a good basic appearance. I think you're mainly looking at the face and eyes in terms of design. And then, well, you can easily change the hairstyle and clothes. Would you look at that? That's a lot of customization done to the face. Wait, what did I press? Pose? Well, now I can't see your face anymore. Oh, look at that. The one just below the starter one is almost mirrored. And the coat too. Look at that. Huh. Curious. Yeah, I'm terrible with this kind of stuff. Hmm. Hmm. I'm planning to make a gunner class this time. Kind of like a mix between caster and gunner skills. Don't know if I'll do a full playthrough, just really kind of winding down from the amount of time I've played. In just a few weeks I've played almost 200 hours. It's been a blast, but it's also been weird. Which one of you looks like a gunner? You? You know, you've got this thing, these two different eye color thing going on here. Maybe your backstory is like, I don't know, you got hit with some chemical, you know, some what's he called, daredevil type deal, and one of your eyes is well, I would say go daredevil, but like reverse daredevil. She became like hypersensitive in her right eye. She can now have like more than 20/20 vision in that eye. It's like a perfect sniper. Yeah. Yeah, I'll go with you. You're fine. I don't think I want to dabble too much in customization. Sure. Yeah. Though I might add a couple of bits and pieces to the clothes, because it obviously took away some things. Okay. Or maybe choose a different outfit entirely. Yeah, that one seems perfect. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, that should definitely go. Why? Why is that even there? I mean, in your just prone, in your stance alone, your hand's already clipping. This game has terrible clipping. Absolutely terrible. Like, I get this cool looking blood veil on Edgeworth, and his hair's clipping through the collar constantly. So, like, if you want no clipping at all, you'd almost have to have, like, yeah, like, yeah, this looks very skimpy, but the thing is, we're gonna be putting on a jacket later anyway, so, like, why overdress? Seems perfect. Yeah, fine. I mean, we can always, yeah, there's always adding accessories. But the thing is, you know, I really feel like you should be able to turn off the blood veil's appearance. Sure, have it appear when you're doing a drain, but other than drains, it should be turned off, because everyone puts so much effort into this character creator shenanigans. But the big deal is, afterwards they're gonna throw a damn coat over your creation as if to cover it up. It's like, what of a gedrag did you make? We do not want to see this. Here, we'll throw a coat over it. It's so stupid and pointless. People spend so much time on the character creation, which is such a good character creation, and then there's no option to show or hide the blood veil. I think it's silly. Keep the onigiri close to your chest. How about have an onigiri? Imagine running through the story like this. Imagine seeing this in every cutscene. It's like, I'm just always hungry. You know, what is up with that? Frankenstein bolts. A golden snowflake. Big drop of water. This is so stupid. Yeah, screw it. What is... Oh, I see. Oh, so they've added some extra hair to your existing hairstyle. Huh. It's alright. I wonder... All the way right on red. Let's see. What are you? All the way right on red. Okay, wow. That makes so much sense. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's nothing special. I'll just save it there, whatever. Let's see if this machine of mine is... Oh, sweet. It's charged enough to be able to start up. Let's look up my name collection, see what I'm going to call it. Etna. That's an easy one. Amaterasu, Jehuti, I already used Jehuti. Edna's alright. Balalaika. Balalaika could work. It's a bit too serious for her though. Anzu? Anzu's nice. Let's call her Anzu. I like Anzu. It's a good name. It's very, what you call it? It works for both genders. I mean, Anzu, I think, is probably female in the World of Warcraft lore. But, yeah, Anzu. I think I've heard it before in an anime too, and it was describing a female character. Okay, confirm. Anzus, what the hell? Anzu, and again Anzu, why not? There we go. Anzu, Anzu. Confirm. And confirm. Yeah, I'm probably gonna skipping a lot of the cutscenes because, well, yeah, I've seen the story a million times, or at least I've seen it a couple of times, and I've skipped it a million times. Alright, I suck. Just gotta answer a message. I know, terribly unprofessional. But when was I ever professional? That's not how you spell now. Well, look at that. We actually have a decent set of weapons in the tutorial, but when we leave the tutorial they give us that stupid crowbar thingy. I'll go through the tutorial again, maybe we'll learn something new we haven't found out before. Check your blood code. Okay, I've checked it. What? Excellent for combat. Adrenaline. I usually like keeping the buffs at the bottom bar.
Give it a try.
Give it a try. Okay.
Yes, that will do.
Yes, that'll do. Okay. It's especially these screens I'm interested in. The weak attack, strong attack, charge attack, dodge, guard. Oh. I've never been good at parries in this game. I've gotten kind of half decent at them in Honor Londo against the Silver Knights, but I've never been really good at him. I had to get decent at him against the Silver Knights, because when they gang up on you and they do that bullshit, haha, I'm gonna disappear attack, and they just appear out of nowhere and slash your face, you've got to be able to deal with that somewhat. And I guess the best way to deal with that is figure out exactly what the timing is when they reappear, and then parry them. Puts you in an extremely strong situation. I mean, one, you restock completely on Icar, or a lot. You restock a lot. You knock them on the ground, and that's where you want them, and you just finish them off, or at least it creates an opening for you and your partner to finish them off. Well done. Blah blah. Ranger. Yeah, screw it. I'm out of here. I'm probably not going to learn anything I didn't know already. The game has intricacies to it. Hold on, is this mic working? Yes, it's working. This game has a ridiculous amount of intricacies to it. Like, I've played it almost 200 hours, and God, there's still things that I'm learning about the game. I mentioned it in my my final snapshots video. Watching Lobos play the game, he's already taught me something new I didn't know. I don't expect him to teach me much though, because I've been watching a couple of guide videos and a couple of explain videos. And I played through the game myself a few times. So, yeah, don't expect Lobos to find out anything crazy. Maybe near the end of his playthrough, but right now he's still very much in the learning phase.
Welcome back.
Still figuring things out. You know what he does, bashing his head up against bosses for hours, until he finally beats them with a completely under-leveled, underpowered, unfinished build. Yeah, that's probably one of the streamers that I watch almost exclusively. I always say Northern Lion and Lobos Jr. Though there's more chance of Lobos playing a game I'm interested in than Northern Lion. Northern Lion seems to love those really weird games, and like, honestly, quite frankly, he likes a lot of really boring games. Or, well, boring, you know, like, he's got a lot of his NNSS crew joining in on games and stuff. And, they're playing Geofinder and Quiplash and, I don't know. Yeah, he plays a lot of kind of games that I'm not interested in. And when a cool game comes out that I think, maybe he's going to cover this one, nope, probably not. He's always playing games that I know I'm never going to play. That's the thing with Northern Lion. He's just got a completely different taste in games than I do. So that's unfortunate, because I do find him extremely entertaining. I'm sure I'm breaking some kind of rule. It's like, never reference media that's better than you in your media. It's a mistake that I've heard film critics talk about films too, or at least, yeah, critics, you could call them critics.
We're all right.
Like, bad movies referencing much better movies in like Easter eggs in the movies. Usually it's movie posters and shit like that. Yeah. Shouldn't do that. Bad idea. I wouldn't recommend my content to anyone. By the way, this stream might be super short if we crash. If we do end up crashing, I'm just gonna start streaming another game. Maybe Enter the Gungeon? Maybe Terraria? I won't be able to talk much if I'm playing Enter the Gungeon, so probably Terraria. Maybe something else. I might start Oninaki? Oh yeah, I forgot to choose my mask. Oh, it's fine. That's actually quite a nice looking character. In terms of, look, she's got short hair. She's got friendly eyes. The mask doesn't clip too much through shit. I mean, the extra bangs added to hair, it's kind of clipping a little bit. Not too much clipping issue. I think you need short hair if you don't want to clip through like everything in the game. But still, I'm sure, look, the arms the shoulders clipping through this game just can't help it, like everything's clipping through everything, and the coats go wild in the cutscenes too. If you look at it, every time they cut away from a character and look at another character, you can see their coat like jumping up in the air. It's like it's doing something, it's alive, it's weird. And some blood veils act completely weird as well. You got the scorpion tail blood codes with the tail often appearing at the front during cutscenes. And I remarked that it reminded me of the what's it called? Prince and the Penguin Empire, Dime Dollar. No, Dime Dollar. Something, Dime Dollar, Robo, whatever. Reminded me of the Penguin Empire's front tails. That's a hilarious show, by the way. If you're looking for a comedy anime, Dime Dollar is ridiculous. It's got you covered. Let's go. And I got a cup of coffee. Always nice to start the day with a cup of coffee. It's the small things in life sometimes that make you happy. So this is what like speed running through the game, or trying to run through the game, looks like. It's just you're running from cutscene to cutscene, and then you're waiting for a minute for it to load, and then you can skip it, and then you're running to the next one. Resting at missile. Yes. Actually, I'm pretty sure I can turn these tutorials off somewhere.
We're gonna find a blood-bead bonanza.
Game settings. Tutorial. The cinematic effect for special drains.
Sure, I can wait.
Yeah. So you can turn some things off, but like the thing I want is not an option. I'm just gonna check them all, even where I don't think it should be. Sound settings, analytic options. Maybe it's in... nah. I guess you can't turn them off. I would love to not be tutorialized, but hey, what can you do? So you notice there's this... every time you rest on a missile, there's this like icon at the top right of the screen, this square that fills up like that. That's your save screen. Now,
Guess it won't open.
I've noticed, running through the game multiple times to go for all the trophies, when you skip the cutscene, well, not even when you skip the cutscene, the game seems to have issue, I think it is hiding a lot of loading behind cutscenes and shit. So if you start skipping cutscenes, the chances you're going to crash increase, which sucks. But yeah, I have crashed often while in the short moments after leaving cutscenes. There's one specific cutscene that's very dangerous that I've had a crash in that scene a couple of times. The rib cage of the successor of the rib cage fight. After that fight, when you go into the unskippable memory, every successor has an unskippable moment in their memory. No idea why. I have really no idea why, because you don't make a like decision there. So I don't know why that part's unskippable. Every successor has an unskippable moment in their memory. And Aurora, the ribcage's unskippable moment, you appear at the top of this winding staircase looking down on a cathedral. I've crashed there 2 or 3 times. That one is nasty. And you could just stand there on the top of this staircase for like an hour. You can go AFK or something. It's after you start looking around and moving around that the crash happens. First I thought, Well, I even crashed on it even crashed one of my streams. That's how bad it is. I figured it was the way I was looking, because when I spawned in the first time on stream, I looked to the left, and then it crashed, and I figured, well, I guess I won't move the camera next time I go in there. And then I did. I didn't move the camera next time I went in there, and I didn't crash. But it was just like, what is it, like your last 50-50 chance of not crashing in that scene? You can call it a scene. Good. Get the hell out of here, stupid tutorial. Now, I want to get a gun as soon as possible, because I'm going to be a gunner this playthrough. I mean, I don't know if I'll stream the whole thing. I'll stream some of it. What I haven't been doing much in the game, and what might be very effective, like much more effective than you think, is blocking. Like the amount of the no damage you're taking while blocking, it's kind of real, you know? And you also get focus while blocking, so yeah, might be a playstyle. I should have probably done it more often on my heavy character. New Game Plus cycles go really fast. You can finish the game, like if you're going for trophies, you're going for specific endings, you can get through the game in like 5 to 6 hours. I've been getting really good at running through zones that I used to get completely lost in. Like what I call on Orlando 2.0, the cathedral area. I've gotten real good at getting through that one. Had a lot of practice. The key to running through areas quickly is knowing exactly where the keys for certain doors are. Because some keys drop on enemy kills and some keys are found like just on the floor. Some keys are in chests. And that's probably the trickiest part of it. Like, that's probably something you'll forget on subsequent playthroughs, like where, like in your first playthrough, everything, oh look, shinies all over the place, I'll pick it all up, and then you do, and you don't even pay attention. It's like you pick something up and then, oh, this is a key, okay, I guess I need this for a door somewhere. Well, yes, but also in your next playthrough you're going to lament the fact that it's all just shinies. Oh sweet, lost bayonet. Apparently we've mastered everything. Yeah, well anyway, if I do end up crashing, I'll just play a different game. I'll talk about shit as long as before we crash. With me finishing Code Vein, I'm also in between games to play through, so I'm not sure how infrequent or frequent the video uploads on my channel are gonna be for the, you know, the 2 people who are watching me. Watch out. Me. I don't get hit. The snipers are so annoying, and those do so much damage as well, and they put them in such obnoxious places. Like often you're on your way to a shortcut and you want to kick down a ladder shortcut, but then this sniper nails you in the back just as you're running through mobs of enemies, groups of enemies, and then they'll catch up with you and gank you, all thanks to like this one cleverly placed ranged enemy. I'm thinking of one specific place now, of the late game area, Eva's city, the sandy place with the Cheeseomancer. There's one ladder you want to kick down, because that's got like one of the longer run backs on the boss fight. Yeah, I've got to say, like, if you're playing the game on a high difficulty, after New Game Plus you choose a higher difficulty, you start realizing how annoying some runbacks are. Like, you want to just run to the boss, right? But you've got a helper. You can't go through into the boss fight without the helper, because yeah, some masochists do play this game without a helper, but it's much more difficult. Like, even if the helper does nothing in the fight, at least you'll be able to take a few killing hits that won't kill you if you've got a helper, because they'll revive you. And they've got quite a lot of revives in them. Like, their whole health pool, it only takes like a slice of their health pool, it's like 20% or something, to revive you. Bear in mind, you're going to be tanking a lot. You're leading the charge, so you're getting most of the hits. They've got a lot of their Estus flasks remaining, so they can revive you like 3 or 4 times. Then they'll dig into their Estus, recover their health, and then they can revive you again a few more times. So like the amount of times they can bring you back from the brink is just so much. It is, yeah, it is a lot. Where's that playstyle I was gonna do? It's so easy to just run through the game and hack and slash everything. Wow, thinking about it. I'll be Ranger. Support defense buffs with gifts. It has 16 acre. Well, this one has 30 dexterity B+. Okay. A low total weight. Yeah, there's a couple of key factors I look at when changing blood codes. I'm sure I've bored everyone to death by talking about it already. But the key factors are weight, total weight in the mid row, and Ichor on the top left. Those are the two things I mainly look at. Base mobility is a weird one. You rarely see quick on anything. I mean, I'll equip this, it says base mobility quick. Am I quick? Fuck no. So, like, it'll say base mobility quick. God knows. Can't say I fully understand that one. Okay, now I understand it. With base mobility normal, yeah, it's just like, consider the Dark Souls 3 weight system. Like, you had quick on your feet, which was below 25%. Mid-roll, which was like between 25% and like, nah, it wasn't 25%. It was the later Dark Souls, so I had like gradation of roll types. Yeah, like Dark Souls 1 probably. You know, thinking about the wood grain ring nerf and the ninja flips. Yeah, Dark Souls 1's roll types where under 50% you had fast roll, above 50% equip load you had mid roll, and then fat roll happened when, God knows when, I don't remember. But yeah, you had fast roll, mid roll, fat roll, and a lot of people like playing in the fast roll. I didn't mind being mid roll. In Dark Souls you can't really see it. In this game, mid roll is like it's like a very clumsy rolling on the ground, while fast it's like whoosh, you go whoosh. It also just looks more graceful, so you want to achieve this effect. Well, I just realized the base mobility is, what base mobility in this game means is as long as you're under your total weight, you'll have this mobility, normal mobility, and you'll go to a faster mobility if you're under 50% of your total weight. So if I were to equip this warrior with a base mobility, a total weight of 120, okay, I'm not going to get below my total weight with that weapon. Equipping you, the Pipe of Thraldom is a good one to test out with, because that's like the lightest weapon in the game, I think. Okay. So the warrior has a base mobility of normal. We're under half of our, actually we're exactly at half. Okay, we're exactly at half of our equipment load. And now we move to fast. It's 1 grade faster. Yeah. So yeah, under half of your weight, your total weight, means that your base mobility of your equipped class will go up 1 level. You'll go 1 level faster than your class's base mobility, under 50%. But the base mobility of the ranger is quick. So as long as you're under your maximum weight capacity, you'll be moving quickly, which is cool. But it's going to be tough to stay under that maximum weight. Excuse me. Yeah, actually, there's quite a few magic-y builds that bring you up to like around 100 weight. So you have to consider you have to stay under that 100 like weight. So you'll be under 50. So the fast classes will, yes, they've got lower weight, but this one's got 70. So you actually have you can go higher in the weight, oddly enough, in the faster classes than like the mid-weight classes. If you want like the fast thing. Anyway, I'm rambling. I'm not good at explaining things, okay? Hello, mister. Oh, I love this. Yeah, just scream at me for 2 minutes and I'll backstab you. I want to get my spiky blood veil as soon as possible. Yeah, I saw Lobos find that out and I was like, what?
Oh,
This
didn't
makes
they
me
pass
want
us
to play a
earlier?
new playthrough and actually use this thing. It's such a game changer just knowing that the spike
Are you okay?
veils
Did you
can
get
do
hurt?
that. And I just recently discovered the location of a veil, a spiky veil, much earlier than I would have otherwise found it. Well, much earlier. I think the earliest spiky veil I found on my other playthroughs was in the
That could have
pit,
gone better.
you know, the Majula well area, or you know, like the second area of the game that you can get to, which is underground. Forget the name. Hold on. Can I equip more skills? No. Stamina boost. Oh, that's fine. Definitely want to learn some abilities. Ranger. The backstabs in this game are weird. Sometimes you think you're perfectly behind them, but you're not. Yeah, I was thinking, playing through the game a bunch of times, it's extremely easy to speedrun the game on New Game Plus. A New Game Plus speedrun of this game. I don't know how much it's considered cheating if you're going to New Game Plus to speedrun, because, well, it probably is considered cheating, isn't it? Normally a speedrun starts on the normal New Game. Because, yeah, there's a lot of like important upgrade items and things you have to pick up to make your character stronger. And the character building is already done if you finish the New Game cycle and moving on to New Game Plus. So, pew pew. Wait. Is that always an instant kill? Okay, shotgun type. There's two types of guns. There's sniper and shotgun. The shotgun has very low range, but its charged triangle does a burst. What are you up to? Okay, just checking the special attacks. What does the combo look like? It's the 1-2-1-2 combo. Can't fool me. I wonder if I can hit that guy up there from this range. No, very much no. You would be able to hit him if you had the sniper type gun. Which you don't, unfortunately. You know what you should do in this area? You just run past everything without fighting them. Hit the missile. You don't necessarily have to rest at it. Just like Dark Souls bonfires, you can turn them on without resting at them. Everything you've killed will remain dead, but if you die, you've activated this as a checkpoint. Okay. Oh yeah, New Game Plus cycles, the regen extension factors and activation factors do not work. You can find them and use them, but they won't work. The maximum is you can have 10 Estus flasks, and you can have them upgraded to +6 in this game. And you can find that all in your first cycle, so... The game doesn't have much in terms of reward for New Game Plus cycles. Pretty much it's a complete recreation of the new game. Except I guess if you choose higher difficulty, the enemies are trickier. Oh, I see this guy's actually got a damn... a rotten missile plumped on his back. Yeah, this is obvious. Ow. Oh yeah, he's gonna kick my ass. I've never been good at dealing with this one. Best chance I stand against him is using focus. Oh, I'm dead. Whatever. I do want to kill him though. Yeah, he's probably one of the tougher enemies in the game, I'd say. Really tricky moveset to deal with. And fighting him in such a dangerous area, this is probably one of the more difficult encounters in the game. Control out his dodge. Fishing for backstab. He's got a like AoE and a stomp attack. Don't want to be near him. Okay, that did work. Okay. Queen's Slayer form. Huh. Yeah, I like the Thorns. I definitely like the Thorns most of all. The Thorn type. Though, now that I know what the other type can do, the Spike type, I think I might like the Spike type more. Because I've been using the Spike type a lot. Because I had to, because it just had the best stats for my caster. So I wanted to have more Thorn, looking better. Because of how long the charged drain took to cast. But now that I know what it can do, we'll see that in a minute when I get there. Why am I wasting my time on these jokers? I'll be running past them. Yeah, there's no reason for me to fight here. Old road materials. That's the stupid thing about the shotgun. Sometimes when you're close range, the shots just go through them. Without even, like, seemingly hitting them. Shotgun is just such a stupid, ineffective gun. I don't like it. Much prefer the sniper types. Okay. Ranger. Spoil spotter. That's a great one. As soon as you can get it. Venom mark. Venom effect at your current weapon. It takes a ridiculously long time to build up poison on bosses. There's like this there's one of these arrow type spells which also applies poison. You have to do that like 6 or 7 times on a boss to get them the effect built up. There's a passive which will increase the speed at which you build up passive non-positive effects on bosses, on enemies. I highly recommend using that if you want to poison bosses, because goddamn, it takes forever to build up poison. It's a really good stat though. Like if you can get a boss poisoned, they really start melting. Guard stability. Sure, just take everything. There we go. I mean, as long as we're in this spec, we might as well master some things. Dark Impulse increases gifts. Weapon drain rating up. Man. Blood guard. Blood resistance? Alright. Well, these are already mastered, that's cool. Can't equip on this build. I'll equip what I can. Even if I'm not going to use it, just for mastery. I think I'm going to go to the caster every so... yeah, for a little bit. Just to... I definitely recommend every new game, new player to go into caster until you've mastered weapon drain rating up. I've equipped that until the end of my my career in the game. It's just so useful to have. It's useful to know that your attacks are draining more Ichor, because you're also, you know, like if you've got a melee build, you're not going to be sitting there like charging up drain attacks against bosses. No, you're just going to smash them in the face. And knowing that you're also gaining Ichor while smashing bosses in the face. I went with a greatsword build with 10 Ichor. You can ignore him here, by the way. He'll guard if you attack him. Kind of funny.
Hold on now.
Why are you picking on me? I just want to help.
Hold on now.
You can ignore him here. He'll pop up during the boss fight. I've also had a game crash during the first boss fight cutscenes. If you skip them too much, we might crash. We'll see. Ow. Oh shit, I'm no longer a fast speeder. My blood veil's too heavy. That's typical. Oh, though it's the lightest blood veil we have access to. What's the deal? Oh yeah, this thing's speed is normal. Yeah, so we have to go below 50 for benefit. Rain. You know what? Should I? Screw it. It looks hilarious. I'll keep it. You can turn that animation off. Wait, where's all my spells? Shit. Hold on. Okay, yeah. That's tricky. Often when you're fighting enemies and you initiate an attack, it'll just go in the direction your character was looking. Take for instance, I was locked onto this enemy and I'm sprinting in this direction, and then I do one of these. Even though I'm locked onto the enemy, my character is facing isn't going to automatically go to the enemy. So if I go this way, I start attacking, I use a spell, I start attacking. This is all going to happen in the same direction, away from the enemy, even though I'm locked onto him. Yeah, the tracking in this game is not in your favor. You really have to stop moving, let your character track to the enemy if you want to just hack and slash without thinking. Oh. Decent low cost, low cooldown. I haven't got anything equipped for spells. Do I even have spells? Did I learn them? Damn. Yeah, I hope we don't crash during the boss, or it will be a really short stream. So yeah, I am I'm just in the mood for a stream today, really. It's selfishness. It's just me being selfish. And maybe a little bit of Stockholm syndrome with this game. Maybe a little bit of that. A blood spring. Ooh, fancy. They do look nice, for sure. I mean, they're... Okay, what does this symbolize? It's a white tree with sprouts on it, and a fruit. A fruit... What does fruit symbolize? It's like... Okay, it's sustenance. It's safety, a safe haven. It's white, purity. It's a tree, nature. I don't know. It's just, you can add a whole bunch of positive tags to this thing, is what I'm saying. There's probably a whole philosophy around it, you know. It is beautiful. Like, a lot of things in games are beautiful, and I think they just go over. You just, like, run past them and you go into the hack and slash gameplay of the thing. But yeah, there is actually a lot of beautiful game design in Code Vein. Oh, just look at that. I mean, the purple roots all around the cavern, climbing up through the gap in the ceiling there. The gap in the ceiling explains why there's god rays coming into the room, shining on the tree, making it feel more even like a divine place of respite. It's symbology and shit. Yeah. Anyway, even though I can't completely appreciate it, I do notice it every now and then. That's why I made the snapshots video. That's why I like taking snapshots of games whenever something like funny or cool happens, or something aesthetically pleasing. Then I figure, well, this is a cool looking thing. I think I'll put this on my channel as a snapshots. And usually I don't do that for games that I stream. Usually I just consider it a done deal after I've let's played it. I figure, well, job's done. It's up there. For anyone crazy enough to be entertained by, by little old me. No, there's a big guy that spawns here if you go to pick up that thing, so I'm not gonna go pick it up yet. I'll deal with this joker first. Now that backstep attack is also like a dodge. It's a very clever way of doing the focus uppercut. If you can lock onto an enemy and the moment they attack, you go like whoop, dodge, and at the same time knock them up into the air for a special uppercut, a focus uppercut. Yoink, not worth. I thought it wasn't going to be good. And it wasn't. I feel like I'm missing a shortcut somewhere. Those are wakes. When you're going for the trophies and you're going for second playthroughs and you're getting stuck, if you took higher difficulty or anything like that, and you want to just unlock skills fast, when you're stuck and you just want to unlock fast skills, it's a real pain not having the awakes on you that you need. But yeah, if you finish them off with the uppercut, you don't do the follow-up drain attack. Which is sometimes bad if you need Icar, but, you know, it's hilarious. It's a funny looking attack. Oh, stop it. Dodging tough enemies is a very useful strat, and even you often end up with enough focus to be able to do two of these jokers. do these focus attacks. Yeah, even just jumping on a new character after going for platinum or just playing through the game once, you'll find the knowledge of the game from your first playthrough is so good that you can like even enemies like that in your first playthrough, like, oh my god, they're destroying me, they're messing me up. Yeah, you can do with all of that. Still alive. The staggers, man. The staggers. Yeah, don't look at me while I backstab you. Such overkill sometimes. You just got rid of, like, got through giving them the beating of their life, and then you turn around and hit them with an overkill backstab. Like, yeah, give me the maximum amount of Icar possible I can get out of you. Is this the Oliver fight already? No way. I feel like I missed a shortcut somewhere. I think I did. I'm gonna go back and check. Well, in any case, I want to rest at the missile. I really don't want to crash, because I want to keep talking about this game particularly. I said if we're going to crash, I might play another game. And it's a hard crash. It, well, like, what else would it be? Usually on PlayStation it's like that. Just like, you can tell something's wrong, it freezes up, and then the screen goes away and you go to your PlayStation screen, and then a blue screen pops up, like, calculating why, you know, calculating what went wrong. Do you want to, like, they give you suggestions of what to do. Like, what can you do? Just accept it. I guess you can send a report. I've mentioned it before, but the reporting system seems to have improved. I think I've mentioned it before. Yeah, the crash report system on PlayStation seems to have been a lot improved. They actually take video footage of the moments before your crash, and you can send that to the developer, I think, or to PlayStation. They'll send it to the developer. It seems like quite useful information, so they can see all the way up till the moment you crashed video footage, so they know exactly what might have gone wrong. I can imagine people sending these reports really help fix the game in the future. Before it was just like, here is the error code, let's send that to them, maybe that'll do it. But no, now it's like a straight up, like a whole video. So let's see if we can carry on playing this game. If we crash in one of these cutscenes, we won't. Wait a minute. Whatever. I haven't equipped all the spells or got all the spells yet, but whatever. Skip you, don't crash.
Now, where to get started?
I don't usually crash here. The one where I do crash is when I'm examining Oliver's blood vestige after the fight, is where I usually crash. Yeah, I mentioned it in my in my final snapshots video, but bosses in this game are weird. They start off with a severe damage reduction, like a hidden buff, where if you'll attack bosses at the very start of the fight, you'll notice you're doing like shit for numbers. You'll be hitting them like, how much are we hitting them? Well, we won't see because Stranger is doing all the damage. Well, anyway, let's say you'll be hitting the boss for like 50 damage at the start of the fight, while your regular damage is like 300, and that'll last for a few seconds, like let's say 10 seconds, so the bosses have a 10-second grace period to, like, you know, not get completely instantly melted by the player. So even if you're farming bosses for trophies and shit, like the 400 gold boss kill trophy, what you don't want to do is hit them with your most powerful spells at the start of the fight. You want to, like, you'll hit them with one combo, maybe maybe square 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 R2X to do a little Icar build-up. And you know that was bullshit. He just spammed his most powerful attack against us. I don't mind. So at the start of the fight, what I'll often do is, if I'm not completely full on Icar, I'll do one of these, like chop chop chop, boom, like gain Icar from the swings themselves, from the attacks, and then gain a little slice of extra Icar from the drain attack, the quick drain, the drain combo attack. I guess if they let you do it, you could also just hit them with one of these, but they probably won't. But yeah, you gotta do something at the start of the fight. I guess you could also just build up negative status effect if you've got poison. But you've got to do something at the start of the fight, but the bosses are like wildly resistant to everything. And also mid-fight, bosses will gain like a staggering number of resistance to your attacks. Yeah, it'll often be where they're bending over and getting ready to do a little bit of an AoE, or they'll start screaming. It'll either be a scream or an AoE, but it will look like a power-up, is what I'm saying. And often, if they do that mid-fight, then you know this is during those moments they also have a serious number of damage reduction. So you think, if you're a caster at least, for instance, and you're fighting a boss, when you see them go into this hulking out animation, you think, well, okay, free damage, all this free damage, but what you'll notice, you cast all your most powerful spells, and you'll notice you did almost no damage to them, even though your most powerful spells should be doing a lot of damage. That's because in that, like, hulking out phase, or that hulking out animation, they actually have a stupid amount of damage reduction, so you really can't do anything during that. What you could do is accept, like, the hits. If they also do AoE during their hulking out, you could just, like, Colin, for instance, now he's taking a serious damage cut. I could try and get a little bit of extra Icar out of him by hitting him still, and then hitting him with a drain attack. Their hulking out usually doesn't do a ton of damage, like their AoE. And if they do after they've started hulking out, it doesn't do too much damage to the player, it just knocks you back. So if you don't mind taking a little bit of damage and getting knocked back, I definitely recommend just getting Icar during their powering up phase, their hulking out. And definitely not casting spells, because you're not going to do shit for damage. Are you okay all right? You got this one, right? I'll take another cup of coffee. We're okay? Coffee? Where's my coffee emote? Oh my god. No, we're not okay. No, we're not okay. Hey, heal me, idiot. Idiot. It's not Oliver, it's Louis. Louis, why? Why can't I rely on you? Your friend's more reliable, Louis.
A review of our tactics might be in order.
A review of our tactics. A review of your tactics might be in order, Louis. I'm the tactician in this fight. I'm doing perfectly. I'm the general. You just have to follow your orders properly. And keep aggro. You're a terrible tank. You lost aggro there. I saw it. Don't think I didn't see it. You lose DKP. Minus 50 DKP. Bad tank. Lose aggro. I'll find it. Oh, you'll be kicked from the guild, and I'll find a new tank for our next raid. That's unacceptable. In fact, there is. I already know a good candidate. I think his name is Yakumo. I've heard good things about him. And yeah, if he doesn't hold aggro, at least he'll stagger the hell out of an enemy, or outright just completely destroy it with a great sword.
Are we all set up?
So, no, get rid of this dinky warrior tank. Get a what do they call them? Death Knight. Yeah, I'll get a Death Knight tank instead. Low damage output. Actually, the warriors ended up. I don't know what they did, but I think they received a buff at some point, and the warriors ended up doing more damage as a tank than the Death Knights. Yes, sad times. Sad times for Death Knights everywhere. The World of Warcraft, I was maining my Lost Legion Warlock and Dark Strife Death Knight. I eventually gave up on World of Warcraft and gave my account away to a friend. Stupid? Probably, but you know, there's more in life than money. There's also effort and laziness. Usually I tend to get to the side of laziness. Laziness is more important than money. Sure, you'll make a ton of money, but how much stress is it causing you? How much stress? Stress is a killer. Don't let things stress you. Just be lazy. It's a nice building. Why do you look at it? Why did you look at it, cutscene?
She's all right. By the way, both of you.
All revenants must pay a levy.
Okay, I'm gonna skip through these, and if the stream ends, you'll know it's because we crashed. Not my fault. It is my fault, but yeah. This one in particular, going into this cutscene, even without skipping it, going into this cutscene is a crash, a high crash risk. I've crashed twice picking this Joker up. The game tends to crash the moment that the bright light happens when you're going into this memory, at the very start of the memory, and I think if you get through that part, you're okay and you can just skip it. Excuse me, but probably just me standing around in an area for ages and talking is already helping the game to not crash too much. Because of my myriad playthroughs of the game, I was really just like bum rushing the whole place. I was just running through areas, killing nothing. Just I didn't say it yet, but on New Game Plus, every rotten missile you've picked up, pretty much everything you needed to do to map out the area has been done. The only difference is the missiles aren't active, so you don't have teleport points. But who cares about teleport points? You can just run through entire levels, and if you don't need to pick up anything for trophies, if you've already got like the all gifts, all blood code trophies, then you can just like run through the entire game. And if you play like that, you will get the bad ending, but a bad ending, skip everything, New Game Plus playthrough will take you like 4 hours maybe. Yeah, between 4 to 6 hours, depending on, like, you know, if you go AFK or do something. Yeah, the game can be extremely quick if you just run through and skip everything. In fact, I think the game would be 2 to 3 hours long, something like that, if you could turn off cutscenes completely, like just turn them off. Like remove the load screens to go. sometimes you have like cutscenes shortly after each other. You'll find a missile, and then there'll be a cutscene. Hey, look, we found a missile. And then you go into the next area, and there's another cutscene like right after it. There's a couple of places in the game where there are like a few cutscenes shortly after each other, and it's really just a pain because if you're skipping them, you're basically running to a load screen, skipping, and then you get another little load screen, and then you have movement again. You go to the next thing, you walk 10 steps, you get another load screen, you skip after load screen, you get another little load screen. So it's like load screen, load screen, load screen. It's, I don't know, it's kind of annoying. I definitely would say this game has a lot less replay value than Dark Souls because of the story being on the foreground. The story on the foreground with all its cutscenes and walking story moments, forced walking, is what Lobos calls it. So yeah, it's the storytelling. What would you call it? Platform, engine, device. Well, anyway, this game's way of storytelling is just so in your face that it really kills a replay value to some extent. A mode where you just gameplay, no story, would have been absolutely beautiful for replay value. But no, let's pick this up. Crash? Yes, no? We'll see.
Wait, what are you... Let go! It'll swallow you up!
Oh yeah, it's upon skipping this one. I'll skip this cutscene and then we'll crash. Going into the memory. There. That flash. That damn flash. That has caused me to crash a few times. And it's usually no big deal when you crash. It's sometimes a minor inconvenience. There are bad crashes though. As I mentioned, the crash when you're in the unskippable successor of the ribcage is probably the worst one, because you've got two cutscenes, or you've got a cutscene before the boss. If you didn't die to the boss, if you die to the boss, then of course you lose that cutscene. But yeah, you've got a cutscene before the boss. After defeating the boss, you've got a few cutscenes, one of which is unskippable, where the crash happens, and then after that you've got like 2 more cutscenes before you can save again. So you have to safely navigate 3 or 4 cutscenes, and then you can save. Yeah, you can only save at missile, so if at any point during any of those cutscenes you crash, you'll be reverted back to your previous missile point. Now I have seen one benefit in this, that's if you're going for a specific ending and you messed up without realizing it, that you didn't restore vestiges and you're going for the good ending. If you're at the point where you can restore someone's memory, if you're standing at the, what are they called? Like they've turned to ash, the ashen statue of a successor standing in front of you, when you usually have the prompt to restore, let's say the prompt wouldn't be there, the X, like to restore, you're just standing in front of a statue and there's no prompt, then it's like, shit, I messed up, I forgot to restore vestiges. At that point you can just close off your game and reload your save, and you'll be reverted to before the boss fight. So you do have that. It is a safety net if you're going for the trophy, all-ending trophy, and you're really going fast. You don't want to be wasting time anywhere. You're just running through, picking up everything as you need, etc. And yeah, knowing that you've got this little safety net, like if you need to restore vestiges and these, you need to restore the successors, and then you don't get the prompt, then you do, well, I did appreciate that I had the option of quitting out and reloading if I had messed up. You know, it's one of those things, games which don't have direct control over the save file, you're always double and triple checking when, you know, a little mistake could mean 6 hours more work. You know, another playthrough is like 6 hours more time. You don't need to talk to these jokers. Leave them alone. Yeah, I have gotten quite used to the flow of the game. Like, you pretty much know
What the hell was that?
where you're going. Like in the start,
memory
a lot of it is
carved
like,
into that vestige by the
I put it
one
this
who
way,
left it
I've
behind.
remembered all of the necessary triggers
Didn't
to get the
expect that
story
I'd get
moving
dragged into
further.
it too.
Like, most of it is talking to Louis at the start. Then there's
We
also a little
both
bit of talking to
melted
Io
into you.
as triggers
I can't
before you can
believe
move
this.
on. And well,
What a
at this
power.
point, where we are in the game, we're gonna go and be acquainted with our
Come with
hub
me.
base,
I know a spot where we can rest.
and then we'll be talking to Louis. You'll explain blood codes,
I'm Louis.
and at some point he'll
Researching blood
say
beads.
you need to rest before we can do this blood transfusion thing. And then you're
Nice to
like,
meet
okay,
you.
what the hell do I have to do? Well, you talk to Io. She'll have two dialogue options. You go for those both dialogue options. Then you can talk to Louis again, and then you rest, something like that. It confused me on my first playthrough. I thought I had to go into the bed and just lie on the bed and rest or something, but no, there's none of that. You don't need to go and lie on the bed. They'll teleport you to a room, and it's like implied that you've had a night's rest or something. It's weird. And then you get back into the gameplay, and you can go up or down. You go down to defeat the fish monster, or you go up and defeat the you can defeat the butterfly and keep moving, and then you can defeat the shark jaws monster with the big axe. And either way you go, you won't be able to continue until you've done both paths, because you'll need Mia
Ugly, isn't it?
to unlock the next path
For now.
for you. It's just, I don't know. It's just going through the game multiple times has really made me well acquainted with every trigger required to move the story forwards. And it just, I don't know, I guess it's some kind of intimacy with a game you build up, going for the platinum.
Looking a bit tired.
Looking a bit
Friend
tired,
is
we can talk
probably
again
lonely.
later. Your friend is probably blah blah blah. And at this point we have to talk to our friend.
Is everyone all I can
And then
name
she's
it?
got these two dialogue options. You go through
One
both of
that
those.
I was
Blah blah blah. And now the story will move forward.
You build something, it'll
Weird.
take a while to get the results.
Okay, so
Take it easy
talking
in the
to
room
Io
back there
is
while
a
you wait.
trigger to keep, and then talking to this guy again. He'll tell us, yeah, you're a bit tired, we'll do the blood transfusion thing later. And then now we're at the bed. I mean, I can explain it twice, but, and then we'll talk to Louis again. I mean, this thing will say, talk to Louis. Yeah. Talk to Louis for more info. And then you blah 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 blah, spam X.
If my theory is
Give us
correct,
his
well,
blood code.
Here goes.
Here it goes. Schlosh. Give us your bloodborne diseases, thank you. Thank you.
What you
Blah 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 blah. And one more for good measure, yep. This is the final one.
You remember that scene we witnessed at the
Freckles.
vest?
And that should do it. Now we'll probably be allowed to move on. Yeah, Ruined City Underground. The game has some really useful, like, it's got some quality of life things that I really appreciate. I really appreciate the bounty board style thing here, where it tells you your next objective. I really appreciate that in games, especially like if it's a crazy long ass open world game. Like, to have a list of main objectives and side objectives just ready, available, that you don't ever get completely stuck. Some games you can kind of get stuck. Souls games, definitely. Bloodborne, You can get stuck in Bloodborne if you drop the game for a long time and then pick it up again afterwards. You can really get stuck. But again, I always recommend, if people tell me they get stuck in games, like, retrace your steps, remember what the last thing you unlocked was. If it was an ability that you unlocked, that can often help give some hints at what you might have to do next. Like if you unlock the hammer, maybe there's something you could smash with this hammer. Thinking about medieval, if there was a location you last visited, maybe going back to that location, or at least thinking about what the story was at that location that happened, can help you give you hints on what is the next step to do. Because most games have a very good flow in terms of like helping the player know what they have to do next. It's a part of game design meta. I don't know, game design etiquette to
the old city.
I'm pretty sure most game developers, while designing a game, are extremely concerned that well, the main thing about a video game is entertainment. What makes that you're not entertained? Getting stuck and not being able to play further in the game. Okay, so you will often see a lot of really dumb and stupid puzzles that are designed to make sure that everyone with the most basic of trivial knowledge can solve. Sometimes games will not do that and expect you to have like more knowledge, and then it's like, well,
On my way.
I'm not this smart. I'll just Google it. You know, back in the day that wasn't an option. So the difficult games back in the olden times before the internet, yeah, you just couldn't finish them. You'd have to like get smart if you wanted to finish those games. If you had puzzles that were really tricky to figure out. But yeah, most games are designed with puzzles designed in the mind of making sure that everyone can figure it out. It's like, yeah. I think nowadays they could get away with putting really complex puzzles in their games, because you've got the internet to help people get past puzzles that they otherwise couldn't solve. But then, you know, I'm not good at puzzle games myself. I'm not that smart. I can't finish puzzle games. Too stupid.
Nowhere to move if you get surrounded.
Much rather prefer sticking to the hack and slash type genres, give them more my speed. Oh, Louis, nice finisher.
Did you pick up something we can use?
Yeah, we're closing in on the thingamajig I've been wanting to get. Ow. Oh no. You got me. Who's this? Louis, don't die. Often in this game when you get KO'd, you get into this like downward spiral where you just UKO, your partner KO, you KO, and then all you're doing is just revive spamming. You reviving them, they revive you, you revive them. Because when you die, and it's normal, you pretty much lose all aggro, and all aggro resets to your partner. So while enemies were split between you and your partner before, if any one of you dies, the other one gets completely overwhelmed. So you do get into these like revive death spirals. I got a good video showing that off against the boss. I don't remember his name. He's some kind of stupid samurai guy, like a random boss. There's not much story related to him. It's some kind of cavern somewhere. Definitely part of the main story, but he's not very... doesn't have much lore associated to him. Well, yeah, the video is called something like don't go to New Game Plus, it's hard, something like that. Or don't increase difficulty for New Game Plus, it's hard. And look, this is what I'm talking about. See, I'm constantly attacking in this direction. So I locked onto the enemy, I dodged in his direction, and then I started attacking. And my character just kept attacking in one direction, not in the direction of the enemy. Oh, look at this. Well, he's dead now, so... But yeah, sometimes your character has terrible tracking. Yeah, I've had where I've locked onto an enemy in the distance, I've dodged in this way, and then I've cast a spell just like that, dodge, cast, and it happens, it looks just like this too. Instead of casting it to the enemy that's like right there, they dodge and cast it here, like, what? The enemy's there, you're locked on, cast it in his direction.
I want to run into enemies around here.
And when it comes to spells, I wouldn't say it's random, but there are spells which have good tracking, and there are spells which have terrible tracking. And some really strong spells in this game have terrible tracking, and it's ridiculous. It's like you have to be locked onto an enemy, be looking at them, not doing anything, not dodging, not attacking, you're just looking at them, and you constantly have to strafe while you're looking at them to make sure that your character's always facing directly to the enemy, because they'll cast the spell just in front of them, around the height of where the lock-on reticle is for the enemy. This one's got... this spell's got good tracking, I can tell. Yeah. Even after a dodge, it's going right to the enemy. But I had this one, it was a 10 cost blood element spell, which was one of my stronger spells in my mage. I was casting against the heavies while I was farming the 400 co-op medals for trophy. And yeah, I had to like be doing nothing. I had to make sure that our character was properly facing the enemy. This attack, for instance, after we got hit there, if I'd initiated it like straight away, she would have gone like this. She would have attacked there. Because after taking the hit, she was facing this direction. So I had to hold on for a second, stabilize, look at the enemy, and then attack. I don't know, certain attacks in this game have terrible tracking, and yeah, you realize after missing a couple of times with those attacks. I'm pretty sure, I'm watching Lopez play for the game now, I'm pretty sure he's gonna have a couple of WTF moments where he's like, what? Why didn't this attack, why did this attack miss? Because this game has some weird tracking sometimes. I've noticed that with the heavies, often you're better off just going either for backstabs or dodges, because you'll gain focus on dodges. And they're pretty easy to backstab as well. Going for the parry is just too risky. Why would you do it? No point. I'm glad we have yet to experience any kind of crash, considering you can tell I'm still playing the game.
Hey, what is it? You okay? Yo, Louis, you smell that? Yeah. Human blood. An escapee? Now, where did she run off to?
Huh? This is one of those weird things. It's like they're saying like, wow, like fresh blood is a hell of a thing, man. Are you guys okay? Can you retain your sanity? And it's kind of one of those story things, or it's like one of those it's just one of those random moments that goes nowhere, and they don't do anything more with it in later episodes. I guess yes, there is frenzy, but frenzy is always frenzy in this game is always attributed to starvation, of revenants just starving and not drinking blood at all, which is different from the sense of hunger, which would or the sense of just like fresh blood driving you wild. I don't know. With this this blood making you turn aggressive or something. They never went further with this angle. They never did anything more of it, which is weird. And I forgot to plug this one in. There we go. Got an extra heal. Yeah, so the blood coat, or the blood whatever, the coat that I want is just beyond that gate. So I'm probably just gonna run over to get it. I'll grab it and then I'll play through this place properly. Excuse me. Coming through. Be right back. Oh no. Dogs. I should probably care more about those dogs. Some enemies are ridiculously good at chasing you down. Dogs are terrible. I mean, they're good, but I hate them. They're terrible. Okay, Louis, you know, is being a good decoy. Oh, look at this frames dropping. You can tell we've got too much going on, too much activated enemies. I'm not planning to completely speedrun all this, but I do want to get one coat before I keep going. Because I want to play around with that one skill, but that's not what I'm supposed to do. Stop it. Oh, there he goes, the frame boys. I love that. Just gonna grab the shortcut before we die. Are these dogs still following me? Tell me it's not true. Look out there. Now they're normal, but if you look at them through this grate... No, still normal. One of them's just standing there. I think it's because he's caught onto us. Yeah, this is my... this is one of my favorite spots in the game. With the brainy boys. Oh, there they go! Look at him go! Oh, he's normal again. Kinda normal. But if you look at him from this angle... Yeah, there we go again. Framing around. Oh, come on. Stop it. Yeah, this is definitely one of my favorite areas of the game. I've got a couple of glitches and bugs I've collected in the game. Before I get rid of all of my footage to just make room on my PS4 so I can still record shit, I should probably make a video out of all the glitches so they can, you know, get to fixing them. This might be considered one of them. Not a serious issue though. Of course there's the crashes. Not as easy to collect those.
Remember, there's missile if we climb up.
Well, here, I didn't find this on my first playthrough, or my second playthrough. Here, behind all this, is your first... what type is this? I don't know what type it is. Let's just call it spikes. It's a spikes type. Apparently it requires C in strength, which we don't have. Does this one have C in strength? Okay, good. Oh yeah, I was only in caster because I wanted to get the
Should
master the
probably check
passive,
my
but apparently it's
equipment,
been mastered ages ago. Okay, got the weapon drain rating up. That's what I wanted. Guard stability? Nah, I'd rather have nothing. Okay, time to get more skills, I guess. Or unlock new blood codes. This one. So this is the earliest one of these spiky charged you can get. And it's real early. I thought the earliest one you could get was the one in... I forget where it's called. It's the blight town of this game. It's the flooded underground city place with the fish lady monster, fish lady boss.
Still go on?
I forget the name of the place, but I thought in that area you'd find the first one of these, but no, you find one over there behind the boxes, and look, you can do this. You can hit it at a distance. It's ridiculous. It's overpowered. I saw Lobos do that and my jaw just dropped to the floor thinking, what? Like, after almost 200 hours of play, I just never knew you could do this. And it's a complete game changer too, because I figured this coat sucks, you know, look how long it takes to charge this up. And it's only got this short range, like you have to be right next to the enemy, you charge this up for 2 hours, and then you hit it with it, right? And it didn't occur to me to even imagine that it could be moved around like this, which actually makes it really strong. It is as it should be, because these are often coats that improve your casting, you know. I think the best coat that I know of is called like the suicide cloak or something, and it's got a ring of thorns around your neck and it's covered in thorns. It's got like wings wrapped in thorns. Looks very, you know, fallen angel-esque, and that seems to be the best caster cloak that I know of in the game. It's either B+ or A scaling for willpower, which is your dark abilities. And yeah, if I knew that I could spot enemies at a distance, maybe lying in ambush, and I could just hit them with one of these, wow, blast them, and then I could hit them with magic at range. You know, I didn't, game changer. Wish I knew it earlier. It seems that there are many items left nearby. Thanks. Thanks for telling me. Anyway, let's run through the zone proper. There's a couple of vestiges I'm sure I've missed. Oh, hold on. I should probably see if I can get more. No, nothing. Well, what do? Uses the power of Ichor to temporarily boost reflexes, enhancing your dodges. Yeah, those high cost ones are really tough to get in the early game. You're looking at them like, what? 46,000? How the hell am I getting at 46,000? That's not how you should be using it. Watch out behind you, buddy. Oof. Just 800 damage. It also makes training much easier, or at least Ichor recovery much easier. You only get that +2 Ichor for drain, for charge drain. In the long run it does build up nicely, but not ideal. Okay, can I hit both of you? Probably.
Thought that would fool
No,
us?
just one. I thought there was two of you. There is, isn't there? And him. I like hitting these guys with the scorpion blood veil drain attack. But with this one, it's
something we
less
can
cool.
use?
Yeah, you could probably do an entire playthrough using just blood veil attacks, drain attacks, like this. for the combo drain, but I guess I didn't have any stamina. Oh, these don't take it. Kung Fu idiot.
A whole file. We shouldn't attack them all at once.
If I do poison weapon buff, do you get it too? No? Just me? Alright. No build up on the shots? Well. I'm gonna grab my hunter code.
Crossroads.
It's lying there just
Well,
waiting for me.
which way will it be?
I love how quick you can master the early game skills.
Damn you! You'll have to take good care.
Yoink. I can't believe Lobos is playing through this game without help. The game is absolutely designed to be played with help.
I'll have to work.
It will be interesting to see how he deals with bosses solo. Yeah, he's just started uploading his playthrough to YouTube a few days ago. I've already seen him defeat the butterfly boss. Took him like a million attempts. But he finally got her down solo, and you can tell he completely mastered it. Like, yeah, he's a good game. Very good at games. But it is going to be interesting seeing him deal with certain bosses, like the Ornstein and Smoke, fences, stuff like that. There are certain depths bosses. There's, you know, you've got the Cannoneer combo boss fight, which is like an Ornstein and Smoke fight. This game is 100% like, I think they pretty much took everything memorable from Dark Souls and put it into this game. It's like, hey, on Orlando, we got you covered. How about an Ornstein and Smoke style fight? Yeah, we got one of those too. How about this Zweihander? You like that one? Sure, let's give this. How about like an area where you're full of swampy water, knee-high swampy water? Yeah, this is like a Soulsian type thing to put into our game.
Move.
We'll make an area like that. It is a lot of, I guess they're missing a, I don't know, I guess you could consider IO to be the amazing chest ahead. So, they got pretty much everything memorable about, especially Dark Souls 1, everything memorable about that has been incorporated into this game, and it's kind of hilarious. Now, this game does have an Ornstein and Smoke fight, but it also has a true Ornstein and Smoke fight, where if you deal with one of them, I mean, it's a reskin, not even a reskin, it's just a redo of the Cannoneer fight in the depths. So, you do have to jump through myriad hoops to get it. You have to do a lot of side quests to unlock the maps to actually get the depths in question where you find them. But when you do, they've got, yeah, it's an interesting fight. It's much more difficult than the main game's Cannoneer fight. And when one of them's defeated, they'll absorb the energy of the fallen... Oh shit, is this the convoy? Yeah, Louis. Yeah. I love that one shielded enemies just focus on you, and your helper just chips away at them from their unprotected side. Okay, let's check Hunter. Okay, cool. I like how the GXH Assault still works with Hunter. Weight at 40. Oh, wow, that's a low weight as well. I love it. That's great. What's its scaling like? Stat scaling. A B for willpower. No way. E for dexterity. That sucks though. That's unfortunate. But really good for willpower. I had no idea that you had such a early game caster coat to be found so early. It's good to know. Wait, what am I doing? What does this spell do? It won't let you select a spell once it has been used, and as long as it's in use or on cooldown, it's like no, because it won't allow you to replace it with another spell. But if you want to know what it does, you just select another spell and look at it. Even though it can't be replaced, you can at least look at it. Temporarily increase the attack speed of shots fired from weapons. Attack speed from shots. Costs 5 acre. Is it besides how fast it can?
Did you pick up something we can use?
I'll wait till it runs out and then I'll spam triangle again, see what happens. I don't remember exactly where all the hunter vestiges are. I think we've got most of them. I'm not noticing a huge difference. Louis is getting his ass kicked. Look at that bullshit. What's he doing? He's leashing. What a coward. Going back to sleep? Just like in Ashen, or what's it called? Ash Souls. Do not underestimate the power of the neutral dodge in this one. When an enemy is attacking you and you're just standing there, you can just tap circle and dodge like this, and you get the same iframes. You don't have to press a direction. So just on reflex dodge tap can be quite effective. Nice comboing me to that though, that's good. Yeah. Tanking Louis. These guys are terrible.
We done? That's one big hole.
It is interesting to see that Lovis is also moving towards the upside versus going down first.
Wanna head down?
I think if you want to see the normal flow of the game's story, you have to go down into the Medulla well here first, before going to the cliffs. But I guess it is a nice random element if you're watching Let's Plays to this game, that some people will end up discovering the path to the right first, and other people end up discovering the hole in the ground here first. I figured I'd go this way first anyway, regardless, at least on my first playthrough, because it's just closer to where this zone starts you off at. And always, like, you consider the closer routes to be earlier game than the further routes.
Make sure
At
your
least
judge
I do.
distance is right. Guess we have to jump down that
The
pit.
device does not open from this side. There probably is an ideal way of going down here. I don't think you can go down here and pick up every item. I think the main thing you want to do is just not ever miss one of these platforms. Always hit something on your way down. You can go down as far as you want. Just always want to hit something like this. And then Louis will fix you up if you lose your life. And then we're all the way down. Easy peasy. What a strange place. Bye. Where's he gonna appear at? It's hilarious with the elevators leaving your companions behind every time, and they'll just teleport up.
I wish we had a safe route to go down.
There he is, just teleported at you. They do the whole thing where they try and teleport your helper back to you off camera, so wherever you're not looking, you can expect your helper to pop up.
I'm on my way.
Kind of hilarious.
You can't regenerate? Let's consider heading back.
I am considering heading back, actually, now that you mention it.
I won't take long.
There's a couple more vestiges I know where they are. I'll go and pick them up and see if they're hunter vestiges or not. And I'll move back to base and restore some of these, get all the skills. Yeah, I'm really glad to be done with the platinum. I've had my fun with the game. Having to go through 6 times is kind of ridiculous. Well, because there's a few little mistakes I made.
That's quite valuable.
I've
Use it well.
I've written some hints on the platinum trophy in my my final snapshot video, but it really just is sticking to one character and playing through multiple playthroughs on the same character. Starting off a new character will really screw you over for certain trophies.
Is that a cocoon?
Actually, have I pulled all the gifts equipped that I could have equipped? No, I'm mastering what needs mastering, but that shouldn't be there. There we go, Bloodshot. Do I want you? Maybe. Another buff. Don't know if it's good. Probably terrible. Don't you dare. Well, I made a couple of mistakes. One was having 2 characters. I was getting the good ending on one and the bad ending on the other character. That's stupid. But to get all the trophies you're going to need, there's a trophy which requires you to have all blood codes. And certain bosses drop 2 different blood codes depending on whether you recover them or let them turn to ash. There's a blood code. And here. I think, yeah, we picked this one up already. Oh, guess I have to circle around to get the one over there. Hope they'll let me take it from them. Probably they will. What are you guys doing? Chilling. So, yeah, this is what I did. I started a playthrough on my melee guy, went for the good ending. That's what I was worried about. I don't want Prometheus, I want Hunter. The other one's also, probably also Prometheus. I know you can get all of Hunter pretty much before you even move to the next area or take on any boss. You can get all of Hunter in this area. I mean, if you play your cards right and you know where it lies, you can pick up all of the Hunter with a minimal effort. That's what I wanted to do. I will recover because we're close to death, and losing all these haze would be stupid. So yeah, play through the good ending on my melee character, then on my caster character I went through the bad ending. And that was a huge mistake too, because if you're playing a caster you want to beat the good ending, because most strong caster vestiges are on restoring the successors. I didn't know. I figured, well, surely caster equals black magic equals evil, sacrificing equals more power as a black mage. Nope. Good ending holds most of the caster type, or at least a strong caster, the codes. And especially, like, the final code you'll get for a good ending is Queen. You'll get the Queen code for some reason. Getting all of the Queen's bits and pieces on the bad cycle, on the bad playthrough, doesn't get you Queen. You'd think it would, but no, you need a good ending to get the Queen code. And that's also a really strong caster. I think it's just a straight upgrade from all the other caster blood codes. So yeah, I completely screwed myself over by going for the bad path on my caster. Should be paying through the good path if you're going caster style. Melee, I think you get pretty much everything, you know, regardless of which path you take. Because like the successor codes are all like either caster or hybrid, and it seems like you get most hybrids on. Wow, you gonna one-shot me? Stop it! Don't you dare! On New Game Plus cycles, you end up with more blood haze or souls or whatever than you know what to do with. And I ended up just buying like a whole bunch of camouflage. It is a hunter, okay. I thought it would be Prometheus. Nope. I thought it would be Prometheus, but it's hunter. Are you guys gonna ever stop following me? I'm not planning to go far down this path, I just want to go far enough to pick up every hunter prestige possible. Another claw type, that might be the best deck space, or strength base, I don't know. Oh shit. What I'm doing is a mistake. Yeah, let's get the missile first. We're fine. Yeah, we win, you lose. Anyway, I keep getting off. I keep getting distracted. Well, yeah, I did one playthrough, a good playthrough on my stream route. With my melee character, went for the good ending. Then I played the bad ending on my ults, my caster, and that was a huge mistake. I made two big mistakes doing that. Yeah, I made two big mistakes doing that. So you'll want to be playing on one character for the trophy, the ending related trophies, and the all blood code trophies. You want to be playing on one character, multiple playthroughs. You don't want to create a new character for trophy hunting. So yeah, going with my caster, I made actually a third big mistake there. Well, okay, the mistakes here. The first mistake was having multiple characters going for multiple endings. You want multiple endings on the same character because you want all those blood codes, and you'll get a different blood code from a different outcome with a successor. They'll each have two codes. They'll have their code, or they'll have a queen's part code. If you sacrifice them, if you don't restore them, you walk through the door, you exit. You can even restore all of their vestiges, and then you can just walk out of the door, and they'll be like, why do you sacrifice me? Some of them are more sad than others. Excuse me, got a cough, gotta get these frogs out of my throat. Okay, not feeling too much better. I'm alright. Yeah, I just gotta get used to talking all the time again. Grab a cup of coffee. So yeah, like the way certain people react, whether if you sacrifice them, some of them are really sad. They're like, why? Or please. They're like begging you to restore them, and then it always happens the moment you're walking into the exit door as well, so you can't like change your mind because they're just so sad that you want to go and restore them anyway. Aurora is very sad when you don't save her. I think what's she called? The military girl? The cats? I think she's sad when you don't save her. Eva is begging you. Not Eva. I don't remember Eva.
On my way.
But Aurora is begging you. She's extremely sad if you don't save her. And some of them are weird when you do save them. They're like, huh? Or why? Or what? You know, they're like questioning. Like, okay. The one I like the most is... actually, everyone else can like go to hell, but I like mostly Mia's little brother, Nicola. I think both Mia and Nicola's story and Nicola's restoration and sacrifice are the nicest, because Nicola will thank you if he'll like just thank you for being there when you leave the room, and he'll be extremely what's that word? What's that emotion that I never feel? Ecstatic. He'll be extremely upbeat when he, if you do, excited. Yeah, that's the one. That's the word I'm looking for. He'll be extremely excited when you do choose to restore him. So, yeah, the Mia story is probably most hard-hitting. Extremely sad. It's always sad even if you restore Nicola, because she has to leave him alone anyway. I don't understand this, like, okay, we're gonna put you in a crypt and it's your job to just for all eternity suffer, and we're just gonna leave you alone as you suffer. Enjoy. I'm like, why? They're just there. It's like, it's a prison of sorts, you know. People in prison, yeah, they're extremely alone, but they don't have to be like 100% alone. I'm pretty sure you have rights to, like, you have access to the internet. You can Skype people, you can call people. You know, you're not 100% alone if you're in prison. And this game is just straight up, okay, choose your crypt, stay there forever, you're 100% alone. Okay, enjoy your suffering for eternity. I especially am thinking about Silva, Gregorio, sitting on this throne there, just sitting there, keeping the blood barrier alive. By the way, you're going to hear a lot of spoilers if you're following me now, because I've finished the game. So, I don't know. The forewarning after the fact, too late? I don't know. Did I really miss? Well, anyway, I think it's really silly with Silva. Like, I don't know if he is alone, because they're talking about the blood levy. Like, how do they get the blood beads to him? Are they just like, they put him in from a long distance into the tubes, and it feeds in to those giant container systems that you see next to Silva's throne. I wonder how it works. I mean, it's almost like they need to be in solitude because they're worried about Frenzy, and they don't want to get close to him because they're worried that they're going to get devoured or killed or something. It is... yeah, it's a sad fate. It's just a terrible fate. I don't know. It's nothing... It's a really sad fate. I'm wondering why they have to be left alone. Yeah, probably just the risk of frenzy, and they don't want to... they're extremely powerful, the successors, so if they do frenzy, even though you're friends, they'll probably just murder you and massacre you. There's no stopping it. So yeah, choose your crypt, we'll leave you alone forever. Another Prometheus. Alright. So, what does this mean? Do I have all the Hunter already? Hunter A, B, C, and D. Probably already have all the Hunter. Okay, fine. Hmm. You know what? I think I saw Lobo struggle against that butterfly boss with 4 heals instead of 5 heals. I've got 5 heals. So I guess he should have explored a bit more around the city streets, because we found another extension factor in the streets. So you should have 5 heals easily before dealing with the butterfly boss. You can probably get more than 5 heals if you go down to the other... into this game's Blight Town. I forget what it's called. There's probably another extension factor hiding around there somewhere. You usually have 6 heals before you deal with the butterfly boss. But yeah, at least 5 heals. And of course, you got the opportunity to farm a bit of souls and level up. A decent amount. Yeah, the game is extremely melancholy. It's all like, okay, you guys are vampires, you live forever. Okay, so how about you deal with this thing and take on an eternity of suffering? Sure, I'll take the throne, I'll keep this blood barrier alive, I'll enjoy an eternity of suffering. And the thing is, there's no... The justification for keeping the barrier alive is such a weird one. What's he called? Zero Punctuation did a funny video on... was it this game? I don't know if it was Vane. Nah, it was, he did a video on, what's it, Astral Chain, yeah. He did a video on Astral Chain comparing the game to Attack on Titan, saying it was a very anime type of thing to do, to have a world where you're closed off from the rest of the world, you've got your safe haven. And he was comparing it to Attack on Titan, and I'm thinking, dude, exactly. I was thinking exactly about Attack on Titan when I was playing this game and looking at the blood barrier keeping us locked in, because it pretty much is like that. You're like, it's, you know, it gives you a lot of food for your story. It's an interesting concept. Like, you deal with sustenance scarcity, you know, you've got this blood bead system, or like any food source you'd be running scarce if you would be an isolationist. You know, isolationism often leads to scarcity of resources in some aspect of industry, so the most direct and easy way of showing that, at least in this game, would be like the food source. The vampires needing the blood beads are running out. Oh no, how do we deal with this? Okay, we've got the chosen one here who can like revivify everything. Blood bead shortage, no problem, just you know, throw your blood around, and then you know, we use a few drops of your blood to create a bead with 1,000,000 drops of blood in. Okay, like a little bit of effort to gain a huge reward. Easy, a big return on investment. But yeah, the whole yeah, the thing is, it's just sad. The whole game is just sad and melancholy, because the player eventually obtains the information about the world, that you realize the outside world is more dangerous than here. So the whole angle that a lot of these people have is like, we have to protect the humans on the outside world from us. We're so dangerous, and we're so, you know, there's this whole thing about the revenants being a blight, a possible blight on humanity, you know, which is very, well, that's very depressing too, because they're basically just saying, they're breaking down their own value and worth, saying, well, it's better off if we just didn't exist, so we'll live this tortured existence in this little jail we've made ourselves, to save the outside world from us. But then when Mido breaks down the barrier by assaulting Gregorio, the barrier breaks down for a split second, and you realize that the outside world actually has monsters in them much worse than what is contained here in this Jail of Vane, or whatever you'd call it. What are we getting? Strength and Dex up. Ichor Strikes. What is Ichor Strikes? Reduces Ichor cost of weapon attacks while you are focused. Weapon attacks. That's both gunshots. I don't know how this would work though. Whether it would be like one bullet costs 1 and then the next shot costs nothing. Or maybe it just costs nothing. I want to test this, because maybe this means when we're focused we can just have shots like... How do you reduce the Ichor cost of something that costs 1 Ichor? You make it free, right? So I wonder if you get free shots with a gun when this one procs. I'd like to try it out. Prometheus? Okay. Hunter, dexterity up. Nice. Appreciate that. Just a straight damage buff. An early access to vivification. Blood sacrifice. Spend your own HP to gain Ichor. Why? Why? That's bad. Ichor is much more readily available than health regen pool. How about this one then? Hunter Feasts. Temporarily increases the drain rating of weapon attacks. Mia will use this one on you quite often. Mia's a pretty good companion for always having Ichor. If you're like a melee character, I don't think it's smart to have both both caster or both melee classes. I think you always want your follower to be like the yin to your yang. You know, if you're a ranged guy, you'll probably want Yakumo or Io to be with you, so you've got some tanky character who can get staggers on the enemy. You don't want to both be like glass cannon ranger types. Because I tried that on my caster with Mia helping on Orlando 2.0, and some of the blood challenges or whatever they call them, the gauntlets, absolutely kicked my ass. Couldn't do nothing about it. Even on my melee character. Yeah, that's right, that's what I use. Well, yeah, the whole thing about them like saving the outside world from the menace which is us. Oh, woe is me, I'm an evil vampire and the world is better off without me. Well, it's one of those, that's like one of the vampire lore things that I always hated. And Underworld did it decently. Underworld is a pretty good vampire series. I like those movies. It had a really cool female lead, very attractive, very good acting. You can really believe the world they created too. Yeah, it got a bit weird the further on during the series you got. They did that whole vampire hybrid thing that you see in vampire werewolf hybrid situation that you see in Helsing as well a little bit, or Van Helsing, the movie. You know, the whole every like vampire movie or series has to have their own weird lore about vampires. They can't just like stick to they don't think that the normal lore is in depth enough. They have to come up with their own nonsense. Yeah, so Underworld does it pretty nicely. How it's like, hey, we've got blood banks. You can go there. We keep
What is it?
yeah, especially if you consider vampires, and they usually do whenever there's a world which has vampires in it. The vampire lore usually is that they're a unknown, that they keep in the shadows and that they're not known about. Like, people don't usually, I don't think there's many vampire movies or vampire series where the world knows about the existence of vampires. Like, everyone knows about it. I take My Hero Academia, where you just have like the heroes just running around in the world. Everyone knows about them. Yeah, they're not just like integrated into society or even into the wider conscious. So they're always a secret society, so they're a mafia type deal, pulling the strings from the shadows. Of course, they live for a super long time, so they can amass a lot of power and influence. So it makes 100% sense that they would have a blood bank system where they just like, okay, everyone's knows about donating blood for, you know, there's always the hospitals are always asking people to donate blood, so I think it could be very easy to plant someone on the inside of hospitals left and right, and every now and then a blood bag goes missing here, a blood bag goes missing there, and then you've got this blood bank situation they do in Underworld. Very smart. Like this whole, woe is me, I'm a blight on humanity, I should better off not live. Okay, how about just take this, you know, the blood bags instead of like drinking from living people. But then you had the interview with a vampire, where Lestat, I don't know if it was Lestat or that other guy, probably Lestat, it was like, you made me drink dead blood. It's like, I don't know, it's considered to be like rotten or something, and they don't like, oh yeah, I guess you do need those 2 Prometheus vestiges to get the absolute most out of the hunter. The final hunter requires Prometheus, okay. So yeah, then you've got some vampire lore which does, like, it has to be fresh blood, so you have to prey on living beings. But then,
Where am I?
yeah, like that. They'll bend over backwards to come up with reasons to keep vampires being having their predatory nature, where they have to feed on living people and also kill those living people. So they have to, they feel like they have to pull that angle every time, where it's just, you know, they have to make them evil, is what I'm getting at. They have to pull that angle where they make the vampires evil, you know, because you can think of a lot of situations where they could be just not evil, you know, like prey on animals, livestock, cows, you know. I mean, you're already slaughtering cows for meat, why not drain their blood or let vampires have a nibble before you, you know, before you finish them off and slice them up for meat, you know. It's like, hey, we've got a butchery here, I don't know, vampire, cool butchery. Hey, it's like, yeah, you're gonna be processing some animals today? Okay, I'll drop by. Before you punch them in the, you know, before you blast out their brains, how about let me take a sip first? You know, if you need living, fresh blood. It's a very morbid topic, isn't it? Well, anyway, yeah, like, getting extremely off topic. It's a shame that the revenants in this world think that they're the biggest baddie in this world, this established universe, because and it is spoilers, but yeah, there's a twist in the late game where they'll drop the shield and a God Eater monster will pop through, and blatantly God Eater monster will pop through, and then it's pretty much established that this world plays in the same greater universe as God Eater, and you know what kind of shit is out there. The origami, the whole world has gone to hell there, and there's a very small human resistance fighting against it. So yeah, I mean, really, a few blood-sucking revenants, yeah, I guess the revenants can become the lost, and then you have like this whole, if you see how much the revenants are struggling against the lost, and they're thinking, well, what about humans? Yeah, but the world contained here seems so mild in comparison to like the world outside. It just seems much more brutal and savage with those origami. I don't know, it just, I find it a shame that these guys lock themselves in, and yeah, especially because it's so like, there's so much, it's so linked to self-sacrifice and stuff. It's like, I'm gonna sit on this throne for eternity and suffer to make sure this blood barrier stays up. It's like, we're gonna keep the queen in check. Just give me one of her pieces and put it in me, and like sit here in agony for all eternity just to make sure the queen doesn't revive. And it's got a very like negative aspect to it. What am I? No, I've got everything for Hunter. What am I doing? Carry on playing. I'm playing a video game. Yeah. Let's see. What do we got? Hunting Feast. Oh wait, did I go through that one yet? Okay, apparently not. Definitely not going to be using Blood Sacrifice. Dexterity up. Will be using Acre Strikes. I want to test it out, see what it does. Active IFF, don't really care too much about. There's this like treasure hunter skill, I don't know who has it, but it's extremely useful if you're going for the platinum or just like in your regular gameplay. It looks a bit like this active IFF, I don't know what it's called. Some kind of treasure seeker skill. Man, that is useful. It's like we've got like the noob version of it. This one, Spoil Spotter, it'll tell you if there's items nearby that you've missed. That's not great. There's one somewhere which will it will display non-picked up items in a certain radius on your minimap. That is a good one. That is incredibly helpful, especially because a lot of in the depths, definitely in the depths, there's a lot of keys which are hiding in and underneath cardboard boxes, and you want a treasure tracker to map those because you don't want to be running around breaking every single box because something might be hiding underneath.
Okay, take care then.
Hey, we made a good.
Hey, we've already got the good one. Oh, apparently I still got two to go. Still haven't crashed. Well, damn, did I ever... I keep starting on topics and then getting distracted and skipping to different things. Well, anyway, the two main mistakes I made was playing two characters was my big first mistake. Big second mistake was going for the trophy on a character in which I took a New Game Plus cycle with increased difficulty. After you finish the game, you're able to go through to New Game Plus, and they'll give you two options: go to New Game Plus same difficulty or New Game Plus increased difficulty. I highly recommend against going New Game Plus on increased difficulty. It really is very much increased difficulty. It's balanced very strongly. Like, you can have a fully plus 10 upgraded weapon. You could be around level 200, like that high. You can be around level 200 with plus 10 upgraded weapon, and you're still not going to one-shot like the basic mobs with all of your attacks. It really is heavily, like, it's a huge jump up in difficulty. And the worst thing is, the way, like, you have no influence on your stats in this game. Leveling up does not make you more durable. Doesn't make you tankier. Your health pool increases, yes. Your stamina increases and your attack damage increases. That's it. Nothing else increases. So the amount of defense you have doesn't increase. Meaning not every build is going to have as good a time in New Game Plus. I was on a caster and I got completely destroyed. Very much, pretty much every boss I was dealing with, whenever they did any attack that wasn't their weakest, they would one-shot me, because their damage is balanced up. You know, the bosses probably have more health and more damage, and that's the big thing. They've got more damage, you don't have more resistance. It's like, I think it's like wearing heavy poise armor in Dark Souls 1, going to New Game Plus. It's the same kind of bullshit, where the enemies just seem to cut through your armor like a hot knife through butter. Like your defense values almost don't matter in New Game Plus cycles on Dark Souls. It's all about avoidance. The same thing with this game, it's all about avoidance. But the problem is, some bosses may get tougher as well, and I just got stuck on a boss with my caster, and I didn't want to spend hours unlocking and mastering abilities from like a different spec, like a melee spec. So I figured it would just be fast to jump on my melee character and go through New Game Plus with him and not make that mistake, and just go through the same difficulty New Game Plus. Yes, it's trivial, but you know, you're going to want to you're gonna at least run through 3 New Game Plus cycles, so do you really care if it's trivial or not? You want to run through those zones as fast as possible anyway. So yeah.
What?
And I guess one last mistake I made is when you're going for the good ending, you're actually able to get 2 endings. You're able to get the hidden 4th ending as well. And it's such a bullshit. I call it the troll ending because it's so stupid. So there's this trophy which is granted to you after you view all endings, right? And then there's 3 trophies related to endings also in the trophy set. And it is heavily implied that there are only 3 endings, and when you get the 3rd ending trophy, you're going to automatically get the view all endings trophy. But no, there's a 4th ending, a hidden troll ending, and it's such a troll. It's basically exactly the same as the good ending, but instead of calling to IO at the end, your character, he calls to IO with the really good ending. With the troll ending, he just doesn't. It's just one quick like call out that happens or it doesn't happen. So the difference between those 2 endings is he doesn't, or he or she, whatever you made your character, won't call out to IO, or they will. And it's just such a split second change. And so far as I can tell, that's like the only change that happens there in that ending. It's so stupid. So real stupid. So apparently that counts as an ending, but it's a hidden ending because it doesn't have a trophy associated with it, so I don't even know what the ending's called. Dweller in the Dark is the good ending, and I find it weird that they call it Dwelling in the Dark, because that implies, you know, you're missing out on some information or something. Well, you're not really. Excuse me. You're actually not. I mean, if you would stay in, well, consider this world is a bubble. If you would stay in it, you'd be staying in your bubble, staying in the dark. Well, escaping this world would be seeking to elucidate your worldview, which would be not staying in the dark. So I don't know, Dweller in the Dark is a weird name for the ending, because it's like what you're doing is actually the opposite of dwelling in the dark. You're actually moving to the light. You're seeking knowledge, I guess. You're seeking illumination, or whatever. Where to go? Guess we've been up there. Let's go back to the Root City Center. I think we've been through everything. I hope we have. Well, yeah, it is stupid. Really stupid. So that's why I had to do 6 playthroughs, because 2 characters, didn't realize I had more work to do in the good ending. And I'm again, like, losing my train of thought. But yeah, in the good ending, you're on the good path. You have access to 2 endings at that point on a good path, and you can get them both on one playthrough because of how this game works. Whenever you finish the game and see the credits, you'll be in the end game state, and the end game state allows you to redo the final boss. So in many cases, you're locked in for what kind of ending you're gonna get, because it usually requires, it's based on the successors restoring them or not, and restoring successors is way before the last boss, so there's no way you're not going to accidentally save the game. Actually, is it possible to play through the game without saving it? I'm thinking, take Eva the Sand boss. If you choose to restore, if you're going for the good ending, but you also want the neutral ending and the troll ending in one playthrough, I'm wondering if it's possible. I'm wondering if you can play through the game without saving after that point, because the game really only saves when you rest at missile. So no. Okay, no. I've decided it's not possible. because when you die, they reset you at missile, and they also save the game, because they consider, like, respawning at a missile also is considered resting at the missile. So you'd, from the Eva boss fight onwards, you'd have to never recover your recovery items. You know, if you couldn't rest at missile, you wouldn't be allowed to recover recovery items. You'd never be able to get your... You wouldn't be able to go back to the main hub, which is probably also required to move the story forward. Yeah, never mind. It's an impossibility, unfortunately. Oh shit, nice dodge. So yeah, if you had a manual save option in this game, it would be so easy to get, well, much easier to get all of the different endings, but you don't. Yeah, so when you're playing through the good ending, you just have to not restore any of EO's vestiges, or probably not restore all of EO's vestiges before fighting the end boss, and then you'll get the troll ending where you don't call out to EO at the end, and then when they reset you in the end game state, you just go to your main hub and restore all of EO's vestiges. They're all restored, play through the ending again, and then you'll get the true good ending, which you call out to EO. So that's two endings. The ending that's not that doesn't have a trophy listed, troll ending, which is like all successors restored, but not EO restored. But then you've got the true good ending with all successors restored and EO restored. So, and there's that. The troll ending can be gotten during the good ending. So if you're completely dialed in to the trophy situation even before you start playing the first playthrough, you could play with a minimum of 3 playthroughs. You could probably get all the trophies in the game.
Are we gonna wait for him to pass or what?
But yeah, that's considering you do it all on one character. It's certain trophies just add like a level of complexity to the platinum. But hey, finally got it. Glad I got it. If anyone else is interested in going for it, you know, best way to get to reach me if you're wanting information. Not all the info is out there on the wiki. Like, I've been able to find some decent guides left and right for some single trophies, but a lot of it is not like an ideal strategy or an ideal guide available. Yeah, a lot of the websites where you'd usually find like PlayStation trophies, I think, or PSN trophies, I don't know what it's called. That one usually has good guides on platinums. I don't think anyone's written a guide on that yet, so the game's still quite new, so we don't have like some set in stone perfect trophy walkthroughs. Cheeky. Take this coming through enemies. What am I doing? I'm going into the Code Vein Blight Town. That's where I'm going.
Stay away from the edge, okay?
Down we go.
Pick up something we can use. Watch where you're
Not
going.
really too worried about picking all the items. Just want to get down here. As long as your helper's got enough health left, you can drop down all the way. So long as you don't find the abyss, they'll be able to resurrect you. They've got a really good range on their resurrect link heal. Yeah, I'm being done with Vane. I'm not exactly sure what the game I'll stream next. Which let's play technically I'm gonna do next. Can't decide. I look for games that aren't they can't be too
Just cut straight through the
difficult.
mist.
Like they can't be
Take a bit
too
more than that to
technically
keep us from
difficult,
getting lost.
like full of puzzles. I don't think I'll
Let's take a
ever
break here.
stream or play through a game which has tons of puzzles in it, like the Resident Evil remake, for instance. I know that's gonna have a ton of puzzles in it that I'm just gonna spend forever being stuck on, and I wouldn't know what to talk about while I'm trying to solve these puzzles, because it's like you have
I think we
to
can operate this thing.
think of shit to say, you know? Like you don't want to be sitting there with like absolutely okay, so I have to think, I have to turn my brain on and think how to solve this puzzle, but at the same time I can't just sit here with dead air thinking. I have to say something to people watching. So, you know, I'm not complaining. It's not a complaining thing. It's just like a state of facts. Like it takes a very particular skill set to be able to compartmentalize your brain in, okay, this side of my brain is rambling on about random shit, while the other side of my brain is actually trying to solve this puzzle. And I don't think I have what it takes to do that.
Remember,
Some people can. I'm really bad at trying to solve complex, gamey puzzles while I'm streaming and talking about stuff.
bring it anytime.
But also, the game has to be not completely without narrative. If I'm playing a game that has... If I'm playing... let's say I would do what, like, NL's doing daily Binding of Isaac runs. I don't know what I would talk about. Like, you're doing the same thing over and over again. You're going through the motions. Like, your mind itself isn't going anywhere. Your brain isn't... It's not being... you know, you're not getting new impulses. You're not getting interested in things. Your brain is actually turned off, and you're just going through the motions. You don't have to think about the content you're playing through. You're just playing through it. Just like my old Battle to the Top, Escalator to Heaven runs. Just going through the motions, doing the same thing. Everything you see, you've probably talked about 10 times before, so you're just like... That's the opportunity to talk about random shit. But yeah, can't really think of shit to talk about. You're just talking about my opinion on what's going on in the game. So you want something that's engaging. You want an engaging game with a lot of story stuff happening, some interesting twists, some cool, like in-depth, tricky playstyle, shit like that. I see someone's written something in the comments. I don't have my comments thingamabob open. I'll just pop open the stream bob on the other side here. Let's see. Chat in new window, yes, thank you. And then evacuate as so. Oh hey, Gayenja Johansson. Welcome. Well, I appreciate the compliment. I enjoy rambling. Let's see. Yeah, this is what I consider Code Vein's Blight Town. This game is... It's hard to describe Code Vein. It's difficult to sell it to people because it's so easy to sound negative when you're talking about a game. The game has a lot of really cool... it takes elements from a lot of cool games that do things very right, and it also does things quite right. Beautifully designed. Yeah, it has got a lot of good things, but I definitely say it's like an anime Dark Souls dungeon crawler. I think that describes it extremely well, because a lot of this game reminds you of elements of Dark Souls. Like, a lot. Very much. It has a Zweihander in it, Ornstein and Smo fight, Blight Town is where we are, Anno Londo, and many more things I'm just not thinking about, like the whole bonfire teleporting thing. the fact that there's homeward bones and there's a permanent use homeward bone in the game as well. There's 1,000 little details this game has which are like either directly referential to Dark Souls, particularly Dark Souls 1, or are just completely just ripped off out of Dark Souls 1 straight up, whole cloth. The backstabs. You know, you're fishing for backstabs, you might as well hit them a few times. When you get a stagger, there's a much better chance of you actually nailing the backstab. Oh really? Well, if you're curious, I'm on a like victory lap right now. I've got a whole playthrough of this game on my channel. I streamed through the whole thing. It took me forever to get to some zones. It's one of those, it's a typical Dark Souls thing. You know, your first playthrough takes you 36 to 50 hours or something like that. Something ridiculous. Because it takes you so long to just figure out the systems, get acquainted with the zones and the combat. There's just so much to learn. It's all about Dark Souls games, or Souls-likes, have always been about learning the game and getting good, you could say. And once you've played through your first playthrough, the next playthrough is like a fifth of the length of your first playthrough. It's like a joke how quick you can get through the game. And it's also quite curious how short Souls games or Souls lengths often tend to be. Like if you take a look at the Surge, the first Surge for instance, the place is like an insane labyrinth. The level design is crazy. I don't think I've ever played a game which had level design as crazy as the Surge had. It's just got like levels upon levels of shortcuts built on top of shortcuts into other shortcuts, and then you've got like a series of tubes you walk through, and then you unlock a next series of tubes, and then a new series of tubes, and then you've got verticality too. You've got a series of tubes above the series of tubes you just came from, and then it all looks kind of the same. And then, man, I've got a decent sense of direction in video games, but in the Surge 1 I got lost constantly, and I got a feeling the Surge 2 is going to be no different. But if you consider, let's say you've got a perfect sense of direction, you know exactly where the shortcuts are, you know exactly where the bosses are, the key items, everything, you can easily run through the Surge 1 in a very short time, like a really short time. And it's like that with Dark Souls 1 as well. Like if you consider how quick you can get to the Bells of Awakening, it's actually like you're laser focused. You know exactly the route to go, you just zoom right there, potentially ignoring a lot of enemies on the way. That'll make a huge difference too, just the ignoring of enemies.
Can't say I'd like to stick around long.
What did I... Oh, that's weird. I just got a pop-up I didn't read on time. It's like I unlocked something?
Looks like there's some high ground here.
That's weird.
It'd be nice to have a landmark to use. Enemy spotted.
Hello. Gotcha. A lot of these big enemies are really easy to backstab. Especially these chubby enemies in this game. They're extremely... Their attacks are often extremely forward focused, and they leave their back wide open for you.
Now I can see how far we've gone.
I haven't, have I? What have I been doing? What the hell? I haven't been mastering anything. Yeah, you want to equip all of your passives and actives so you at least master them. Oh my god. Actually, I don't need help up. Acre Strikes. I did want to test Acre Strikes. Well, this game is completely different from in terms of how your character build is. That is a whole complete system in and of itself that is separate from the way Dark Souls does it. like your stats are completely focused on your blood code, which blood code you have equipped. So you can equip a blood code. If we equip Berserker, we'd have A in strength. So we just, it's like a rating in how good your character is for any given stat. This one is A in strength. So that's also like, yeah, it's stat requirements. So it requires A in strength. Wait. Yeah. It has A in strength. So if you have a weapon that requires A plus to wield, you won't be wielding it effectively with this one because this one has A in strength. Stuff like that. So yeah, all of your stats are based on the code you've got equipped. So you can switch easily on the fly from a melee to a caster to a dexterity or a gunner class. And skills from each of those blood codes can be learned and mastered. When there's a little diamond on the top right of the icon, it means you've mastered it, and when there's not, it means you still have to master it. And then it's got like experience, and you need to fill the experience bar by defeating enemies. Defeating enemies doesn't mean you get the killing blow, it's just like enemies die. I think they can die to full damage, your partner can kill them, whatever. Just you have this thing equipped and they die. Means you get experience for those skills. If you're in a spec which has skills that can be mastered but you don't equip them, you're not going to get experience for them. Like for instance, this active IFF is part of the hunter tree. If we were to unequip it, we won't get experience for it. We actually have to equip it. Even if you never use the skill, it just has to be in your equips, and then you'll eventually master it. That's why I was so annoyed at myself that I hadn't equipped most of my skills, because I have done a good amount of killing with no skills getting mastered, which is kind of silly. Do I care about ranged impact or reckless abandon? I'm really just running around and killing stuff with melee and shit. I see, you've followed me, that's cool. What does that do actually when you follow people on PlayStation? Does it just give you a notification when they go live or something? Keep you back. A different mask shows up on your character depending on the type of blood veil you're using. The blue hounds will be more like a wolf snout, which will appear on your character. I actually like the spiky mask. It's like a death's mask that appears above your character.
What's a lantern doing here?
I wonder. I don't know all there is to know about the gun shooting in the game. This is something with higher dexterity scaling. Oh yes, very much so. I'm gonna equip a Nightclaw and do a few shots against an enemy and see how much damage I do versus what this GXH Assault is doing. Because the thing is, the guns are weird in this game. There's no like mage staff weapon. You got a bunch of spells, like fireball, stuff like that. You got a decent amount of spells in this game. But you don't have like a caster, a specific caster-based weapon, except the gun. The gun is most, like you'll see, the most increases in willpower for dark casting on guns. So you can consider guns to be more of a caster weapon. But the thing is, I got a feeling the shots scale with your dexterity and not with your any other stats. So I'm going to check. This one's got a B in willpower. That one's got a C in willpower. An A in dexterity. E dexterity. E dexterity, B willpower. A dexterity, C willpower. So I want to test this on an enemy. You. 166. 166? Okay, reliably 166 every time. Now I'll equip the A dexterity scaling. See how much damage you do. I got active IFF. I've got a ton of Ichor. I might as well use it. Here we go. Find those enemies for me. Skill. Oh. There's got to be mapping around here somewhere.
Can't say I'd like to stick around long.
Active IFF is probably a decent ability to have for this section particularly. This will put enemies on my map if it detects them nearby. It only costs 1 Ichor is the thing. It'll be much less effective even if it costed 2 Ichor. But the fact that it costs just 1, with this build and the amount of Ichor buildup we've got, I could just spam this all day, and if there were enemies nearby I'd detect them all. I don't need it for him, I can see him right there. Okay, so the damage, 166 versus... Oh, of course I've got a shotgun type. How about you? Oh, 166. Well, never mind. Oh, that's curious. The shot damage doesn't change. Oh, Giacomo's dead. Oh, that's bad news. Oh, we might die. Shouldn't really though, I've still got all my heals. Okay, please. Oh no, no, that's breathing. That's good. I'm probably dead. Especially since we're in deep water here. Yeah, sure, do that. I'll get the hell out of here now. I think we're okay. That had no influence on our gun shot damage. I guess I should be happy about it. But still, I don't understand what increases the gun shot damage. Yeah, whatever. Okay, where were you guys? Ah, there. Nemesis. Dodgy. Okay, so now I should have cheaper abilities. 31 Ichor, 30, 28. I don't think so. It's not doing what it should. Ichor Strikes. Reduces the Ichor cost of weapon attacks while you are focused. Does it though? What does it mean by weapon attacks? Does it mean weapon skills? I was shooting, and a reduced cost for a 1 cost should mean 0 cost, free. Or maybe it's rounded up to the nearest. Maybe if it was something that cost 3, it would cost 2. The charge shot costs 2. I'll try that out. I'll get into like rage mode. Okay. Missed me a bunch of times. Gotta test it out for science. Okay. You can also hit me, but it's too dangerous. Yeah, more dangerous. Okay, so just... Oh, okay. The charge costs... the charge shot cost is 1 instead of 2. So it does reduce the cost of things, but it cannot go like probably below 1. I guess it's -1 cost for Ichor. Unless if it would be free, and then it wouldn't do anything. You're moving just out of range, aren't you? This thing travels slowly. Sure. See if I care. I think he's aware of us again. Oh, sneak around the corner. I think he's there. Yeah, is that him? Nope. Yep. Got him. Yeah, he was just asking if he could back stuff in here. Easy. Actually, considering that our character is just wearing that bra, we're getting a very nice lack of clipping on our visuals here. It fits nicely. No clipping, the hair is not clipping, the mask not clipping through anything. None of the clothes are clipping through the blood veil. This game, it's something that's not in the game, and lately I'm more of the opinion of if it's not in the game from the start, then like don't give them credit and even add it to the game. If a game has a physical copy and they have to fix it after the fact, well, why praise it? I mean, sure, okay, they fixed something that was an issue with the game. It'll increase your enjoyment of the game for when you're playing it. But imagine when the servers go down, we're on PlayStation 6, you know, they don't have PlayStation 4, you can't download shit from PlayStation 4 anymore. It's bound to happen at some point. How are you going to download that day one patch that fixes your broken game you've got a physical copy for? Sure, you'll always be able to play your game because you've got the physical copy, but you're not going to be able to play the game with all of its fixes that happened after the fact because they realized all this shit was broken. Well, anyway, I'm getting off on a tangent here. But something that should have been implemented into the game was the option to turn off your blood veils. Because there's so much fashion souls going on with this one. The character creator has been widely praised by everyone who's played it and everyone who's criticized the game. But the problem is, you find these coats that you wear over your look, and it just you can even fashion souls look like here. This one, for instance. They start you off in the Queenslayer Claw, and you put all that effort into making your character. You may already have a coat or a cloak, and this thing just completely overlaps and sometimes even overrides your body customization. Here's another coat. Like this one even goes right through your leggings, and it clips through it as well a little bit. Here's a coat that you wear over your customization. It's just silly. It's a shame that like you can spend so much time making a really cool character and then you have to put this ugly coat over your creation. It's they should have the option to turn off blood veils visually, just like World of Warcraft has the option to turn off your hats visually if you want to run around showing your character's face. It's just it's an overlooked design thingamajig, and we already pulled that lever because the flame's already coming out. Yeah, I've got a few gripes with the game, and one of my major gripes is that the fashion souls is a little bit ruined by the blood veils. There's got to be mapping around here somewhere. Unless I just missed it. It's you, isn't it? It's gotta be. Well, here goes nothing. I'm probably gonna die. This is quite a tough enemy. And we're fighting in the mud. Ooh, sweet. Oh, backstab. That is such a bullshit attack. Comes out of nowhere. Way too fast. Assassin. Fishing for backstab. Okay. Not a very not a very fair fight. Not a very clean win, but I just wanted to kill. Oh shit. Oh no. I haven't been upgrading my weapons at all. That'll make the game even harder. Oh, there's 3 of them? Okay, I guess I'm dead. Oh, and I've painted myself in a corner. Oof. Oh well. Yeah, I haven't been doing any weapon upgrading at all. Also, I'm not exactly sure where this build is going. I want to play ranged, but not spellcaster. But I'm not even sure if that's a thing you can do early on. Okay, so the build, it's called B+ for dexterity and B+ for mind. That's not bad. I mean, it's close to having A dexterity, A willpower. And the guns do scale usually off dexterity and willpower. So this one's got C and C for dex and willpower. I've been ignoring a lot of items lying around. Maybe there have been guns that are really good that I've not been picking up. Now, if you know which items that your helpers want early on, it's possible to get a helper weapon very early in the game, and it can be a huge boost to your killing power. We don't have Mia yet. It's going to be a while till we get her, so we don't have access to her gun, which is a really good one. Yeah, I don't know much about the guns. I haven't been paying attention to where they've been located. I know this zone is okay for dexterity items. I think there's a good sword you can find, a good dex sword. Oh wait, I don't need to go there. Oh shit, I've been locked out. This game disguises its loading. It loads areas by having a long corridor leading from one area to the next. And it's a huge, you know, smoke and mirrors disguise for its loading screen. Actually, pretty much the very moment you leave an area and you're moving to the next one, they'll put this smoke screen behind you, and this area will unload, unpack, and then they'll start building up the next area. And you also see a lot of lag as you're running through from one area to the next. It's just it's charming because it's so obvious. Got a pound cake. Great. What to do? Well, I've lost all of my haze. I should probably recover some and see if I can learn some spells or something. Okay, that's hardly anything. We should go and recover my souls, but I'm gonna have a look here first. Okay, we could learn Hunting Feast. Actually, acquiring Haze, acquiring Ichor has not been a thing I've needed. I've been running around with more Ichor than I know what to do with. I just lack the ranged attack options. Oh, Overdrive. Temporarily increases you and your partner's attack. The effect ends when you take damage. Imagine that. Does that mean, okay, it ends when you take damage, but not when your partner takes damage? So imagine this is an infinite attack increase for your helper, as long as you make sure to never get hit. Probably not how it works. Active, if this was passive, I'd be okay with it. Shadow Assault. Short range charge. Okay.
We should probably
Wouldn't
move.
mind having that. Can I awaken it? I can only use one awake though. Increases damage you deal by the special drain parry back attack. Extra back attack damage. Damn, that's good too. Yeah, at the moment I feel like Ranger just is a very lackluster. You don't have much abilities for range, but then I don't think you really ever do. Once you unlock Mia, you get like this ranged attack combo, but it locks you into the combo for a really long time. So yeah, I don't know, like, what is it based off? Just having a gun which has really good stat scaling, and then just leveling it up very much, and then doing what? What would you do with all the Ichor? Buffing your allies? Healing? Yeah. It seems like the Ranger type playstyle in this game is really just reliant on being support. Yeah, I can't see it being strong at all in comparison to like the straight up big sword rush in and smash opponents, or even the strong like magic caster, because the magic caster also has an upgraded gun and can also shoot, you know. So like, why would you ever, you know, I just can't see it being a build. That's what I'm saying. The hunter build with just like shooting at a distance. Also don't have a good gun. This is a shotgun type and not like a sniper type, because the bullets disappear after a short range. Well, with a sniper they just keep going for a long time. You can pick off enemies at a range, which is what you want to do with guns. Hunter Feast.
No harm in being
Okay,
prepared.
it's active. Doesn't seem to pop up on the Yakumo though. So Mia's got like an improved version of it, which will also give your partner the Ichor Drain effect. And pretty much an imperfect build here. I'm thinking, why shouldn't I just go to caster and hit them with spells instead? B plus willpower, also B plus willpower, okay. But we've got the quick movement speed in this build, don't we? Or normal movement? No, we don't even have quick movement. Uh-huh. Oh no. Ah, that's stupid. I see, yeah. So your GXH Assault Coat, which gives you a decent amount of willpower, yeah, stat scaling, is like the best caster stat scaling coat so far. Has got a too high strength requirement to be able to use in caster build. That's unfortunate. Though Hunter's got B plus willpower as well, so you might as well move from caster to hunter, and then you can use the code. Just trying to figure things out. So like, what am I doing? Caster. Blazing Roar. Okay, fire damage, Dark Impulse. Relatively cheap, sure. I guess I'll go back to Caster quickly until I learn these things. Yeah, like, is a hunter playstyle even viable? I don't know. Bigger strikes. I'm very close to mastering a couple of these abilities. I think I'll go get one kill, master those abilities, pop on Caster playstyle. Go back to that build. Go recover my haze. Go back to base, level up a weapon, do something. Really only have to return once in preparation for a boss fight. I'm probably gonna cut the stream after I reach the boss here. This area is ridiculously easy to run through if you're not trying to map it out. You've already got access to the map, which you would in the New Game Plus cycles. Mastered everything. Okay, go to Caster. I don't want to be in Caster for too long. The only reason I'm going to Caster is to master these Caster style abilities so I can use them in Hunter, because it looks like Hunter is actually a better version of Caster. C+. I'll stick with Nightclaw. Yeah, it only had those two abilities that I want to master, and that's about it. Okay. Yeah, seems fine. Venom, sure, why not? Yeah, I can get through this zone really quick. But the thing is, New Game Plus is not a regular New Game. All the items you'd be skipping, you kind of want. You don't want to skip them because they'll help you. They're upgrade items, unlock items. Sometimes new weapons and armor are just lying around. Although usually they're in chests.
Okay, that's one fight.
Are they always in chests? Actually, I think they are. Only enemies will sometimes drop their weapon. Come to think of it. Nah, just checking. Lost bayonet. I probably picked up this bayonet from a lost. Oh no, these guys killed me last time. Yakumo, help me. Kill them. Is he doing alright? Yeah. I may have to. Oh no. I'm Yakumo, do something. I can see you. Sometimes, you know, when you're struggling in the game, this game has really good helpers. Usually has amazingly good helpers. But every now and then when you're struggling, you should just like turn your character to your helper and look what they're doing. Quite often they're just doing bug all, just standing around being useless. Sometimes they're useful, quite often they're useful, but just like, look at them, pretty often they just know not what to do. And this is one of those moments. I'd be okay if this big guy was not nice, but he is. And there's another one. Yeah, okay. Damage control mode. Just going to try and move as close as I can back to the bonfire. Choose my final resting ground. Oh my god. Yakumo has been defeated. I bet you, I could just imagine how he got defeated too. There's like one stupid ball rolling on him constantly. then he just got wiped out by one big guy. Just couldn't deal with how he has to dodge those sea urchins. Well, I got my souls or haze back. That's what I wanted. I think I could really quickly speedrun this game in New Game Plus. Because you have your map still mapped out on New Game Plus. You've picked up all the items, so you don't need to pick up anything anymore. You let me down, Giacomo. Why? Also, I haven't leveled up at all. Should probably level up a little bit. To level 10, sure. There we go. Yeah, like, not being level 1 could also help me to not die. Doesn't influence much. Damage increase, health and stamina increase. Level 1 playthroughs could be quite easy on this game because they don't at all influence your defensive stats, and there are builds where you can make an incredibly tanky character, so you wouldn't have much health, but you would have a lot of damage mitigation because you can have, like, your armor is not based on your stats at all, so it does mean that you can have like super tanky armor that will take very little damage in the end game, especially like, yeah, there's some of the heavier armors in this game, and the tank builds, the strength builds, are all about having a lot of poise and being able to block a lot of damage. So it could be quite possible doing a soul level 1 playthrough.
Oh, good timing.
Okay, how about
What do you wanna
upgrade
upgrade?
my shit? The gun, yeah, sure. Till I find a better one. Actually, I know, like, running through the game, I know pretty much how to run through very quickly, but I don't know a lot of weapon locations. Don't know where to get all the strong weapons.
Which
Still
blood veil do you want to upgrade?
got a lot to learn about the game. Even though I'm pretty much done with it, having the platinum. I know. I can solve it by just watching a bunch of Let's Plays. That's what I'll do. Okay, so we're slightly upgraded. Could probably level up a bit more. Okay, let's go back to Code Vein's Blight Town. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what game I'll be playing through after this one. There's a couple of contenders. I think Dragon's Dogma, maybe? Or Oninaki? I played a little Oninaki on the Switch. Seemed like a fun game. Also quite hack and slash. I've already done Blasphemous and Bloodstained. I really enjoyed those. I still have to get the platinum for Blasphemous and Bloodstained. Blasphemous, I watched Indie Mouse's Blasphemous. I guess his like entertaining snapshots. And man, he saw a lot in that game that I never even saw. He saw bosses I'd never seen. He saw, well, not bosses, but they were like some kind of challengey gauntlet type thing. He saw NPCs I'd never seen before, cutscenes I'd never seen. He saw a lot in that game that I missed. Like somewhere towards the end I picked up like the first, second and third of something. I don't remember exactly what, but it did give me the impression that it was useful for something. But then I just moved on to the end game and killed the final boss without like figuring out what those you know, those numbered items did. Apparently let's do something with it. definitely gonna have to look up a guide of how to get the platinum on Blasphemous. There's a lot of secrets I don't know how to figure out. The thing is, in some games it's fun to try and solve the secrets yourself, but Blasphemous has this problem where it's just really tricky to get through the world. Like it's every room is a challenge to get through. It's a struggle. Like you're struggling. It's a like puzzle platformer as much as it is an action hack and slash. So you're running through rooms and you're trying to figure out the layout. You're trying to deal with the enemy placement and the platforming at the same time, and it's really tricky. It's tough to get through. Like it really challenges you, and it never really gets super easy. Sure, you do get more heals the further in the game you get, but there's quite a lot of instant death moments and pitfalls and stuff, so it's quite difficult to traverse through the game. It doesn't have enough teleport or easy travel points. And it's games like that, like Metroid style games, which have very combat which never gets easier, or instant death, or tough travel, which is not that fun to try and figure out, like the secrets of the world. Because if you're just trying to get from A to B and you keep dying, you're revisiting, so it's not like you're doing anything really entertaining, like you're seeing new rooms and new enemies all the time. No, you're just revisiting places you've been, but you're struggling to get there, and that's the experience. So I probably will just like look at guides on how to get further in Blasphemous and figure out the trophy. Oh, great. Max this one out. Go back to Hunter. What have I got here? Spoiler Spotter, I don't care about Spoiler Spotter or Active IFF. Screw those.
Make sure you're good and set.
Binding. I don't know. You and your partner? No, unfortunately not. So don't care about it. Although, oh, it is mastered. Never mind. Okay. Blazing. Now that we've mastered Blazing Roar in Caster, I can equip it in any spec. I'm going to equip it in Hunter, because Hunter's got the same stat scaling for offensive spells in Willpower. I mean, they've got the same Willpower. So Hunter's got a B+ for Willpower, and so does Caster. So that means that Hunter spec is actually just as good using Caster magic as Caster spec is. But it's just better in every other aspect. It's got higher... what's it got? Yeah, it's just got better other stats. Particularly dexterity and strength, and I needed better strength to be able to equip the coat that I wanted to wear. Okay, this one, GXH Assault +3. Great. Blood Sacrifice over here, because I never use it. There we go. Anything else that needs mastering, or needs being used? Flame Spike, Light, Scaling. Yeah. Blazing Roar is probably cost 6. The Roar spells are pretty strong. They're 6 cost. You'll get them in every element. The Electric is a bit of a weird one. It takes you a long time to find. I think the Electric you get from the successor of the Ribcage. Good ending. Restore the successor of the Ribcage if you want the lightning shit. But yeah, I mean, I think you get it from there, probably. Yeah, it's a roar. Never mind me. You have a roar of every element: blood, frost, fire, lightning, everything. I think the Caster can be a really good. It might not be the strongest against bosses, but Caster is pretty decent at dealing with certain situations, like clearing out ambushes or killing really heavy enemies from a distance relatively safely. The only downside to it is that you need a much better knowledge of the game. Like, every enemy's got their strengths and weaknesses, and playing through as a caster, my caster playthrough, a lot of the boss early boss attempts were just me going up against the boss over and over again, hitting him with different elements, trying to find out what their elemental weakness is. And it's just like 5 or 6 attempts at the boss, dying over and over again, just hitting them with different spells, comparing the numbers, seeing what does the most damage. Because they've got both weaknesses and resistances, so you can't just have a whole bunch of different elements equipped, and it's not so easy to on the fly during a boss fight decide what's strong and what's not against them, because your helper will also do damage, and you'll see their numbers build up on the boss as well as your numbers, so you can't hit them with a fire spell and afterwards a frost spell and then just compare those numbers, because your helper will be wailing on the boss too, messing with the numbers. So yeah. And here we are, mapping. That's what I was looking for. There's got to be another extension back too. So. Sweet mercy. Finally got part of the map. And I think I'm going to just ignore, like, full exploration now. I don't care what's in the rest of this world. I've got what I want. I'm just gonna go. I know where to go to get to the end of this level, and I'm gonna go there. Yeah, this definitely is the Code Vein Blighttown. Okay, checking the map. I say I know where to go, but I'm not sure anymore. I know it was somewhere around the center point, where there was a way you could go further. But I've got a feeling that the parts of the map that are explored and not explored, it's going to be done in such a way that... is it here? Oh no. I think they're tricking me. Yeah. From the missile, there's got to be an equally large amount of area on the right as on the left. That's just everywhere. Just everywhere. If you're going with a heavy two-handed sword playthrough, all you really have to do is run up on it in the base a couple times and you're dead. Okay, where am I? It's got to be around here somewhere. We're moving off the map. This is probably the way to go. You can do it now. Fight my fight I think this is the way. Yeah, this is the way. So, it is kind of in the center. I remember running through this place over and over again. It's kind of in the center, but not really. It's a little bit to the left. I mean, if you look at the entrance missile, it's a bit to the left from the entrance missile, but it's still very centered in on the entire zone. You'll unlock the map in like almost quadrants. You'll have the bottom left and then the bottom right you can unlock, and then the top left, top right, something like that. But once you find this route, you pretty much, I think you're set. I mean, if you played through already, you know which way to go. So we've got the cutscene with Mia here, introduction. I think I'll let it play. Grab a coffee or warm it up.
All right. I'm currently tracing the spring's flow. Just hold on. Give me a moment.
What is this mysterious yellow liquid you're pouring onto my tree?
What's going on here?
We have to go back to the old city ruins. There must be something we missed there.
Every time we discover one of
Anyway,
these...
let's get going.
seems to be pointing back to the old city ruins somehow. Every time. Old city ruins with physical ruins.
Searching for blood beads on your own? That's awfully bold.
Listen, no one here wants this to
The game
turn
actually has
violent,
quite a few,
so just hand
like,
over your blood beads.
memeable moments in it.
What if we don't want to?
That's hilarious shit. I think the earliest memes that you'll see in the game is pretty much like the second, yeah, the moment you get out of the tutorial, the second intro cutscene, if you consider EO sitting over you as your character opens their eyes.
Get away from me!
When you get to the tree, the first,
Nicola! What are you doing
the first
Because you...
blood spring or whatever it's called, when EO says everybody's
verge of a
thirsty.
frenzy.
That's pretty much the
That's
first
why you want
big
the blood
meme
beads, isn't
moment.
it?
Pretty much gets puts a smile on every
If you lay a finger
everyone's
on
face
him,
who's playing the game.
I'll carve out your heart.
'Cause, yeah, I mean it's one of those yeah, I don't know. It's like a Twitch streamer like kind of
That's
joke.
for him. Give it to him quick.
No. You haven't
The
had
audience
anything to drink,
thirsty for the
Don't be
plots,
silly.
the amazing
Go
plot
on,
this
it's
game
for
has to
you.
offer. Don't be silly, eat it. It's just blood, drink it. You're a vampire now. Deal with it. I don't care if you don't like the taste of blood. you will learn to like it, because it's the only thing you're eating from now on.
Like I even care about that.
I don't know. Different vampire lores. I hope we've got the keys required.
Looks important.
Is there a key required? No. Well, yeah. In any case, I've got a bunch of games that I still need to platinum, but they're not necessarily games that I also want to play through. I've written down a bunch. I've checked my trophies. Some of these are more trouble than they're worth, I'm sure. But Blasphemous, Bloodstained, definitely looking forward to getting those 2 platinums. Risk of Raid 2, not sure if I can get that one, if I got the skills needed to get it. Borderlands 2, I've been needing to get for ages. I've done everything else needed. The only thing I need now is simple, get all the maps and play through all of the side quests. So those are the trophies I've still got remaining. Every area mapped and every single side quest in the game. I'm a bit worried about that last one. Every side quest complete. Hollow Knight, that game scares me. The final trophies are to get through like the Pantheon of the Gods and shit like that. Don't know if I have the skills required to get through that one.
Got something we can use?
What else is there? SteamWorld Dig. I've had that for a long time. Really appreciate that game. Very cool pick up and play game. Yeah. And yeah, I do appreciate the game, so I should have... That is not a backstab, that's a front stab. What the hell? For some reason this guy often glitches out in the backstab animations. I've got a glitched out video from this mob. I'm probably gonna add to my compilation. Well, he has a key for this thing. How lucky us that the key master for this locked door is right next to the locked door. This game actually does quite a lot of that. Having keys to doors right next to the door itself. Silly. Why? I can do this from a much longer range. What am I doing? Oh, really? What is this, a cover shooter? Get him, Yakima.
Bring it any time.
Don't let him play mind games with you. Okay, we might not get mapping, but we will find all the keys. The enemy guarding this next key is not worth the hassle. Where exactly is he? Here. That one. He's a tough cookie. I don't want to fight him. He's very much not worth the hassle. He's got that one. He's got that crazy charge attack with almost no telegraphing. And he's got this AoE, crazy AoE blast attack that'll mess you up. Oh, actually, I wanted a plunging attack. Give me plunging attack. Yes. Yes. Backstab? No? No. Are we okay? No, we're not okay. Yeah, this enemy is very much not worth the trouble. Yeah, we'll do that crazy AoE explosion bullshit. Well, it is like non-telegraph target. Homing water globules that are not even, we can't even see. What are you doing? Really? That hit me? What the hell? Bullshit. Well, I tried. He's just a really tough enemy. He's very, like the first time I encountered this one, he must have got 2 or 3 kills on me. He's got a very dangerous moveset. Very dangerous. The charge attack, the AoE explosion, homing water bullshit. Tough cookie. Tough to deal with. Have to throw a lot of effort into getting the kill on this one. Not worth it. He guards the key, but you don't need to kill him for the key. He's just lying next to him. We picked up the eagle key. That's what he's guarding. We need that to open the gate. Just going back for my souls. What else is on the menu? SteamWorld Dig. I just appreciate that. It's a good toilet game. You know, pick up and play, go on the toilet. It's it's a very simple, habitual game. Like you're very easy to pick up and play. It's just like what are you doing in the game? You're digging down and trying to survive and trying to pick up the gems and gold that's lying underground. So it's very, you don't have to think much about when you're playing that game. You just dig down, pick up all the shinies, go back up, upgrade, making it easier to dig down, then you go back down and dig more. It's very simple, but enjoyable. And it's got some trophies that are probably quite tricky to get. You could say, beat the game without ever dying. Dying happens quick in that game. Like you can dig the wrong rock, or you can create a chain reaction with rocks falling down, crushing weaker rocks. You could be stuck under there. There's dynamite, there's explosives. It's not as bad as Spelunky in terms of unexpected deaths. If you're playing very safe, you can pretty much play through the game without dying. But it does require some, paying attention. Then it's also got a trophy related to getting to the end really quick. And I don't know. It's definitely, I'm definitely open to trying to get that platinum. It's also on the PlayStation Vita, which is always nice to play, handhelds. Is this where it came from? Yeah. Okay, so this away, probably? Yeah, there it is. Shadow of the Colossus Remastered. I could play through that. Actually, that could be on the menu to stream through. That's a game I'm pretty well acquainted with. I've got it.
Where's the boy? If he wandered off, we should search for him.
Yeah, I've got the platinum trophy for it. You could say I double platinumed it, because when it was out on PS2, I got pretty much everything related to the platinum needed, except for having the stamina to reach the hidden area, which I should probably not spoil. I do too much spoiling about other shit while I'm while I'm just, I don't know. It's something I should pay more attention to not just randomly spoil everything I've ever seen. But yeah. I did, at the very least, do the boss rush, and I got the gold trophy on every hard mode boss rush. And I think that's really difficult to do, because some of them are ridiculous. They give you 3.5 minutes for Colossus free, which is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, just look up, if you want to see some crazy shit, or a crazy, ridiculous in-game challenge, look up Time Attack, I don't know what they'd call it, Colossus free. I don't know the names of the Colossus anymore, the Colossi. But the third Colossus, he's a tall guy standing on a very high perch, like a bird's nest. He's got a long sword too. Oh yeah, he's ridiculous. The amount of, like, I've got a feeling when it comes, you see it in like time attack modes or time challenge modes in old school games. Often I got a feeling like, okay, one or two of the developers who are really good at the game, they played through the Colossus, in this case the Colossus fight, or there's a lot of games which have like time attack, have like Crash Bandicoot.
Got something we can use?
Yeah, it's Crash Bandicoot, probably other games, but
Always look forward to this.
Spyro, I don't know. You've got games which had time attack modes, time challenges, and I feel like back in the day, the way they would test it, it would be just like one developer playing through, and they would, I'd imagine, they would just be like, okay, I'm not going to try hard this, I'm going to just, you know, I'll do one attempt or two attempts, and I'll see what my best time is on one of those two attempts, and I'll take a little bit of time off of that. But I feel like someone on the Shadow of the Colossus development team, whoever was testing it, is just ridiculously good at that, specifically that third Colossus. And he put down a time which is so impossible to beat, it's ridiculous. It's like, it's really 3.5 minutes, and if you've fought Colossus free, it sometimes takes you like a few minutes just to get the hell on the Colossus. Just getting on the Colossus takes a bunch of time, and then you have to finish him off. Wait, do I not have the moss covered key? Do I need the moss covered key? You know, when you're playing New Game Plus, you can see where the ground is, so I've got a feeling you don't even have to lower the water level. But now we don't have mapping, so
Can't say I'd like to stick around.
damn. Oversight. I know where it is. We have to kill one of those big heavies to get the key. I just forgot about it.
Moving out.
Yeah, I think whoever was in charge of Colossus 3, and who is it, 14? It's one of the later ones. He looks like a yeti. He crawls out from a valley. He crawls out from a valley. He's one of the taller ones, and I don't know. He's just a serious challenge. There's a lot of hoops you have to jump through to kill him. Yeah, there are two specific Colossuses who are going to be an absolute hell to deal with on the hard time attack. And I've already done it twice. I did it once for no trophy on PlayStation 2 version, and then on the remastered I did it again for the trophy, and I'm pretty sure it was hell again. So yeah, I would be open to play through Shadow of the Colossus, or stream through Shadow of the Colossus, because I've got good and bad memories of that game. Yeah, actually going for Platinum for Shadow of the Colossus would be, yeah. The amount of effort I put into Code Vein would pale in comparison to the amount of effort you need to put into Shadow of the Colossus. If you want to climb your way to like the secret area,
We're bogged down here.
which also has trophies related to it, it's really just a test of patience. You can increase your stats by eating those fruits and lizard tails. So what you could do is you could go for the fruit and lizard tail trophy on the same save as you're going through to get to the like one secret area. And once you've got all the lizard tails and fruits, it's still like X amount of playthroughs required to get the stamina needed to have enough stamina to climb all your way to the secret area without losing stamina. And it's really crazy because it's one of those weird things. You've got like this stamina meter on your screen, and after X playthrough, your stamina meter goes so far off the screen it looks really weird. Shadow Colossus stamina meter. And you need that ginormous stamina meter to get past like the long climb to the secret area. Also, yeah, pretty trophy. It's just like, there's a couple of things, and it was a really weird it was a weird experience going for Shadow Colossus Platinum. All lizard tails. Hunting lizards. Shadow Colossus. The gold time attack. Yeah. Really challenging trophies. I wonder how many people have the platinum for the ICO collection Shadow Colossus. I could look it up. I think I've got the website open here. I do. Depends how fast my computer wants to work.
Healing doesn't look too good.
Yeah, I did get Shadow of the Colossus Remastered, because I really appreciate the developers and it's one of my favorite games. Maybe one of, if not my favorite PS2 game. It's just a beautiful game. It's very serene, like very awe-inspiring. You're in this large open world, you're like the only person running around there, there's a bunch of colossuses, it's just, it doesn't even have that much nature in it, it's just like a world, it's just like a world at the edge of the world, you know, there's nothing there, it's just you and like the vast empty world, just, I don't know, it does something to you. Put you in an interesting brain space.
Oh, missile. Luck at last. You're safe for now, at least.
Oh, you lost interest? How come? You mean you played the game and you lost interest in going for a platinum? Or did you just not, were not interested in playing the game at all? It's got some beautiful music, absolutely beautiful. Like, some of the music in Code Vein in the boss fights reminded me of Shadow of the Colossus music. This attack pretty much does count as a dodge. Just use it to dodge through one of this, the R1 triangle. Yeah, that's a dodge. It has iframes. Well, I'd say it's just a beautiful experience, really. It's just like, I don't know. Yeah, like, you got just like this extremely atmospheric, the visuals and the music are beautiful, breathtaking. If you boil it down, it really is, it's like a game which only has boss fights. You've got X amount of colossi and what's his name? I forget the name of the character. It's so, like, you have to research what the name of the horse, the name of the main character, and then people's names are, like, out of the game, because it's so minimalistic. You won't, it's like, it's not about your main character. Like, sure, he's trying to save the life of his betrothed, who is dead, and he's going to the world's edge to, you know, well, that's like the very intro cutscenes, they'll let you know that you've escaped from some, like, from civilization, and it's very, like, shamanistic and tribal, and they know of this land where the gods rule or something, where there's like, you know, it's a land, a forbidden land, and that's where Shadow of the Colossus plays. And you're not supposed to be there, it's the land of the gods or something. And it's blasphemous by just going there, and you're going there to bring this girl back to life. That's your goal, and like, what's he called? Yeah, what is the name of that character? God damn.
You aren't too hard to work with.
I should know. It's Nimrod spelled backwards. Shit. Nimrod, Dorman. Yeah, Dorman. So Dorman, I think, is the name of the godlike character who speaks to you from the heavens. He says, go out and kill the Colossi, and then I'll grant your wish, something like that. And yeah, he says he needs the power of the Colossi to grant your wish, otherwise you can't do it. So you go out and kill the majestic beasties roaming in the world, and it's just like, it's a weirdly, it's like, I don't know, like, it's a meditative experience almost. Like you're running around in a very minimalistic experience. You can just hear the sound of, like, sometimes there's music in the background. Yeah, there's not much HUD clutter going on. Your character, there's not much dialogue. There's no one speaking. There's just you in the wide open world, and it's a very unique experience, very unique. And yeah, it's a boss fighting, a large boss fighting arena. You'll move from one huge boss fight to another. You will be doing the same kind of thing over and over again, but it's got a lot of hidden secrets, and it's got a lot of yeah, it's got a lot of crazy things in the game. Like, you'll see every now and then, like, I saw a turtle, and you can sit on the ground, and you can stab things, and you can stab the turtle, and it would go in his shell. Every now and then you'll see your horse walking to a pool of water and drinking from it. You can grab onto things, like you can grab onto sides of walls, you can climb up places you wouldn't think you could climb up. You could grab onto fish and birds and do some weird things like that. Like, there's this bird who keeps following you around, and if you, I remember there's this bridge that if you cross it, the birds will jump, he'll swoop in right above you, and you can kind of stand up on your horse and jump up and grab hold of the bird that's following you. And your character is so light, and the birds can carry him around, and fish can kind of drag him around through the water. It's got quite a few secrets, and I was subscribed to a few channels who like explained all those secrets to me. I don't know, Wandering Colossus or something. I don't know, some channel with Colossus in its name. Had a lot of it's a surprising, it's got a surprising cult following. Like, people have been following that game for a long time. And I picked up the newest game from the series, like the one with the big Trico monster. I never played it. I must confess. I just, like, the things I heard about it, they said it was like, it had really awkward and annoying controls. Maybe I should play it. Maybe I should. Maybe it isn't as bad as I've heard it is. But I'm worried to get into it because I know how much I liked Ico and Shadow of the Colossus. I really don't want to, you know, ruin my experience with that world.
Fire.
Here we go. Here's some cutscene.
Where'd he run off to?
No, no.
These ashes are the boys.
Something's coming.
And here's an interesting boss introduction. That's a leg. I think this might have been one of the demo bosses. Or this boss was revealed pretty early on gameplay footage of a fight against her. I should go back and rewatch that early footage because I had a really strange impression from that early footage. It feels like the game we see now is less polished than the footage we saw early on. But I haven't like rewatched it, so I can't really say for sure. I know this boss is pretty upset. She's charging up. I should have attacked her there because she probably had a damage reduction while she was doing it. Oh no. Okay. I think it's possible to get Mercury blood code before dealing with this boss, allowing you to have the slow removal spell. Having the slow remove spell is really strong for her, because you'll often build up slow on you, and you don't want to be slowed because of this bullshit that has the power to one-shot you and your companion in one go. Get hit by one too many of her spells and you'll be completely slowed, and then you'll have trouble dodging all of her bullshit. This bullshit. And yeah, you get Mercury, Coco's blood code. She has an anti-slow, or like a slow remove ability, which will remove both slow on you and your partner. Quite useful. Okay, I think he's getting his ass kicked. Oh, it's my turn. She's kicked my ass so many times. I can't tell you how often this goes back in watch my stream playthrough to see how often she's kicked my ass. Like, we're not guaranteed to win either. If we try down once, we might be screwed. Because of how bad Yakumo's doing. I mean, he's not in a good state. He's been tanking a lot. So, okay, we got it. Yeah, if your partner is doing all of has got most of the aggro, you might feel like you're doing really well, but one KO might be the end, because your partner may not have enough health to revive you. And I've had so often in this game that you're on the floor and the screen is going dark, you're ready to be revived, but they've still got the boss on them, and they may not have enough health to revive you, they need to heal, etc, etc. And then they'll shoot that like reviving link heal at you just at the moment your screen goes black and you reset to the previous point back. So quite often you see them try but fail to revive you at the last minute in a fight that you feel like is going really well because the boss has not been on you but has been on your helper most of the time, and you've been kicking ass kind of, not been taking too much hits, but then your helper is just in a very bad state and is not able to heal you. Some are worse than others. Yo needs a lot of health to be able to revive you, so quite often I've had her let me die. Especially if the battle drags on and they've also lost a lot of health and gone through a lot of regen. Ah, Skyrim. Yeah, that's a cool game.
Mia,
It's got a lot of glitches in it though. I love how if you're going for the trophy set in Skyrim, half of the guides to getting the trophy is how to evade all of the glitches and not lock yourself into, like, lock yourself out of getting a quest done. One that comes to mind is the Blood in the Snow quest line to get your house in that one place. What's it called? Windhelm? Helm's Deep? No, Windhelm. Gotta be Windhelm. Yeah. It's a really cool house. I like the Windhelm house. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think I'm mostly... I don't know how many houses you can get besides the homestead expansion, where you have to put in all the effort to make your own house. Because yeah, that is the best house you can get, but it's still a bit wonky, isn't it? Like, not everything will load properly and some items could disappear. I don't think it's 100% safe storage, and the fact that you build it yourself can cause issues, you know, while an in-game built, already available house like the one in Windhelm and like, what's the other place called? I forget, it's been a long time since I played Skyrim. I was going for the platinum, and if you look at my trophies, I'm, I mean, it's called Doomepitaph Stream for a reason. Doomepitaph is my PlayStation account name. If you check my trophies for Skyrim, I've got a lot of the difficult ones, and I'm only missing like 2 trophies. One is finish the main story, and the other one is finish the Civil War. I've done like everything but the main story. I've played through all of the expansions. I don't think I've got all of the trophies for all of the expansions, but I've definitely seen the Dragonborn ending of that expansion. I've seen the ending of the vampire expansion as well. But for some odd reason, I keep getting sidetracked, and I can never finish the main story in Skyrim. God knows why. I don't know how long the main story takes. But usually somewhere along the way I'm like, ooh, the College of Winterhold. Let's go there. Let's become a mage. Let's become a master caster. Or, oh look, Daedric artifacts. Let's collect all the Daedric artifacts. I always get sidetracked with some stupid thing, and I never manage to finish the actual main story, so I've never... I mean, I think I've seen the ending, because it's just an old game and everyone's made videos of it, so I've seen the ending, but I haven't experienced it myself. I've always gotten sidetracked with other things. Also, because of the crafting loop, where you can pretty much make a broken, overpowered character, you know, with like infinite regen, 0 magic costs, you know, you can get those impossibly strong enchants and impossibly high. Yeah, like, I would definitely make sure that my character could carry a lot of weight, have 3 destruction casts magic, and I don't know if it was health or stamina regen, but I'd probably mess around with that too. And yeah, I'd go through the casting loop, you know, having maxed out blacksmithing and maxed out enchanting and alchemy. Ooh, I would go through that and make a completely broken, overpowered character. And oddly enough, at that point is usually when I lose interest in the game and stop playing. Strangely enough. But that's something an issue I struggle with in many games, where I just lose interest in the game once my character is complete. Because, yeah, I don't know, it's one of those things. Like, I consider when a character is when the build is completely perfect, you've built your character how you want. That is usually my main goal in any game, more so than reaching the ending. And yeah, quite often that causes me to lose interest in playing through the story further. With quite a few games. Dark Souls has the same issue. It's like, okay, I've got my character built, what now? Like, I don't know, I could go over the finish line, but I've got, the character is perfect, so why should I cross the finish line? I know they can easily cross the finish line, but I don't necessarily want to go over this arbitrary milestone. Oh, you went for the melee, the Daedric weapons, and Dragonbone. I like the look of Dragonbone stuff. Though, like, if you look how modded Skyrim is, they've got some really sweet looking stuff. Actually, I also really liked the look of the ancient Nord stuff. I think the ancient Nord stuff looked really cool, and unfortunately, it's just not the strongest. So if you want to be the strongest, and you want to wear the strongest armor and have the strongest weapons, then you can't be wearing ancient Nord stuff. But I did love, like, I love going into the crypts and finding those really cool looking ancient Nord stuff, like which were of an improved quality. If you could find them, I don't know, you had like two types of the ancient Nord gear. You had like the crappy rusted ancient Nord stuff, and then you had like the real ancient Nordic stuff. And that was of decent quality. It was almost, you know, I guess it's all about how much you can improve the quality of something. And unfortunately, I don't know for what reason you couldn't completely level up the quality of that ancient Nord stuff as much as you could anything else. Which is a shame, because I really like the look of those, like helmets, particularly. Some of the weapons look really awesome. I liked it. But yeah, you had to be Daedric, didn't you? If you wanted like the best in slot, highest damaging gear. But Daedric also looked pretty awesome. So, that's alright. I guess the most badass thing would be running around with a like Daedric armor, and you had it enchanted to be able to cast every school of magic at 0 cost, but also able to carry you know, the heaviest armor, you know, increase your equip load to an impossible amount. But then there was so much more you could do. You could also enchant your stealth, that you could run around and no one could see you. You could be pickpocketing someone like right in front of their face, and they're like, you're 100 stealth. Who just stole my shit? You can steal the clothes right off someone's back, right in front of them. Kind of hilarious what that game lets you do. And I think more games should do that. Like, who cares about balance? Let the player be overpowered. It's fun. Yeah, I could never finish that game. I always got lost in the side stuff. What are we doing? Can I just leave? Wait a minute. We've dealt with... Yeah, I can just leave. There's like no reason for me to even be here. Is that 62,000 souls? I should probably level up. Let's go to 20. There we go. And then inherit some gifts. Maybe... You know, I should probably get this. I am doing a lot of backstabbing. But... I don't know. Nah, I'm gonna leave it. Yeah, lately, actually, I do think the flow of the game demands that you go through the lower area first before you go up to the higher area. Like, the game at the very start splits off in 2 directions, and I think that's the only time that they give you full freedom of what way you want to go. And you can see the similarities with Dark Souls. Like, you can consider this game's Honor Londo 2.0 to be like Sen's Fortress, where you can either go up or down. There's 2 bells to ring, and in this game there's 2 bosses to defeat. Actually, in one way there's two bosses, and in the other way there's 1 boss. But it ends up being the same kind of. So there's a boss to defeat going up. There's a boss to defeat going down. Once you've defeated both bosses, Mia will wake up, and you'll gain access to Honor Londo. Just like in Dark Souls 1, you gain access to Sen's Fortress after both bells are rung, and you continue. There's so much similarities, it's ridiculous. But I do think you're supposed to go below before you go above in this game, because you get the whole introduction with Mia when you go below, and when you go above, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, when you go below, you see this. You get introduction with Mia. You see that she's frenzying and she has to rest before she'll join your party. And then you go above, and then you get another cutscene with Mia, and then she's rested and she'll join your party. So when you go below, lastly, you'll unlock Mia. You'll find her. She needs to rest, but also, when you come back straight away, she'll be rested, and that makes it a bit weird. So, yeah. Also, the below area is much sooner than the above area, and the above area is longer technically. I mean, the vein on the vein. What do you call it? Blight Town, possibly. Well, Vane's Blight Town does take a while to get through if you've never been through there. It is kind of a tricky zone to get through. I do think you should go there first. It makes more sense story-wise. Okay, deal with him, and I'll pull this next guy. Ooh. Uh-oh. Come on, Yakima, I'll go with the program. You have no control over your followers, they just do what they want. You can't send them, or you can't recall them or anything. These guys. Good job Giacomo got him. He just pulled off a parry. These guys are constantly blocking, and their parries are so... they're so good at parrying. You just got a parry off on me. He knocks your weapon aside, and then he gets he gets a counterattack. Especially those ones. You've got runs with swords, they'll just start comboing you. You can easily break out of it. But the spear guys, they'll stab the spear right in your face, and you'll be knocked to the ground. It just looks... it looks devastating. It looks straight up like a Demon Souls or Dark Souls ripoff with like a saber sword, rapier. Mastered Hunting Feast. Yeah, could be good against the boss. Anything else we could be using against him? Poison, I got a feeling is not going to work against her.
Prepare now, so you don't regret it.
Binding? I don't know. I could try. See what binding does.
Is that white thing the cocoon?
The cutscene after this boss is funny. Or is it before the boss? No, it's after.
Let go of me!
We lost the race. Well, strength succeeds where speed fails. Wait. Let's do this.
Slow weapon. There you go. Oh, nice one. Let's get that build up. Oh shit, he wasn't down too long. As you can see, it takes forever to build up the negative status effect on the boss. They've got that the border of the square is increasing. You don't instantly build up status. You have to fill the bar. And we're full up on poison, but she's not full up on slow yet. Get back here. I haven't got the buff anymore. Come on. Get her slowed. Still not slowed, still not fully built up. And now it's built up. Now she's slow, technically. And it's already half drained. Oh my god, it's... it only lasts for like 5 seconds. It's so ridiculous. It takes forever to build up the negative status effect on the boss, and very often it's just... it only lasts for a few seconds. Well, we seem to be poisoned forever. We're gonna need another heal from Yakima later when we go down. You have to go. He's dead. This is a hilarious cutscene.
You awake? You? I remember you. Where's the girl? Answer me! Where did you take her?
We're taking custody of the girl.
That human belongs to us. We will take her back.
There it is.
Humans aren't property. They have
Just
the
a
same
handgun
right
out
to
of
live that
nowhere.
any of us
Doesn't
do.
say anything. Just here.
Don't give me that noble
Stick a gun
act.
in his face.
They have no rights. And why shouldn't we
Has it got
feed on
silver
them?
bullets in it? or
We're the
something?
ones keeping them safe after all. Why were we kicked out of our graves? Who did we die for? Again and again at the
Why
Queen's
were we
hand?
kicked out of our graves?
We-
This guy's awfully whiny. And then a cutscene goes on. We throw him a bag of blood beads that'll last him for a month or something. And then he goes on his way. Self-important. Revenant. Yeah, it is, I don't know. Last time I saw him say that, I was thinking, why was I kicked out of my graves just to go on living this pointless existence? You know, I have to kill, I have to feed on blood beads, and like, I don't know, like the things he was complaining about is just like human maintenance. You know, it's like complaining about being alive in real life. Oh, I have to sleep, I have to make money, get a job, I have to eat, you know, to stay alive. I don't know, the way this guy complains is just funny because he complains about such mundane things. Though I know in this world it's probably quite difficult because of the lack of blood beads. And here we go, here's another situation where you've got you just exit a cutscene and there's another cutscene right around the corner. And if you're unlucky, the game will crash. Yeah, I also mentioned how, in terms of enemies, it takes a long time before you actually go up against anything who's a challenge, story-wise, in this game. Like in many games, you'll even start off seeing an ultimate, undefeatable enemy being your nemesis. But in this game, you don't really. Like, you start off being a slave to some revenants who want you to be their thrall and collect blood beads. But very early on, you get acquainted with Louis and Giacomo, and you run around with your posse, and all of these guys have still got a bunch of smack talk at you, like the self-important guy. It's like, she's mine, you can't take her. And then I'm looking at the power dynamic between the two, and it's like, okay, I'm running around with my entire posse. You're not necessarily stronger than us because we're all vampires. There's 4 of us and there's 1 of you, or there's 3 of us and there's 1 of you. So yeah, it's like very quickly the power in this game shifts to completely on the player side. Besides, we're like the chosen one who's able to rejuvenate the blood springs. So we have, I mean, I skipped it, but at the end of the cutscene we throw in a bag of blood beads that's enough to last him for a month. So we just have the main character is a blood bead generator, really. So we have so much power in comparison to the known enemies at this point in the game. It's just a curious thing. It's like such a situation of power. You don't see it very often in games. Usually it's just like, ah, damn, we're like an insignificant gnat compared to the behemoth, the giant force of nature enemy that were introduced early in the game and have to go up against, probably, as final boss. Or at least they introduce final bosses. You know, in many games you're introduced to your final challenge early on. We will see it. There is that, or at least we have seen it. You got Juzo Mido and Gregorio Silva and Jack Frost or Jack whatever. Renfield? Rutherford? Rutherford. Can't believe I remember his name. Yeah, Jack Rutherford. I mean, he's the hunter, so I guess there's that, but he's just kind of like a wild card. We saw him in the cutscene earlier with the fishy boss. That guy who just vanished out of into nowhere.
Hey there,
It was
Luke.
Jack Rutherford,
Glasses down
who's
today.
yeah, he's like Jack and Eva are like the Team Rocket at the beginning of the game. But yeah, like for a long part in the game, you don't have the normal type of threats as you would in like conventional game storytelling. There's no like nemesis. There's no tough enemy. It's just like, okay, you're as strong as everyone else around you. There's no real challenge to you. You have all this power because you have
Nobody
the restore
would want to relive
ability for the blood beads, and it's interesting. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's not. It's a bit of not so cliche for once. Like it's the world itself. You're kind of, yeah, you're just in the world, struggling with the rest of them, kind of, but not really. It's weird. Is this game hard?
You aren't too hard to work
No.
with.
We have to keep going. That's all. Come on. Let's pin down the source.
Is the game hard? Huh.
Mind your step
No.
now. No
Maybe
harm.
if you try and play it like Dark Souls, it's hard. Well, a lot of it's
Pick
about
up something we can use.
like trial and error. It's the same kind of Souls thing where like knowing about the world will help you deal with the world. The game gives you a ridiculous amount of tools at your that are at your disposal. Like you can, I would have hit him if I had a proper range gun, but I've got a crappy gun, shotgun type. Yeah. No, I don't think the game's that hard. The thing is, if you realize what you have at your disposal and you use the tools that you have, there are many ways to tackle any given challenge. It's like in a lot of games, you just got to use what you got. Like in Blasphemous, for instance, you've got your characters. He's got like this slashing combo and a dodge. And a parry, so okay, those are your free tools, and if you're having trouble dodging or parrying the boss, well, yeah, then it's tough, then it's difficult. But in this game, like, so many tools at your disposal. You can be a melee character, you can be a range character.
Supposed to get up there.
You have access to blocking, dodging, backstabbing, spacing. So many strategies, and if you've played through it once, definitely it loses a lot of its difficulty because you know where the enemies are going to pop up. It does have a decent number of ambushes, but they usually only get you once. It's like, okay, the ambush you here last time, let's not get hit by that again. Oh wow. I think Yakumo knocked him out of the drain attack. Because I just did a focused drain special attack, and usually there's a follow-up drain after you do the uppercut that knocks him into the air, but I think Yakumo knocked him out of it. Yakumo, stop! You're so aggressive. When I've got them in a finishing move, don't keep slashing at them. Jesus, what the hell? So aggressive. I don't block as much as I should. This game actually has a really decent block. And you gain focus for blocking too. Yeah, there's so much tools at your disposal. And yeah, after you play through the game, yeah, definitely after you play through the game once and you know what bosses do what. Like, we haven't talked to her yet, but the girl sitting next to the car, Coco, she'll give a very useful blood code, Mercury, which will give us just a bunch of really good things. It'll give us poison remove, slow remove, sprinter, or something like sprinter, which will reduce the stamina cost while sprinting, which is really good. That's one of my favorite passives, because yeah, you're sprinting constantly, running through these zones, exploring, So you'll want to be able to sprint without costing stamina. Might as well actually go...
Fighting here would be a
Nah.
bad idea.
I'm gonna talk to Coco after next area. You know the joke. If you don't even... if you don't like this place, you can just run through the whole place. Like, you'll miss out on all the items. Some of them might be useful.
Don't run too far
I'm gonna
ahead.
just run through the whole place. Like, I'll show you where the ending is, or at least where the end of this zone is. It's got like an upper path and a lower path, and it's got some really cool level design, like the shortcuts leading, connecting everything together. It's got the game has some really cool level design. Very complex too. Like very Dark Souls like clever level design. And they're trying to do as much as they can with the space. They're working vertically and horizontally. You can hop down to that lower area and explore around there too. But no, I know where the end is. There's enemies framing around because there's too much happening on screen. There's too much enemies who are fighting us. Yeah. Area skipped. So yeah, there's for the trophy I've been watching a couple of really useful videos, and one of the more useful guides out there is this YouTuber called 100% Guides, and he's got some really good videos on this game. Actually, I don't know how he did it, but he brought most of those videos out very soon after the game launched, and they're really good. Like, he's got complete zone overviews with timestamps of where all the item pickups in a zone are, so yeah, very good stuff.
I'm glad to see this.
Especially good if you're going for trophies. If you're playing through the game, you probably want to run through and explore everything. Okay, the reason I'm rushing is because there's a good caster blood code just around the corner. And look, we're the things betwixt. Okami, the Okami HD is a game I could play for trophy, for the platinum. When I played through Okami before, it had trophies. I must have 100% the game for sure. It took me, I spent so much time on the game. This boss could be difficult. He spawns ants in these cocoon-like things, but if you break them, then there's no ants. You do know. Really? On a cocoon right on top of me, that's rude. Will you stop it? You know, we're gonna win this in the end. We keep spawning those stupid cocoons. Okay, he's weak. Sometimes when bosses are on their knees, or they fall to the ground, then they're definitely weak. But bosses also have a moment where they're strong. Whenever they're like going to roar, or it looks like they're hulking out, then you don't want to hit them. Don't hit them when they're hulking out, hit them when they're on their knees. Now he's hulking out. Look at this. I'm gonna hit him with the firebomb. 18 damage. Nothing. He's super strong now. He's in a very strengthened state. Don't want to attack him during now. You can still Ichor Drain on bosses when they're in that strong state. But definitely don't hit him with all your best magics because you're just wasting Ichor. Now he's weak. Or like normal. Yakuma's doing a good job of attacking him. It is all about knowledge for the most part, this game. Maybe certain playstyles sometimes the game can be tricky in how they combine enemies at you. Like they'll often have some ranged enemies sniping at you at the same time as some big heavies coming at you, and then some chasing down enemies like dogs also coming at me. So okay, like, yeah, they can put you in situations that are really tough to deal with, and there can be difficulty in that. This is a death, by the way. Yakumo just brought me back to life, and there's a short cooldown on how often they can do that. You can tell when they can't do it because the spell is recharging on their portrait.
Hey.
No, that was just a test run. Online, yeah, this game has a really good online multiplayer. We're not online now, but I'll quickly show it off. There's like no reason for me to not be online. I think it's just because I want the game to run as fast as I possibly can. So I always choose offline lately because I'm not planning to connect. I've had enough online experience with the game. I've done the 400 online co-op boss kills. So I've got two characters. They've both. One of them's got like 60 hours and the other one's got like 70 hours in the game. To get the platinum took me a bunch of time. It's got a couple of trolley trophies. If you want to platinum this game, there's one trophy in particular that's a serious troll. There's a trophy, it's like Dark Souls Covenant, Jolly Cooperation, where you earn medals for playing through the game co-op with people.
Here's hoping we find something interesting.
And you have to be online to get those medals. You'll find them in the game rarely. I think there might be one or two lying around, but the vast number you need of them, you pretty much require to be online to get it at any kind of pace. Sure, if you're going to be playing this game for the rest of your life, you might be able to get the 400 tokens needed for the trophy by getting to those 2 or 3 that are lying around in the world in every new game cycle. But like, what, it costs you 6 hours to go through a new game cycle, something like that, and there's like 2 or 3 just lying in the world. No way you're going to get 400 in any kind of pace. You have to play the game for the rest of your life. So yeah, this is the online section of the menu. You got multiplayer and medals. So in multiplayer, when you co-op with people, you'll unlock participation medals every time you take out a boss. And there's a reward list. And the one at the bottom, Hero of Ages, is associated with a trophy. So to get rank 30 reputation, you need 400 boss kills co-op. And yeah, the place I got that was in the depths. You can the depths are like chalice dungeons, and you can play them over and over again as often as you want. And once you've got all the keys and unlocked everything in the depths, it's as simple as just running to the bosses, killing them, and getting your rewards. So it's about 5 minutes run every time. Yeah, you know, not counting like connecting to people and going back to base to reset the chalice dungeon, if you could call them chalice dungeons. So I went to Misty Ruins because yeah, I saw a post somewhere on the forum that said that this was a good farming spot, and I just did that place over and over again, and it takes about 10 hours to get it done. I don't know, maybe you could get it done faster, but it's like 5 minutes for 5 tokens. Where's my calculator? 400. It shouldn't be that difficult. Bad at maths. 80. Okay. So it takes 80. You know, technically, if it does really just cost you 5 minutes, it's 1 trophy per minute. So actually, yeah, let's say it takes 5 minutes to get 5 trophies. 1 trophy per minute. How do maths this out? You need 400 shared by 60, something like that. Divided by 60. 66 Yeah, I don't know what. Oh man, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, it took me 10 hours roughly. It took the guy who posted about it also 10 hours, so it's just like a long 10-hour grind for that one trophy. And if you don't like grindy stuff like that, then yeah, I don't know, probably shouldn't want to go for the platinum on this one. I think it's a bit over the top, if you ask me. Like, no one is gonna legitimately get to rank 30 with normal gameplay. No one's gonna do, like, running through the game and killing, like, this is a normal boss. This will give you token. The depths bosses, you can't really consider them bosses. They're much easier. There's mid bosses, which also counts because they've got a health bar. And they're just like basic enemies. Just like the basic lost enemies. They just count as a boss because, you know, no one. It's not going to cause more people to do co-op in this game. No one's going to farm that out legitimately. Everyone's going to go to the depths and just spam the hell out of the depths to get it. And they know it. It's just a bounty zone, if you ask me. It shouldn't have been 400. It should be more like 50, you know. Get this achievement by doing 50 co-op boss kills. Then probably you'd see some normal co-op happening, with people co-oping for these regular story bosses, instead of just farming to death. It's silly. I mean, I did it, but it still doesn't mean I agree with that trophy. Yeah, I've gotten kind of desensitized to grinds through playing Let It Die. I mean, anyone who's still playing Let It Die and running Escalator to Heaven, that's like, what, 24-hour? That's a 24-hour investment to going up to 440 or some shit, or 160, 170. That's, well, not that much time. It's getting shorter and shorter. But people were going for the top floor, the maximum, the highest you can get. That was like a 24-hour effort. So yeah, grinds like this 10-hour co-op experience is nothing compared to pretty much any grind that you can do in Let It Die. Leveling up weapons and stuff. If you're wondering why I'm talking about Let It Die, it's because that's what my channel was about for a really long time. Actually, on my PlayStation Profiles account, pretty much every of my rarest trophies are from Let It Die. I think it's because just a lot of people installed the game and not much people kept playing it to get all the trophies. My rarest trophy is Flirting Virtuoso, which requires you to capture 100 enemy players in Tokyo Deathmatch.
Is that a blood spring?
It's pretty easy to do. You just go into Deathmatch, beat someone's base, and steal one of their fighters. But it happens quite infrequently that fighters are capturable, so it's really just an endurance trophy. It's like, have you been playing this game for hundreds of hours? If the answer is yes, okay. You've been doing TDM? Also, if the answer is yes, well, okay, you're going to be working on this trophy. One of those things. No, I don't think this game is hard. I think with knowledge of how the game works, it's quite
where
easy.
are you dragging us off to next?
Was I supposed to skip this one? Yeah, not skippable. Here's a cool cutscene though. Introduction of Aoife. Game's got some beautiful scenery.
That's...
It's him.
Careful. It's the hunter.
Is that woman his partner?
I think I'll show you the quick path through Honor Londo 2.0 and then I'll call it a stream. I've gotten good at Honor Londo. Really good. The first time I went through it took me 6 hours because what the hell, that place. If you don't know where to go, it's super easy to get lost. But Honor Londo 2.0, as I call it, could be considered this game's Sen's Fortress.
What your story is.
So once you've been up above, where we are now, and down below, with the fish girl and Mia, then you've been as far as you can get, and you have to go back to the hub and further the story. Mia will wake up and she'll say, "Ha, I know. I think I saw this statue with a contraption." And then she'll help you along in the story.
Where'd they go? What just happened?
Doing all those playthroughs, I noticed that there's only so far you can play further before having to return to the hub to further the story. Every now and then, particularly when there's a locked door, I think the locked purple doors, yeah. Every locked purple door you find in the game is linked to a hub story moment, and even though if you know where to go, you know where the purple door is and you can reach it, you can go there, it'll be locked. You have to go back to the hub and further the story by talking to someone, and then they'll say, "Oh, I know where to go, there's a purple gate, or there's a there's a place," and then you go back to the purple door. It's I don't know.
That's a real gem.
Darkseeker. This is one of the better early mage thingamajigs. It's got good weight. It's got 105 weight. And Icar's not amazing. It's alright. B plus willpower, D plus strength. That's terrible. Then I can't use this thing anymore. Oh my god. Ugh. That's not cool. But, however, I also found the prayer shawl with D in willpower. Why? Well, that is unfortunate. Okay, 30 Icar, 50 Icar. I'm just comparing these two. I want to know. Let's go good weight. Got good weight, but the stats are not better for casting. It's better for light spells because it got B plus for light, but it's not better for willpower, so you know. I'll check what it's got available to learn, and if it's got some really strong spells. Yeah, at this point you want to go back to the hub because you've been you know, compared to Dark Souls 1, right now we're at the point where we're ready to go into Sen's Fortress. We've rung the bells of awakening above and below. Okay, the gates of Sen's Fortress have opened. Mia's awake, so now we should go back to base, but first, I'm gonna check this out. Sanguine Roar, that's a good one. Okay. Venom buff. Not that great. Venomous shot. I used to think venomous shot would instantly poison enemies, but that was before I learnt about status effect build-up. That there's actually a long build-up required before... Wait, this one has full damage reduction? Sure, I'll take it. Certain specs have abilities which will be always linked to that spec, and they're not inheritable. This one, the Darkseeker Vestige, Darkseeker Core, this ability, Blood Draining Venom, is linked to this spec. You cannot inherit this to other specs, unfortunately. It's real good, or at least I think it's good. Receive Icar when enemies within a certain radius take damage from Venom. So if you poison enemies, you start draining Icar from them. and you get, well, Icarus mana, so it's really good. Especially they have this venom buff. I don't know if this is very good. There's another ability somewhere in the game that increases the speed at which you build up negative status effects, and actually making a weapon with a venom buff. I think you get that from Mercury material, from Coco. Yeah, probably Coco. It gives you the venom material to add venom buff to your weapon. But yeah. Anyway, this seems very good, but unfortunately Darkseeker is far from the best caster build, and probably by the time you can make a decent venom related build, this thing will no. Besides, you'll be in melee range hitting the enemy a lot if you want to get them completely envenomed, if you want the venom build up to completely work. So yeah, it's kind of asking you to not be casting, to be in melee range hitting the boss. So yeah, unfortunately. I think the venom build here should be more of a dex based class versus being caster class is what it is. I do know that I played the Darkseeker for a long time once I unlocked it, until I got Mia's Artemis spec or whatever she has. But now that I look at it, I mean, Hunter's just as good if you're using dark spells, which are offensive magic spells. Most of them are dark. Hunter has this better, or like equal scaling. They both got B+ for willpower. So really, what do we want? I think I can't buy it. It costs Awake 2 12s, and I've got none of those. So yeah, I have to go to that build just to unlock that one spell. Sanguine Roar. Yeah. And I might as well, yeah, equip everything else that it has access to. All of its passives, full damage. Yeah. Stamina increase. Acre Strikes. Dark Impulse. Good. And for now I'll use the Prayer Shawl, even though it's not the best. Venom Trap. You want to equip all the new spells, even spells you're not planning to use straight away, just so they get mastered and you get experience for kills. I'm wondering what's the fastest way of getting exactly what I want. I know... I think I know. Yeah. Oh yeah, this game has the same kind of multiplayer as Dark Souls has. So you connect with other players by signaling. You send a signal for distress. Send a distress signal, or search for a distress signal. I cannot send a distress signal because the boss of this area has been killed, and it does that kind of stuff. So you can't like just enter co-op lobby and just always be co-oping with people like you can in, for instance, Monster Hunter World. But you can at least make matchmaking password. And this game doesn't have invasions when you're online like Dark Souls. So I'd say, in terms of enjoyability, I think this game is the funnest compared to Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Demon Souls, Bloodborne. I'd say if you add this game in the pile, I think this could be the funnest to co-op of all of them. Bloodborne would be the second funnest, and I'm basing most of this off of how much invasions you're going to experience, because in all of the Souls games, I just hated the I hated the random invasions you always had to open yourself up to. Like, I don't know. It's one of those stupid balance things where, like, the argument has always been, well, you're making the game easier on yourself by inviting someone to help you kill the bosses, or potentially just killing the bosses for you completely. Well, you know, after this many years, it's been since 2011 Dark Souls 1 release, after all these years, you really think people are still struggling beating the bosses? People just want to invite friends and have fun. It's Dark Souls games could be such a chill experience if you could play just co-op without those random PvPs happening. And the argument no longer stands that you're gaining so much power by inviting a friend to play through the game with you. Because people know Dark Souls by now. It's not as tough as it used to be. Yeah, it used to be difficult, but people have really gotten used to the Soulsian like, difficulty level. And it's no longer as difficult as it used to be. He's off. Oh my god. Yakumo, you idiot. Are you following? Oh, he's not dead. I see. Yakumo found a secret area. Good boy. Let's go. For a moment there I saw them both fall off the edge and I was like ready to facepalm. Like, really? You're gonna follow him off the edge? Okay. Boom. Good one. Look at this, I've got my bodyguard Yakumo blocking the shots. Nice.
No harm in being prepared.
The game is really enjoyable.
That didn't take
I
too
think
much
one
effort.
thing that hurts its replay value is the way the story's presented. With like these, you're walking through memories, you're walking through vestiges to unlock skills. And all of the cutscenes have loading screens attributed to them. It's kind of annoying. And it crashes a lot. So yeah, you send a distress signal is like putting down a summon sign for... No, not putting down a summon sign. It's like asking... It's like picking up a summon sign. It's like asking people to join your world. And the settings are cool. Like area restriction, if you're being a host, you've got no area restrictions. That means anyone can sign up to help you, and no matter where they are in their game, they'll be summoned into your level. They'll be summoned right next to you. Matchmaking region restrictions, I've always had this not restricted, so people from all over the world can join me, and I haven't had that much lag issues. Your code names, what people will see. You can also just set a matchmaking password, so you and your friends can just like co-op together. And as I said earlier, this is probably the funnest Souls-like co-op game. It'll play just like Dark Souls, where you know you can only play the area until the boss is defeated, and then you kind of like have to go back. And it's not like Borderlands 3, where if you co-op, that you both have the same progress. So, you know, you're helping someone clear their area, and then you go back to your world, and you probably have to clear the same area again in your world. So, but that could add to the fun. You know, it means double the gameplay potentially, because you've played through the area of your friends hosting, and then you play through the same area with you hosting. So you can play through an area twice. So, could mean double the fun. Oh. You bastard. How dare you. Stop it. Yeah, get him, Yakumo. Can I cancel out? Can't cancel. My coffee's been ready for a while. Let's put it in the microwave. Is this chat still open? I've seen some movement, but I can't tell if the chat's still working. Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, it's fine. So yeah, you can... It works differently. It's actually more... it's less restrictive than the Dark Souls connection method of like getting access to the white sign soapstone, putting down a sign in as a physical interactable in a player's world that they may or may not be able to see. You know, Dark Souls 1, connecting with people was hell sometimes. You put down your sign, you know, you'd put down your sign, you'd move to the next area to start farming, and then your sign would disappear because, oh, you moved to the wrong area. Especially when you're like, this farming areas. I put my sign down in the depths bonfire, and then I go outside the room with the bonfire to go farm those rats for humanity, right? And then you walk in there, and then your sign disappeared. Okay, I guess I'll sit next to my sign and babysit the sign in hopes of someone somewhere in a server that's connected to mine will find my sign and interact with it. It's you know, Dark Souls is an imperfect game. It's not everything didn't do everything perfectly. I'd say the matchmaking is an improvement upon Dark Souls. You know, you can be a summon or a host, and it just sends a signal worldwide if you want. For the purposes of farming the trophy of 400 co-op kills in one of the depths maps, you could even add area restriction to the same area. If you want to be a summon and you're offering your assistance to a host, you could just set this to the same area and then sign up as a host, as a helper in one of the depths areas, and just join people like that. I never offered my assistance as a summon. I was always a host because it just seemed easier to me. Like, you've got more control over the flow and the speed of the combat if you're hosting, because, you know, if you're a summon, I don't know how the boss activation works in this game. I've always just been in the right place at the right time, but I don't know if summoned helpers can initiate a boss fight. I think it has to be the host. So yeah, I just always was host, and I opened my world to summons. So I put everything no restriction, and I was just in the Misty Ruins, you know, sending distress signal in the Misty Ruins, and then I would just make sure to not waste the summons time. I would go to the bosses as quick and efficient as possible, not play too badly. Of course, you know, 400 divided by 5, I guess, is the amount of runs I did to that place. I should easily be able to math this out without a calculator, but I'm stupid. Okay, 80. So I did 80 runs of the Misty Ruins. So yeah, that's enough practice to get good at it. Nice one, people now. Kicking ass. Proud of them.
You got something we can use?
Old world materials, good stuff. Yeah, I'm kind of just wandering around aimlessly. I know what I want. Like, there's a reason I'm still in this zone. There's something very specific I want to get. Don't you dare. Yeah, there's no real reason to heal your helpers with the link heal unless they're KO'd. You can revive them from KO by healing them, but you shouldn't be healing them. It's a waste of your health. Your health is a limited resource which also needs replenishment through regen, and we've only got a limited amount of regens, so let your helpers go through their own stock of regens. There's no reason to heal them. Revive from KO, sure, if you want them around, if you need them around. For bosses, probably. Yeah, you can just let them die if you have to. Save your health. If they want to be stupid and take dumb damage, let them, you know, let them sacrifice themselves for you. The best companion, probably Yakumo. Okay, here's the reason I think he's the best. You'll open up a lot of, well, you know what they say. The best defense is a good offense. This one absolutely personifies that. He's using the greatsword class. He's got a very tanky. I've got a feeling he's equipped with his own blood code, which is Atlas, which gives you a lot of damage mitigation. So I've got a feeling he's also very durable as a companion. I've gone into gauntlets. You know, you run into a place where you'll set off a trigger, and all of a sudden this red number, this red name will pop up on your screen, and then a whole bunch of enemies will spawn. We're gonna see one of those pretty soon, and yeah, like very nasty ambushes with other helpers like Mia. Often she'll just get completely one-shot or blasted away by like one tough enemy coming at her, and she just didn't manage to dodge it properly. While Yakumo, he can often just face tank a lot of hits. He just buffed me with a damage shield, which will severely reduce the damage taken for the next hit I'm going to take. And that's really good against bosses. Being that he's got the greatsword class of weapon, he'll also stagger enemies a lot of times when he's hitting them. And staggering bosses and tough enemies can really be helpful in surviving. It is really good. I think he's the best. EO is good too. Her halberd class weapon will get a lot of staggers as well. And she's got a decent balance of things she can do. She'll buff you with a buff which increases the amount of healing you do with your regenerations. So you'll often have improved regeneration. She has a good balance of range and melee attacks. Like in this map in particular, you see a lot of snipers on cliff sides and stuff, and Yakumo can't do nothing against that. He's just standing there guarding and taking hits. Well, Io can, she's got like 1 or 2 ranged spells that she'll use, so she can deal with things at range and melee. She's a decently balanced character, and she's got this one special ability which is like an improved linked heal, and that will heal you for a lot of your health. Whenever you go down versus a boss, she'll sacrifice a lot of her health to heal you for a lot of your health, and that can be a game changer. That can win you the fight versus certain boss encounters.
Bring it anytime.
It can also be a double-edged sword, because of course it takes her more health to use it. So she'll recover a bunch of your health, but she'll be near death herself. So very often when she uses that on you, you'll have to revive her because she'll die shortly after. But the sheer amount of health she's able to give you with her ability, you revive her afterwards, and you've still got a decent chunk of health left. So with another partner, excuse me, with another partner you might get into a resurrection battle situation where you're dying, getting rest, they're dying, you're resting them, and it's going back and forth until you die, and it's a downward spiral. But with Io it's a little bit less so, because of the amount of health she gives you back. You're probably not going to die after you get revived. So even though you have to, well shit, even if you have to revive her, you have more than enough health to recover from the health lost revival.
You're back up, huh?
Yeah, it's tricky to explain, but yeah, I think she's strong enough to have around, and it depends. I think very few helpers are useless, but they do have a decent influence on your playstyle. Like Mia, I particularly like her blood drain buff that she often puts on you. It's kind of like this one, weapon drain rating up. It's a buff like this, and yeah, it does what it says. Like, you'll just get more ichor from your weapon attacks, and if you're a melee, if you're a heavy tanky melee class, yeah, getting like 3 or 4 ichor back with every attack with like a heavy weapon, because you've got the buff from Mia on you. It's just good combo. And Mia won't be taking much damage because you're going in and tanking for her. Oh shit. Actually, I'm not going the right way, am I? This is not where my souls are. My souls are in the other direction. Take a sip of coffee. Probably not the best time to do that. Yakumo, where are you? I need your help. Okay. full, you better rest me, you idiot. Oh, here you are? You finally found your way? Okay, good job. Damn sniper.
Don't mess with the best, right?
Okay, I'm getting kind of sidetracked. There's one specific item I need to go get. And well,
Bring it any
actually,
time.
how are we doing? Not that great. Yeah, I need the item. Actually, pseudo souls. I'm sure I'll have enough souls to do whatever I want. They're close though. I don't think we'll reach them. Oh no. How far back am I gonna have to? I'm gonna have to go over here. There's an area, like a side area, secret area somewhere, that has a cloak that I want. And I'm not sure if I'm gonna find it. Oh no. I can't say I know this area. The level design is very, very tricky. No, it's not this way. Get him, Yakumo. You can tank a couple of hits while climbing ladders without falling down, depending on how heavy a hit you take. If you take a strong attack by one of the larger enemies, they can knock you off a ladder in one shot. Darkseeker, I don't necessarily want to work on Darkseeker. Yeah, this is the upper path. I think this is where we need to be. Unnecessary.
Bring it any time.
Yeah, this isn't a normal playthrough. Is this the right way? Nah, probably not even. Is that the way? It could be. Let's go out there. This is the way. Good job, Yakumo. Probably gonna lose these souls. This is what I'm after. This is probably not the best way to get it. It's probably a reasonable way of getting down here. Besides what we just did. But hey, that's the place I wanted to get to. That lower area with the raven clothes. That's a good caster. Caster failed. Is this the way? Okay. I'll try and remember that for future. That's the way I need to go. So, the whole thing is we can't use the GXH Assault, which I want to use. So I'm only wearing the player shawl because I have to. But I want some decent willpower scaling is a problem. Should have probably explained this earlier. Oh yeah, here, D willpower, that's not good enough. So I'm getting the Raven Fatigues, because I know that the Raven Fatigues work with Darkseeker. They've got the right stats. It's a pretty cool coat. I like it. I think I wore this for a really long time on my my caster character. I wear a caster again. I really don't know if just straight up shooting is a viable build in this game. I think it's not. I think you're always supposed to have some kind of magic spells if you're going to be shooting. Probably the the weapon or like the buff reliant builds, dexterity based. Probably good with one-handed swords or halberds. I've definitely used most weapons. I haven't used the hammer or axe classes a lot though, so I guess that's a playthrough I could do. Okay, we're ready. Although, you take forever. I would love to unlock it just like that so I didn't have to stay in this build, because I'm really just in this spec because I want this one unlocked. Whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna homeward back and we're gonna go to the next area. You will keep warning. You will keep your haze. Yes, don't warn me then. Yeah, difficult question. Who's the best? I think very few of them are pointless. But if you bring Mia along with you, just remember she's extremely squishy. One tough enemy could be fatal against her. So I do like her as a companion. I like the idea that, like, once you go through your first game cycle, yeah, that was a complaint I had about the game. They had to go back to the main hub. You have to go back to the Nexus to go and change companion. But in New Game Plus, they let you change companion at the missile, at the bonfire. So yeah, we don't have that option now. But in New Game Plus, they let you change companion at the missile, and you're allowed to have every companion you unlocked in your main playthrough, even if it's unrealistic story-wise. Let's say the character becomes unavailable or they get killed or something. Hypothetically, well, you shouldn't be able to use them as a helper, but you can have them along with you even if it's unrealistic. So let's say Mia gets kidnapped, I can still run around with Mia companion even though in the story she get kidnapped, you know, something like that. So it is cool. In your New Game Plus cycle you can run around with your favorite companion throughout the entire game. And they all have unique dialogue depending on the circumstances you find yourself in and the area, the locations you're walking around in. And it's nice, you know, it's a bit of heart that it brings to the game. Running around with Mia, for instance, in like the very early game, you have her criticize, you know, you have her state her opinion on what's this, or what does this look like, and what are we going to do here, you know, in their dialogues. So yeah, now we have to go back to main base because we've rang the 2 bells of awakening. It's time to go to Sense Fortress. And I think I'll call it a stream after I've played through Orlando 2.0. Really just building down off of the game. I've put so much time into it, getting the platinum, and I'm just like having a little bit more fun with it until, well, I move on do something else. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. And that's a cutscene you'll get after you've done rang the above and below bells.
Nicola, are you there? I'll be back. Wait, let me go with you.
You shouldn't sleep so late, you know. Where...
And there's one of my favorite zones in the game. I love the aesthetic.
Where am I? Nicola! Wait!
bad it takes all of 2 minutes to get through. Because it's pretty much, I think it's the easiest zone. Actually, it's probably the second easiest zone to get through in the entire game.
I want to keep Mia safe.
Don't go, Nicola!
Yeah, so this is why I don't think you should do the above path first. Because when you do the below path, Mia is introduced to you, and you get that whole scene where she's frenzying and she needs to rest.
A dream?
And the cutscene we just saw now could potentially happen straight after that scene where you see Mia has to rest. And it's just weird. Because, okay, so she's rested, you go back to base, and then you get this scene. It's just weird. You see her frenzying, and then she goes straight from frenzying to getting this scene. Well, if you go to the below area, you see all the introduction of Mia, and then you've got a decent amount of time passes by. You get the introduction of Ava and Jack, and then you get this scene. I think it fits, it's more fitting. It's a better story flow. Okay, so here there's a whole bunch of story that I'm just gonna skip. It's all about, I know a place with snow she's gonna talk about, and I know how to get there.
Going on here anyway?
And everyone else is like,
Why does
hey,
every
but
blood
you
vein
know, about these blood root things, these let's look for the source, and yeah, there's like a lot of story going on right here. Some good cutscenes and amazing plot, that is for sure. Gonna skip it all though, it's just way too takes way too long. If it doesn't crash. It didn't crash.
It
Lucky
looks
us.
like everyone has gone to rest. It seems more cheerful here now. The atmosphere is brightened a little.
That's probably the last skippable cutscene, and then we get control again. Yeah, here we go. This girl will show up in your base no matter what, if you talk to her or not. This is the hostage of the self-important, or whatever, the arrogant, I don't know. Some kind of revenant. They see at the cocoon boss. Here's Mia.
Sorry for coming out of nowhere with crazy requests. First, check out the statue in the old city ruins. I saw some of the government. That should put you on the right track. Don't worry. Thanks.
Alright. I'm gonna bring Mia along. Actually, I shouldn't. The annoying thing is, you unlock Mia at the worst possible time, because the enemies you go up against in Orlando 2.0, Mia is really bad at. Like, they take a lot to get staggered, and they hit like a truck, and Mia just can't deal with that shit. She dies constantly over there, everything kills her, she's not able to do anything. Unless you're a melee character and you can tank everything and she can maybe do something from a distance. Ideally, you'd get Mia before going to the area we just went through, where we've got a bunch of snipers from on ledges, and you having a sniper to deal with them would be perfect. So yeah, it's just unfortunate that you get Mia at the worst possible time. So I'm actually gonna go back to
Something in
Yakumo.
my blood. It's a symbol of
Blah
trust.
blah blah. Give me your
Come on,
blood
take
code, I guess. But yeah. If I would take Mia, I would have gotten stuck at a specific place. I'll mention when we get there. I'm kind of gonna speed run on Orlando, so if you're curious about what that looks like, we're gonna get shit for mapping, but yeah, we'll speed run it. You have acquired a new gesture and stamp. Okay, so that's what happened earlier. At this point, I think they kind of expect you to be decently upgraded. Problem is, I haven't been picking up a lot of items for upgrades, so unlucky us.
Okay.
I'll just have to dump a bunch of souls into leveling up, so I've got a decent extra attack power through levels. Yeah, we're seriously underleveled. I don't know how I'm going to deal with the next area. We'll see. Okay, so Park Ruins. Every time I've played this game, the weather's been weird outside. It's been raining the whole time I've been playing the game. It's been curious, very I don't know, very atmospheric, you could say. Clouds all over the place. Yeah, you're actually able to come here earlier, and one of the Prometheus vestiges is lying behind the thingamajig.
Wish we could take it home with us.
This is the statue you can interact with to descend the ladder, and it's so stupid. You can get to this point, and you just can't interact with it until you reach this part of the story. Luckily enough, you don't get too lost in the game. You have the notice board which will tell you where you should be going, and you can talk to the characters and they'll say, hey, you know, like me and did, there's a statue. And here we go again with another cutscene. Yeah, when you're replaying the game, it is kind of annoying how often the cutscenes happen, and the story's so in your face.
So, every spring we've found so far leads back to here.
Every spring we've found so far has led back here, to the Lost City Ruins.
Come on, let's head in. The source can't be far off.
Yeah, well, I guess it's, well, it does eventually lead us to the source, and we're going to reach the source pretty soon,
now,
so
right?
there's that. I don't know if I'll show that. Like, the problem with Anno 2.0 is I have to be able to beat this one boss that I'm really bad at to show off the entire zone. And I might have to quit partway through fighting him because, well, I've been skipping a lot of items, and I would be able to upgrade our weapons. We may have access to better gear that I just haven't picked up, that's been left behind because I've been running through areas. Yeah, I don't have a clear view in mind of how this build needs to be crafted. So yeah, we've got an imperfect build situation going on here. Area F15 on Orlando 2.0.
The Great Collapse caused this too.
Here we go again. It's only the like 8th time I'm running through this thing. Took me 6 hours to get through here first time. Let's see how long it'll take me next time. Actually, before I start, I'm gonna go quickly grab a drink, and yeah, 1 minute be right back.
We should probably move.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I've got a scratch in my throat. Hope I don't completely lose my voice. Don't want
Looks like they're
to
defending no harm.
subject you to a popping spree, so we'll see if I can keep going. These enemies can be annoying. Backstabs? Yes, backstabs, please. Unfortunately, it's much easier to speedrun through here if you are going on New Game Plus. Everything will be mapped, and you have the longevity in that you'll have your full regeneration, you have regeneration extension factors, yeah, everything will be, well, you have 10 regens and it'll be 6 strong, so that gets you pretty much to every next missile you have to get to. But I'm hoping I'm going to be able to skip enough combat to be able to do that. This place is the situation I wanted to show. The Silver Knights in this place are a good farming spot for Queen's Steel. It's like the next upgrade quality of item you need. Picking up the Isis vestige will cause the gauntlet to happen, and this is something you probably won't survive if you have Mia as a partner. And it's really sad because you just unlock Mia at this point. It's like, hey, cool, a new partner. I want to run around with Mia. But no. I tried this on stream as well, my stream playthrough of this game, and I had to go back and grab Yakumo to tank this shit because it is ridiculously... no you don't. I'm gonna probably have to do a lot of hit and runs, going back and forth, backstabbing, and just trying to CC and distract, mitigate. Okay, Yakumo's abilities have been locked. Ability lock is pretty bad in this game. It also locks your healing chain heal ability. Come on, Yakumo. Scared of this thing. It's a big punching bag, it's pinata. Yeah, I've got an extremely imperfect build. I haven't put enough time into leveling up my weapons, my character. I'm not using the right weapon. I don't know what guns I will have access to, bayonets I have access to at this point, but I know, I've got a feeling I don't have a good one. I think this is just an enemy drop. We're doing alright though. Could be much worse. Fire does some work against you guys. This is going much better than it ever would without Yakima, by the way. If we had Mia, she would already have been killed by one of these behemoths stomping over her. Hey, we're mastering stuff.
Bring it any
Still got some
time.
fight left, Yakima. The waves are all over. And this is ridiculous, you can never outrun these either. If you don't want to fight, you can't run away, because they're going to follow you for the entire level until they get you. So yeah, this is one of those places you never want to come back here. You never want to accidentally walk through one of these rooms where you initiate the gauntlets. There's a couple of places. There's another room, and there's another where you're going to die. I'd prefer to not die here. I figured I'd walk over here. I thought there was an item over here, but apparently no. Okay. 13,000 souls. I guess now all that remains is to choose where we will install our corpse. Over here maybe? This looks like a nice spot to put our souls. Yeah, come over here. Have peace. Yeah, this is fine. There we go. I don't know what you get for defeating the gauntlet. Like, the only reason we died there is because I left Yakumo to, you know, be a decoy distraction for everyone instead of fighting.
Hey.
We possibly could have won that situation, but I'm in a very underpowered state. As I said, we don't have a properly crafted character right now.
I see movement.
I've been running past too much important stuff.
No harm in being prepared.
The real mistake I'm making really is just not knowing which items are where. I know how to get through them very quick. I know how to run past everything and skip everything. Because I've learned by heart exactly which enemies drop the key items to get me through the story. And which are the triggers to move the story ahead. But considering it was all New Game Plus, I never did take the time to learn by heart all of the item locations. So okay, let's go. Let's get through this Honorlando 2.0, ignoring the unnecessary shortcuts, picking only the key items and locations we need to be. This place is diabolical, by the way. I said it in my normal stream playthrough.
The important things in mind.
Whoever designed this place is an evil genius. Don't you dare. Ow, he dares. She dares. I hate that charging attack. Really? Yeah, I probably will have to open checkpoints just in case I die. I'll probably die. There's a shortcut. Checkpoint. Shortcut. That's a shortcut of sorts. Not a very good shortcut though. Over here's a better one. Get her, Yakumo. Good job.
Let's look down. We can continue from there. You have to take whatever you can.
There's Estus Flask buff we skipped. It's probably going to be a bunch of things we're skipping.
There.
Oh no. I want to get out of this build as soon as possible. There's no reason to be in Darkseeker. I want to be in Hunter. The problem is you can't really ignore these guys because they'll follow you to the ends of the earth via teleportation, and their teleport attacks hit like a truck. Did I just pick up a better... slightly better, but it's also upgraded to +4. Okay, it's split damage, blood, physical. For some reason it does less damage, but it's got better scaling. So what's up with that? You know, if it's a not shotgun type, sniper type, okay, it wins. Already a better rifle just by dint of not being shotgun type. You can tell what type of a rifle you've got by the charged triangle attack. Shotgun, spread. This one has a charged triangle, one single shot. Meaning it's like a ranged, or it's got a better range for a rifle. I like that more. I hate the close range shotgun rifles. Kind of defeats the point of having a gun if you can only use it at close range. This is a good shortcut.
If they're not moving,
this will take you over here. And does this one need opening or anything? Nope, it's already open. So if we die, we can start at the bonfire and just go right instead of forward, and we'll be right back here. Easy. Some kind of weapon. Probably strength weapon. What we need. Impulse anchor. Not going to take too many detours, but you know, if we find better weapons and armor, might as well. No reason to not pick things up. There's a missile. A lot of edges have enemies hanging off them.
Something we can use? I really
Queen Steel. An awake MJ 212. So we're finding the 200 awakes. That's great. I actually need those. Actually, if we find enough 200 awakes, I could probably just awake everything I want out of this build. Okay, we've got what? The one we just picked up is how much we've got. Okay, that means I'll probably master this spec. I'll master what I want from this build long before we get them, the awakes needed to hack our way through. This is where I got stuck last time. I figured I went the wrong way and I just went back. I figured, oh, these doors don't open from here, probably somewhere around behind us. And this is the first part where they'll expect you to drop down onto a ledge. And I got stuck for the longest time, but once I realized, okay, now we're doing this shenanigans of dropping down. Yeah. Oh, there's a second one. Never mind. Maybe I will. Yeah, we'll see. But, you know, at some point, you know, if I've almost mastered the sanguine roar, there's no reason to awaken it. It'll just be a waste of resources. Yeah. On the mini-map top right, it gives you an indicator of what has been opened. That's kind of important. Oh shit, there was an item up there. Never mind, not going back for it.
No harm in being.
You point at me. I don't want lost shards. Drop upgrade materials or awakes or something. I wanted to parry your ranged attack. I was prepared for it, kind of, but not really. The only reason you want to parry them is because it just puts you in a very strong combat situation. You recover all your ichor, they're on the floor, and you've done a lot of damage to him. But it's kind of dangerous to do. If you don't time it right, you know, you're better off just dodging, making sure you don't get hit. Anyway, there was a second one. I knew they were going for me. We may be screwed. Yeah, heal me, heal me. It's lazy bugger.
Oh, you're up again.
Okay. Good thing the run back's relatively short.
Bring it anytime.
Oh, that's a weird one. Okay, so the square special attack is like that. Ooh, that's terrible. Okay. I'm very picky when it comes to my weapon movesets. It has to be perfect. And this one's far from perfect. It does have a good 40 combo though. You know what? I think in this area I am going to turn off the animations for the backstab and shit, because I'm going to be relying on them a lot here. It's going to be not cool to watch them constantly. Off, yes. I mean, you know, after you've seen them like 20 times, the novelty wears off. I'd love to pull one at a time, these enemies. There's one lying in the corner there, just waiting to ambush you. Oh, really? That one travels faster and... Yakuma, watch out, it's an ambush! Damn it. Yeah, mess her up. Supposed to be a dodge. Yakuma, don't. Oh my god. Oh, that's terrible. He had all the time in the world to arrest me there. I don't know. Like,
has their bad days.
Give me the controller, Yakumo. I'll control you and myself. Swear to God. You know, the reason he wasn't able to rest me there is because after taking a hit, he just sat in the stagger. While if you take a hit, you can, like, spam dodge and dodge your way out of getting staggered. You would have been on time resting me. You would have. If you played properly.
You have to take whatever you can use.
Anyway, this is supposed to be some kind of speed run. So I'm gonna try and not be terrible.
Here's a fight that looks interesting.
Did I turn off these animations? The lack of damage happening. Hold on. Cinematic effect for special drains. Turn on off when you perform a special drain after launch, parry, or back attack. It's off. What? But we saw the... Huh. Well, I guess the attack's still gonna happen. But I guess it doesn't close up on your character or some shit? Weird. Perfect timing. That would have been a parry. We'll get there.
Bring it anytime.
Shortcut. Not a fan of this gun. I think one of the most effective attacks with the bayonet is the special square attack, where you'll dash forward a little bit and slash. But that's been replaced with this one with this ridiculous thing, which is absolutely ineffective. I can just tell by looking at it. Yeah, and its combo goes like this. So its first attack isn't a swing, it's a stab. And then it combos into a double... very not effective. Don't like its moveset at all.
This place. Wow. Very good eye.
Hello. I thought we turned it off, but it's apparently, you know, not off. It's still happening. Nothing's changed. There's another ISIS vestige. We can pick up all the ISIS vestiges. I think there's 4 of them.
Don't run too far ahead.
I don't know, maybe there's more. Huh, don't remember.
Lost.
Well, we're definitely getting somewhere. Check the map. We've dealt with the bottom and right quadrant. There's still a few more to go. Yeah, I guess you don't get that close-up animation. That's pretty cool. I guess it gives you a better overview of the battlefield by not giving you that close-up effect. Finish off your target, Yakima. What the hell? Do it. Kill him. Yeah, we're kind of under-leveled and under-geared for this place, but whatever. There's not many ridiculously difficult combat scenarios. There's some areas further in the game that have got tricky combat scenarios, but this one's... I can't think of any. Like, usually you can pull the Silver Knights one at a time. There's a regen extension factor or something. I think I'll not skip it this time.
Can't beat him. Bring it anytime.
Damn. 40 times. I think they're resistant to fire. I wouldn't be surprised if these guys are weak to electric, resistant to fire, something like that. What's that? Activation. I prefer extension. But I don't think this place has extension factors. I think it's got 2 activation factors. Somewhere early on in the zone, a room that we skipped with one of those chubby lady enemies. She was guarding an emergency activation actually. Are you sure that wasn't a parry? I think it was. He was cheating on me. There, that's what he got. Hey, finally mastered it. Now I can go back to the build I want. Hunter. And we have a Sanguine Roar. Sweet. Okay, what the f to do? Actually, this build has some things that it doesn't need. Full damage, extra health. Don't think I'll ever use Blood Sacrifice. Everything else is fine. Sure. Louis... Lupinus Vita. A communal gift with Yakima reduces stamina gauge and dodge speed, but increases attack. I don't know, I don't think I want anything there. I'll put IFF just to have something on the bar. Whatever.
Hey, that's...
A Mark of Honor. Yeah, this has got to be one of those rare marks of honor that you can just find in the world. That's the thing you need 400 of to increase your multiplayer ranking. Title Wandering Revenant unlocked by having one Mark of Honor. So you can change your icons and titles as you unlock them in the online reward situation. So you can eventually be called the Hero of Ages with a crown. Just need to kill 400 bosses online. Easy. No big deal. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I've got a different blood veil equipped now. Nice to see that the parry timing is pretty like the Scorpion Tail one. Because I parried thinking that I was wearing the Scorpion Tail.
Looks like we've still got a long way to hike.
Yeah, even if you're rushing through this area, it takes forever. I think, yeah, well, it's the character isn't as leveled as they should be, haven't got the proper gear. So, yeah, combat isn't what it should look like. I should be getting really quick kills on these enemies. Here's a place you can run through real quick, if you know the way. Can't really say I know the way properly. I do know where I'm going though. I know what needs unlocking and I know where it gets unlocked, so I think I got this. It's a couple of shortcuts we're missing out on. Look at this Joker. Yeah. Oh. Expected him to fall down, but he climbed up instead. My god. The madman. Probably needed to hit him with something stronger.
No harm.
Okay, some kind of shortcut. Unnecessary. Yeah, most of the time probably this one. Now, nice plunging attack. It could take you forever running through this area, exploring every nook and cranny, picking up every item.
Use that ladder.
But this is where you basically have to be. And finding that drop down was absolute hell. I must have spent, I don't know, 2 hours looking for that drop down point. The problem is if you don't know it's there, you don't know like what to look for. having been through this area before, knowing it's there, makes it all go much faster. Mapping? Who needs mapping? I want you to die faster. That's what I want. If you could die faster, that'd be lovely. Yakumo, where are you? You're wasting time. Yakumo! Please. So this ladder we just dropped down by pulling the lever. Is that item important? I feel like there's some significance to it. You know, I'm gonna go pick that item up. For some reason I feel like there's something about it that's important. Can't put my finger on it. Oh, really? Damn. Gotta be more aware of my surroundings. What are you? Nothing. You're nothing. Should have known. Well, yeah, you drop down this ladder by falling to that one secret room drop down area. And you continue. So with the top right quadrant, we found the dried up mapping routes, but I didn't use them because, yeah, why bother?
Breather. Here's a good place to rest.
There's a couple of doors that you can't open the moment you find them. Here's one.
Lodging, is it? You can return later.
And you require a power-up to be able to open a door of sorts. Now, luckily, each of those doors is actually linked to, you know, they're all close to a missile, and all of the doors that you find that are close to missiles also show up on the picture of the teleport missile. So, this is the gated room. This is a location further on in the game, and the closed door shows up on the icon of the travel location. So the zone gives you a decent amount of hints of where to go. Here's one of those doors. There's only two of them, and the other one is also near a missile, and will show up in the icon travel location. So yeah, it's all right. No, I've been through here a bunch of times, and there's like so many places you don't have to go. Here's the way you have to go. There's a bunch of unnecessary shortcuts as well in this zone. Maybe they might be useful to some extent, but you know, you can like just ignore some of them, most of them. We're gonna get messed up in a second. Oh, here it comes. Let me have this. Great. Thanks. These damn snipers, bro. Hold still. Nice. There we go, Yakumo being a shield. Nice snipes.
Something we can use? I guess we looped around.
There's a bunch of drop down areas here as well, and they drop you down and you can go back up that ladder and go through some kind of shortcut, but it's actually an unnecessary shortcut. What you really want to do,
bring it anytime.
You just want to drop down here. You're gonna get smushed. Come on then, do that chase attack. No? Alright. And drop down here. Whee! And you know, you can bring the enemies along with you if you feel like it. still got a decent way to go. Especially if you factor in the final part of the level, which is beyond that boss, which is really good at kicking my ass. I don't know if I can deal with the boss because I don't know if I've got the resources needed to level up my gear to a point at which I could deal with the boss. There's some kind of item below us. I think I'll go and check it out, just because it might be good first. Yeah? Okay, thanks. Oh, an awake 200. Like, there's mapping, but I want to know what's in here.
Let's open it up and see, shall we?
Nightthorn +4. You good. Traditional ivy type. It looks cool. Yeah, not really better. Not for what we want it.
You've used a lot of healing. Be careful from here on.
Actually, if I knew, I could probably still do that. I want to go back to base and change my fashion. I want to change the color of my leggings to suit my blood code, my blood thingy, my wings. Yeah.
Bring it any time.
That was weird. You just lost health for no reason. Okay. But there's two levers here. You don't have to pull that one, but you have to pull this one, because otherwise you get nowhere. And this is an interesting one. We've got this long bridge, and along the bridge you've got a bunch of side paths you take to unlock the doors leading over the bridge. And it's ridiculous how long it took me to get through here my first time. Just definitely 6 hours. Now you need to pull this lever, and there's a lever over there which will lower the ladder, but you don't need to pull that lever. But it's there. I guess that's what it is. One of those things. And then I've got a 1 versus 2 shenanigans until Yakimo finds his way down here. No, come on. You know, to make sure we don't just fail, I'm going to pull the lever, and then we'll have access to clear access through this whole place. No, that's fine. Come on, Yakimo, we can't finish your target off, really. There, that's all it needs. Good shot. Easy. Problem solved. Okay, so now we have a clear path to the boss, and don't ask me what items I'm all leaving behind, probably really important stuff. But we'll be fine. Now this boss has probably got one of the most annoying runbacks in the entire game. Really, you know, unavoidable combat for the most part. Wow. This guy. Okay, the question is, what do I want to do with these 70,000 souls? I probably want to level up, because you don't want to be, you know what, I'm going to go back to base and somewhat buff up, because it's expected of you to be using those queen steals that all the enemies are dropping to level up your gear. You could have your gear up to like, what, +5 or +6 or something. I don't know, maybe not +6. But you definitely should have your blood veil and weapons upgraded to a decent point at this game. At this point in the game, because they give you more than enough resources to upgrade them. Every enemy has a chance to drop that Queen's Steel. I've got a feeling one of the helpers will sell us the Queen's Iron needed to upgrade our weapons. So I'm not too worried that we don't have the Queen's Iron. I think I'll just buy it from Coco. Coco Pops.
You're an unfamiliar face. Has Louis stuck his head into... Well, it's none of my business, really. Anyway, I'm Coco, a merchant by... Sorry, we other most of it's luckily.
Is he gonna give her
we don't have,
us her blood code? Maybe we just have to get through all the dialogue.
Luckily,
you know, she should give us her blood code by now, but for some reason we don't have.
Even though we don't have, come again.
Do we have it already? No.
So, don't get the wrong. I consider this.
Oh, there it goes. We just needed to leave and talk to her again. Yeah, you should be able to get her blood code. I don't know how early, but really early, actually. Yeah, I think it's possible to get her blood code before even dealing with the butterfly boss, the poison butterfly. And it's a good blood code because it's got anti-poison and anti-slow. Or it's got poison and slow removal.
I've got all. It's serious.
Okay.
If you
Give
want
me
it,
something
I
good.
got it.
Queen's Iron? Yes, please. 99 of them? Well, if I could. How about just 25 of them? That'll do. Yeah. Infinite stock of the lowest upgrade materials, which is great.
Come again
because
soon.
it's usually the one I have not enough of. Do you sell awakes as well?
You forgot.
No, I don't want to talk with you.
If you want it, I got it.
Nah. Unfortunately not.
Come again.
Blood code?
I heard
Yes?
if it is, I don't know if it will help you,
Of course.
but I'm certain
Damn.
it won't hurt to have it.
Artemis. Okay, so this is A+ for willpower, a really good caster blood code. Same amount of total weight. Also for the... yeah, like there's no reason to not use it. It's just better. I'll see what it has. Okay. When you're using an offensive caster and you're basing your attacks off willpower, you definitely have to make sure you're using dark attacks and not light magics, because light magics scale off a different stat. Light magics scale off of... wait, what do they scale off of? Not willpower, at least. Willpower scales for... willpower scales dark magics. I don't see it. Well, anyway, she's got Freezing Roar. That's an ice-based attack. That's pretty good. I think a lot of enemies are decently weak to ice. She's got the Fusillade Rondo, which is like the only, well, the only ranged rifle ability that I know of. Dexterity and willpower. Focus gives speed. Nah, don't see anything I want other than these, like, offensive magics. Oh shit, that was expensive. Wasn't paying attention, shit. Damn. Whoopsie. I guess we're not going to be leveling up too much. And I might have to use a bunch of solid souls to upgrade our gear. Damn. Wasn't paying attention. Oh well. Okay, so focus gift speed up, and I don't think that's as important as focus gift damage up. Drain rating, health and stamina probably for the fight. Okay, and then all the different roars. Sanguine roar, bloodshot, yeah. Blazing, or freezing, yeah, I'll put freezing here. Blazing down there. I'm basically just recreating my caster character. Kind of stupid, but yeah. Okay, that'll do. No, that'll do. Unless there's some kind of buff. No.
Thanks to every.
Okay, if I talk to her, she'll probably give me her blood code, maybe, or maybe that's a bit early.
What do you want to upgrade?
Actually, can I buy anything new?
Buying something?
Didn't think so. You can really only buy, like when you find unique weapons out of chests, you can buy multiples of it. So you can only buy the weapons you've personally found out in the world. She doesn't ever have like new stock of new items you haven't found yourself. So it's really just a way of not screwing yourself by selling or getting rid of like your only weapons you have. So there's no reason to even look at this list. Unless you care about fashion, because you can change, you can buy different color schemes of the blood veils you have access to. Oh yeah, that's right. I did need to look at some fashion related situation. Yeah, I do want to personalize my appearance. Okay, clothing, color scheme. I wanted to change slightly. Oh shit. Nah. I don't know what I'm changing. Ah yeah, this is the one I need. Yeah, the main color. Good. I'd like this to be the same color as my blood veil thing, or at least a like, kind of the same color. I think it was like this, something like that, relatively dark. That could work too. Pretend we're playing Metal Gear Solid. That's alright looking, actually. It doesn't have to be camo. It could be, you know, more aesthetic. I'll take it. Yeah. I have no idea where I installed that camo. Oh, on the bra. That's alright. However, not really the right color. How about sure. That doesn't matter too much. Okay. Save. Wait. Customization. Oh, yeah. This was our previous appearance, right? Actually, that'll do. Yeah. Boom. Overwrite. Good. Done. Now hopefully our leggings will match better with our blood veil.
What do you want to upgrade?
Really unfortunate that we have to upgrade such a, like, crappy weapon. Oh, Queen's Steel. Already on the Queen's Steel phase, huh? Oh, well, okay. I can probably upgrade it twice. Oh, or just once. Cool. That also probably cost Queen's Steel. Yeah, can't do as much upgrades as I thought. We're already in the Queen Steel phase. But it's already a big deal that we've acquired Artemis, which is a really good caster spec. That's going to be make a decent change. Yeah, that's where we were. Awesome. Believe me, this is relatively fast getting through on Orlando 2.0. It should take forever, hours and hours, to find your way through this place. Bear in mind, we haven't been picking up everything. Yeah, I'd say the boss at the end is going to be the finish line. I'm not planning to beat the boss. If I do, it'll be fine. It'll be alright. I don't necessarily feel like I have to beat the boss. Really? Okay, what's the issue again? Is it strength? I can't wear it because the strength is not good enough. And the pants are actually too dark. Okay, so what's the penalty? Basically, your defense goes to absolute shit if you wear something that you're not. They don't have the stats for. Well, that sucks. Do I have something that increases strength? Probably no. Damn. I really wanted to use Artemis. What do we got here? A to B plus. Screw it. Then I'll be in B plus. Whatever.
Choose our path.
Don't want to use a different coat. It will mess up my fashion.
No harm in being prepared.
Screw you. Oh shit. That was a bit too far. Unfortunately, you can't ignore the fights on the way to the boss. Are you... She's gonna do it. Leave me alone. Yeah, I have to get through him. That's what makes this one a more annoying run back. Because the enemies are really tough. Gotcha. This is also a good excuse to get good at parrying distance. Because it will make the run back a lot easier. You'll be able to get a little bit of extra ichor for the boss, and you won't take too much damage, so you can leave all your heals for the boss. Actually, a decent number of armored enemies are resistant to fire-based magics, which is half of the magics we're using. Unfortunately, we haven't mastered Mia Karnstein's magics, so really, gotcha. Want to pull them one at a time here. Really? Range? That's a ridiculous. Wasting our resources here. I hope I can get through this boss. He's a really tough customer. Drain rating up. I don't know. I'll probably want to be at range as most as possible. It's already starting. Oh, nice knockdown.
How's this?
Ooh, that's a terrible miss. Oh, here we go. The problem with this boss is that his attack swing is so wide that it's very difficult to calculate exactly when you need to be dodging, because very often he'll hit you at the end of the swing. A lot of it has like 360-degree coverage.
Bring it anytime.
Yakumo's staggers are doing absolute work against him though. Really helping take the pressure off that the boss is putting on. You'll always follow up that upward swing with a downward strike. Relatively easy to avoid. I think he's in a berserking mode where he's hitting super fast and super hard. Don't know if it ever ends. Running out of magic here. And heals, running out of everything. Okay. I don't know which one, idiot. Good thing you can pretty much dodge for days in this game. Okay, we got him. Yakumo did amazing. Actually, he carried me in the fight. Now, if you want to go through a ridiculous side situation, interact with this one, pick that up, and that'll bring you to the, what's it called? Operation Queenslayer. Memory of your character in the past. But I'm not going to do that. I want to run through the rest of Honor Londo 2.0. I want to clear out the area. That fight went well. Okay, do we have the awakes necessary? You know, I don't really care about the barrage attack, but I'll inherit this one if possible. I need 2 more awakes. Really? Okay. Yeah, I'm not going into that spec. I want to keep my fashion.
New ladder. What is that?
What is that? That's like the goal. This is like entering a Zelda Link's Awakening dungeon and having the final like boss room show up right next to the entrance of the dungeon. This is where we're going to eventually end up. That's our final goal, or at least that's contains a key to our final goal, and that's where we'll eventually end up. You can break that ladder up. Takes us nowhere we need to be. Yeah, you definitely need to. The parry time on this one is weird. You really have to start parrying very soon before their attack. Pew pew. Damn you. I don't even. Okay, got her. It's such a weird dance you have to do with these, especially if you're using a caster. The uppercut initiates the focus attack. With most weapons it's just as simple as doing this, but of course Magic Caster can't have things too easy, so they've got to do one of these, and their whole like sidestepping, backstepping thing means that you have to really plan ahead to actually even nail them with an attack. Also, no reason to go down there. There's another gauntlet down there. Hello?
Bring it anytime.
Yeah, the weapon moveset, I'm very not a fan of our weapons moveset. It is like unworkable. Very bad. At least the melee attack's very bad. Okay, here we do have to be. Up here is one key item, very important. There's 2 keys to be found which will lead us further. That cannot be avoided.
Sorry.
One key item
Where we
resides
go?
in the chest over here.
What's that?
And the other key, I guess, in that chest that we passed on the ladder up here. Ooh. Oh man. Down. Yeah, come on, what are you doing?
No harm in being prepared.
The shoddy
That's a
key.
nice thing to have around.
Important. Yeah, we don't have to be... Oh yeah, we do have to be down. Well, down we go. I've gotten lost in this zone so often, it's ridiculous. I pretty much know my way by heart now. And there's so much unnecessary shortcuts, like extra fluff and just extra options that are completely unnecessary. It's ridiculous. So this is where we're going to eventually get to when we
Nice and
find
secure.
the ornate key.
Not budging, is it?
That'll lead us.
Return later.
That's pretty much the end there. The central cathedral area. The cathedral itself. Yeah, we'll be there.
Don't run too far ahead.
Hello?
How's this?
Are you there? Okay, so we came from above. Guess we'll go this way. Yeah, this is like a huge, like multi-layered triangle puzzle. You're going from one place to another, dropping down here, going up there, going up and down staircases. Okay, so this will lead us to here, where we don't necessarily need to be. Just gonna confirm. Get out of here. Probably a dead end. Yeah, dead end. Unnecessary. I don't know how good that item is, but here's another ISIS vestige. We'll go for that in a minute. Such a terrible stuff. The moves element is so bad. Good thing I've got Yakumo to kill all the enemies for me. Good boy, Yakumo. What's that? That is an ISIS vestige. We'll pick it up in a minute. But to go down, we must go up. What's that supposed to be?
You have to take whatever you can use.
I do like this zone. Probably Solo syndrome, but I have fond memories of this place, and I will always hold a special place in my heart. I do like the Honor Londo-esque aesthetic from Dark Souls 1 too. So seeing it reappear in this place is great. That didn't hit, really? Okay. This one. Good job patrolling there, you heavy guard, you. Didn't know there's a duty. It's us. should be ranged thingy bob attacks. Man, I should be doing those way more often. They're so good.
It's a real gem.
So that's how you get to Isis Vestige E. Then we go all the way back the way we came.
Hold on.
There's a decent amount of that going on. I think this one's not too difficult. The Scafach, or the Scafak, whatever it's pronounced, that one's more obnoxious to get. That one's a tricky one. Maybe I just haven't spent enough time in that zone to know it by heart. Okay, dead end. Some kind of foodstuffs. Tasty Odin sandwich. Hold on. What's going on here? Pointless drop down. Multiple exits. This leads us... is this somewhere new or somewhere we've been already? Okay, somewhere new. That's a dead end. Well, off we go. Point of no return. I mean, I might as well just map something. And there you see it. Triangle puzzle. Jumping between towers in a triangle form. Huge checkpoint, another missile. It's been a while since we've seen one. Actually. Yeah. And another one of those doors that can't be opened yet.
Not budging, is
And it does show up on the missile picture. We don't necessarily have to rest at it. It's a checkpoint. We can respawn at it if we die. But if you don't die, there's a lot of rerunning through the zone.
Keep the important things in mind.
There's a shortcut
We don't have to
leading
jump
back
down
kind of to the beginning.
Not budging, is it?
So here's where we
return
use the
later.
shoddy key we picked up ages ago in a tower. Who knows where it is? Maybe that one. Some tower. Oh shit, I forgot about that. Oh no. Well, we may die. Death is a proper thing. Yep. I'm probably gonna die. Stupid monkey. Heal? Oh, hold on. Did Jackson just get a pound? Probably not. Imagination. Are we alright? I'm gonna use one of those, like, limited time heals. Very rare stuff. Okay. Here's a necessary drop down.
Hold on. I'm on my way.
Kinda dangerous.
No harm in being prepared.
Oh, mapping. Here's another Isis Vestige. Isis Vestige A. No idea why A is so far away. I think it's the last one you pick up.
We can use?
Blue does 4 of them. Yeah, final Isis Vestige. In case you want to restore Aurora. You probably would if you're a caster. So yeah, you have to drop down here. And if you drop down further, down there, where there's this one chubby guard patrolling, that's another gauntlet waiting to happen. So if you get down there, if you get knocked down there, if you jump one step further down, you have to go through another one of those spawning enemy challenges. It's a pretty bad one too. I think it's even more difficult than the previous one because, especially as a caster, because you got that central pillar which is blocking your sight for a lot of the enemies, and here we have it. Final frontier.
I always look forward to this.
Ornate
I
key.
think we can put that
Sweet.
to use.
And there's no reason to rest at the missile. This is where, outside there is the boss. So we just looped all the way around. We got back here. This is like one of those Hanayama cast puzzles. Could be a cast puzzle. The way this level's designed, could be a cast puzzle. So now we basically just have to go back the way we came, the way we went the first time. Drop down here.
Keep your eyes
Although,
open on the way
I do have to
down.
check the central situation. Nope. We're looking for a central staircase with blue lights in it. And that'll lead us
Don't
to
run
the
too far
final...
ahead.
Blue? Green lights? No, green lights, sure. Yeah, down here. And on your first playthrough, like, there's no way you're remembering all of this. It's it's ridiculous. It took me 6 hours to get through here on my stream. The other stream.
Oh, it's open?
But yeah, having played through the zone like at least 6 times, I'm starting to get the hang of it. And by starting to get the hang of it, I mean I know the layout by heart completely. I can't say I know what items are where, and which items are worth picking up. I know where the keys are though, and how to get the hell out of here. Because I love the zone, but also I hate the zone. And here we are. Central shenanigan. Right at the middle of the Cathedral of the Sacred Blood. One diabolical maze of death. Easy. And I'll let this cutscene play out, because why not? Eo, what are you doing here? Slight story spoilers, actually, if you're curious. You should probably not watch this.
Eo? No, it's someone else.
Memory is what binds the very essence of oneself together. If you gather broken fragments of blood code, you can stitch them together with threads of memory. Please, I beg of you, I beseech you, use your power now.
Yeah, we were talking about Shadow of the Colossus and the godlike creature who talks to you in that game. His name is Dormin, which is like the opposite. It's like an Alucard Dracula situation with being it backwards spelt Nimrod, and Nimrod was like the king who commissioned the Tower of Babylon to be constructed. But like there's a whole there's like a whole link between Shadow of the Colossus and the Tower of Babylon. You know, with the temple at the middle of the Forbidden Kingdom, or whatever that place is called, that the whole game plays off in. The Forbidden Lands. Well, yeah, it's a whole thing. Well, yeah, anyway. Not exactly sure which game I'll be streaming through next. Anyone's guess, really. But I did mention the games I still need to finish to get the trophies. Don't know if I'll be streaming games which I need to hunt for trophies for, but definitely Blasphemous, Bloodstained, Borderlands 2, Nier Automata are high on the list of trophies that I should go and hunt for soon. Games that I've got but I haven't finished or haven't played. Actually, The Surge 2 I haven't got. Don't know why I put it on here. Ace Combat 7. Good story. Good action game. I like it. Axiom Verge should probably finish. The Anima Gate of Memories, The Nameless Chronicles. I should probably get through that game because I really appreciated the first game. It was a flawed game, but it had a beautiful aesthetic, kind of like the game we're playing right now. The new Monster Hunter World expansion, haven't played, should probably. Terraria, very much so. I played the 1.2.4 Terraria a lot on the Vita, but I never got to getting far into the fully updated version that is available on PS4. I think mainly because it's on PS4. I feel like Terraria is a handheld game, or at least for me it's a handheld game. You know, the game is so... You start up Terraria and all of a sudden 2 weeks have disappeared. It's one of those games. So it's the ideal game, like time just flows past, so it's the ideal game to like listen to, you know, YouTube videos or podcast, or listen to music, put out an anime on the side, or just listen to something in the background. So it's not exactly a game you focus on the big screen, on the TV and stuff. So yeah, I think I prefer to play that on the Switch. Tales of Berseria and Dragon's Dogma and Oninaki. Yeah, a lot of stuff. But yeah, I don't know if any of these I feel so is going to be ideal to play on stream, to stream through. It has to fit within a very specific niche. It has to have a decently engaging story thread through the game that keeps me engaged and interested in it. Enough action, but not too grindy that there's like nothing ever to talk about. Yeah, I've said it before, you know, it has to fit within a very specific style for me to want to stream through it. And yeah, I'm not sure if that's here. So, who knows? Well, in any case, we made it through very quickly. I'll try the boss. I'd love to show the cutscene after boss because it's pretty cool. Serious spoilers though, so...
Please.
Hold on, restoring vestiges? Did I get them all? Oh yeah. I picked them all up. So you've got four vestiges you can pick up in the level itself, and then she'll give you one vestige after you talk with her. Or at least after that cutscene. So yeah, we got through the whole zone and we picked up the most important items. That's how it should be. Should we restore? I think I'll restore. Just so we don't get the sad ending. And all these cutscenes we're going through now, some of them have crashed my game before. So goodbye in advance to the stream if we do end up crashing. It's the game's fault. I didn't make it happen. I didn't do anything crazy. I just started cutscenes. Not my fault.
He'll be happy to see you.
Yeah, we're gonna skip this lore shenanigans. Aurora, some kind of scientist working on the I'm gonna turn everyone into vampires project to fight the queen of the vampires situation. Yeah, it's all like lore situation. Karen is the sister of Louis, I think, or girlfriend or wife, I don't know. She's got some connection to Louis, and they know each other. Everyone knows each other. Nothing important. Boar parasites. Boar parasites. Who cares? Not important. I'll just skip all this lore shenanigans. But yeah, Aurora, this is part of Aurora's story because she's the inheritor of the ribcage, and yeah, she's the next boss coming up. Yeah, restoring all of her stuff will give you the ISIS blood code. And again, yeah, probably you want to restore if you're going to be a mage, because the best casting shit is from the not queen blood codes. The restored, yeah, the restored codes. I don't know how to explain it. Like, I don't know, there's the restore boss codes or the not restore boss codes. No, that's not a good way of explaining it. I don't know. I just don't know what to refer to. Yeah, I don't know what to refer to those two types of blood codes. The restored boss blood codes and the not restored. It would be easy if they had a name.
Let us begin the preparation.
Yeah, I can't think of it. Bunch of loading screens. This is probably one of the most, like, this is where all of your time is going to go into when you're playing through the game for trophies, going for all of the you know, all of the different ending trophies. Yeah, this is what you see. Half your playthrough is going to be loading from one cutscene to the next. Bad ending's the easiest. They don't restore any of these vestiges. All of these cutscenes, all of these loading times we're going through now, all could be skipped. And proper skipped, like not even going into the loading screen here, just like not doing it. Don't have to talk to what's her face. Don't have to do any of this.
I'm not sure how much time has passed.
Okay. That's a pretty nice memory, but I'm going to skip it anyway because. Yeah. I wonder. Well, yeah, it should be easy enough. I've seen Yakumo solo this boss before. Excuse me. What time is it? Damn, I'm starting to get hungry.
Please, spin a thread of memory for me.
No. All repaired. Probably I want to go into the boss fight with all of my heals. Yeah, couldn't hurt. Yeah, I cannot express how, like, terribly built this character is right now. If I put a lot more time into her, yeah, we could have a much more decent build. We should be in Artemis at this point, and yeah, we should have some better weapons and blood veils, but I'm still, that's probably the one thing that I didn't really get acquainted with in this game, is where all the item locations are. I usually do though, when I'm playing through a Souls game. I usually eventually find out and memorize where most of the items are, especially like each unique weapon. It'll be fine though. I think I do want to still learn it, so I might, like, by watching Let's Plays and walkthroughs and looking into the wiki once they finally build it up properly, I'll find out where all the cool weapons are. Do you want to continue? If you do want to go for the good ending and restore vestiges before dealing with the boss, there are multiple times you can go back.
That didn't do a
Even if
thing.
you forgot to restore vestiges. Worst case scenario, after the boss fight, in the memory, or like at any point after the boss fight, you could just turn off your system and restart, or you could just quit out to main menu and restart. It's only really, you're only really locked in the next time you rest at a missile. At that point, you've completely been dedicated. You're dedicated on the path you're on. So yeah, you can mess up a couple of things now. Like, if you want the good, like if you want the bad ending, yeah, it would be messed up by now if you wanted the bad ending, because we restored. No, never mind. We can still get it. Yeah, you don't have to It doesn't matter if you restore the vestiges. For the bad ending, you just ignore. Yeah, you just take the. Yeah, we'll see. We'll be there in a minute. And again, you know, the cutscene we're trying to get through for the boss fight has crashed my game a couple of times. So, if the stream ends there, yeah,
Looks like
so
we've
be
still
it.
got a ways to
We'll
go.
see.
We're going through.
It's a Sith. It's a Sith boss fight. Definitely Dark Souls.
Bring it anytime.
But it's like Hyper Sith. With magic and shit. Oh. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh. I wonder if it's like magic resistant. It's trying to teleport away. Every time you see that like flashy AoE, this one, a lot of fire damage and teleport. We're probably not going to be able to beat it completely in one attempt. This boss is it's really easy as a melee character, but at the range you're kind of screwed. I've got a melee weapon that punch you in the face a bunch of times. Yakima, what the hell are you doing, buddy? Come on, get in. I seen you solo before, do it. Do a trick. Oh, there we go. Unlock it. Nah, good job, Yakima. You got her. And now there's some kind of crazy shit going on with the boss restoring itself. Lore-wise, I don't exactly understand why this one can do it.
Something in this place is keeping it here.
But it's a curious thing. Maybe its will is incredibly strong or something. But yeah, here's some like a fragment of the queen. An artifact or a relic.
But look at the size of it.
Relic of the queen locked away inside this successor. I don't know, I just refer to him as with successors. It might be like serious story spoilers even referring to him as successors at this point.
It regenerated so quickly.
Is that vestige controlling the regeneration somehow? That's it. We have to destroy.
But I guess it's just one of those things, you know. The story has quite a few twists and turns, and I guess it's another reason that it hasn't got such an amazing replay value. Like, its replay value also suffers a bit through the story. Like, in the early game, there's this really weird focus that the focus of the characters changes multiple times during the story. At the beginning, it's all about, oh my god, I can't believe this Silva and his blood bead, what's it called? Levy, and you know, like multiple things happen during the story that completely changes your character's perspective, and the way you think the world works changes completely throughout your playthrough. And it's weird when you're going through a new playthrough and they're going through all that again, because it just yeah, everyone's naive about like the real nature of the world, and then they gain awareness of it. While in Dark Souls, for instance, the replay value is really strong because like the nature of the world is very well known by the character. There's not much story twists in Dark Souls, you know. Everyone knows the world they're living in, they're well acquainted with it. There's not that many secrets. Okay, there's motivations by certain characters, and like you might find out some more things. How are we? We're doing pretty poorly, aren't we? Yeah, I haven't been casting enough spells. Oh. Yeah. You don't really need to finish this one in one run. It's got 2 phases to it, both the exact same, so you have to kill it twice in a row your first time. After you die, if you die to that boss, you can just defeat it once, and it's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna try and pay attention this time. Use more magic.
No harm in being prepared.
Ugh. Tricky attack. Hits multiple times. Oh really? Getting out of dodge already? I don't like that. Yakumo, hit it, kill it.
Feeling better?
Are we good? Yeah, we're okay. It seems like she teleports seemingly at random. She'll choose to disappear. In the Democracy's boss difficulty ratings, he rated this boss extremely easy, but that's because he was soloing every boss. He didn't have a companion. And this boss, yes, if you're melee, you can get up close to it and just smash the hell out of it. But as a caster, it's actually quite tough.
Are we unprepared?
And if you have a companion with you for every boss fight, I don't think this is one of the easier bosses, because you can mess up both you and your companion. While in a lot of boss fights, your companion is... A lot of bosses don't have the ability to attack both you and your companion at the same time, but this one actually has. So yeah, I'd say this one is really challenging if you're used to the companion style playthrough. Just like the... What is up with the one-shotting every single attack? I mean, maybe I'm getting hit by the wrong things? Okay, she's starting to take damage. Hit it with... She's down. Finish her. Yeah, it's kind of bad. She's so much easier with a melee character. I could swap to just any random melee weapon that's not a bayonet and slash away at her and be doing much better than I'm doing with my other one. Getting staggered. No. We're doing okay, we're doing okay. Everything could still change though. Okay, when the shield's down, I should probably hit it with some fire and brimstone. Oh, come on. Oh, shit. Oh no, that's very not good. Yakumo, okay. Get in there, Yakumo. I rely on you for this fight. Oh. Yakumo, get in there, slash it. Okay, rest, Yakumo, rest. I see you not resting. Stop not resting me. Okay. Not doing okay. Come on, rest me again. You can do it. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, before you're gonna lose this one. You don't want to be on the opposite side of the room from her because she has some crazy, ridiculously powerful long-range fire bullshit stuff you can't get her. Oh, jeez. This one. Help. Rest. Yeah, he's still got some rest in him. Finish her. Yakumo. Do it. Yeah, we got her. Oh boy. Yeah, I think even if you're a caster, you want to just take like any random melee build, like anything, pretty much literally anything, slap a few melee skills in there, so, you know, some active abilities, some fancy slashes, just do it with a melee weapon. The red shield she often busts herself with, I think it blocks a lot of magic damage, if not all magic damage. Really, I think it's a difficult fight. I don't know what the democracy was doing. Maybe he didn't have enough experience with the fight. Maybe he just did it with like the one type of character, like the very heavy, like great sword overpowered build. Yeah, like give me Yakumo's character and I could probably smash this boss easy as well. But it's not easy with every type of build, that's for sure.
It's all right. You can do it.
And this is some kind of tutorialization. They're kind of teaching you the whole, please, save everyone. I mean, it doesn't make much sense that you see Cruz here, but yeah, if we would have went through, if we would have inspected the item behind the bus previous, we would have gone to do Project Queenslayer, and that would make more sense. But yeah, here and there you see hints of like that there's different ways of dealing with this. In my first playthrough I had no idea what I was doing. I just figured, well, okay, here we might disconnect. We'll see. Can I survive, please? Maybe.
We will divide the body of the queen into relics,
so far so
which
good.
will then seal into the successors. This will keep them separate and safe.
Yeah, I've crashed a couple of times during this non-skippable inheritor scene.
Aurora Valentina. We've already attempted.
Yeah, my first playthrough I figured, well, I'll just explore everything, and I just had all the vestiges on me, and I decided to restore them all before the boss. I figured, well, they're giving us the option to do so, so it's probably important. Actually, I had no idea how long the game was. I figured, well, this Anor Londo zone is so huge, maybe this is like the end game. Maybe finishing this zone is the ending. We just defeated this crazy... I mean, they're talking about the source being below the cathedral. So I figured, wow, okay, this is like the end game. This is the end boss. We just defeated this big wolf, crazy monster, really tough boss. Possibly the end boss. Okay. So I do want to restore all these vestiges before I go into the boss fight to get the true ending, because if you don't restore those vestiges, you don't get the true ending. And I figured that was it.
So please, rest easy, Karen.
But yeah, I was partially correct.
For now and always.
You can't skip this scene at all. And if we would have paid attention to the vestiges, then this next scene would make a lot more sense. But yeah, long story short, we knew these people, they became an inheritor of the Queen's body parts, and it drove them to go insane and frenzy. Not before turning into one of those crazy creatures.
It's been a long time, Louis.
So this Aurora is that crazy wolf monster we just defeated.
Aurora, is that you?
She turned into it.
What are you doing here?
But that didn't drive her crazy. She went crazy after. Long
was
after turning into the wolf
inside
creature
that
thingy.
memory. Fragments of the Queen's body were locked inside of successors. Human sacrifices.
Yeah, here she says it.
And I am one of them.
The Queen? But she was put down years ago.
Officially, yes.
But there's more to that, as you probably know. Revenants are seemingly immortal creatures, locked in a cycle of death and rebirth. But if you destroy a Revenant's heart, then their body dissolves, and they can never revive again.
Actually, I'm gonna skip this. She does drop a whole ton of lore on you, though. It's like quite interesting. She does teach you a lot about the world. And here, now we have the prompt to restore memory. We wouldn't have this X prompt at all. They wouldn't give us this restore memory option if we hadn't gone through each and every one of the vestiges with the guardian in front of the gate. So you have to go through that, you have to go through all of their memories, and then they give you the option to restore memory. I guess, I don't know, because we don't know their memory, we can't restore memory over here. We've got another option to just walk away. And that'll lead you to the bad ending or the neutral ending, you know, if you choose to save someone. But yeah, you walk over to the gate. If you exit, especially Aurora is very sad. She really takes it personally when you don't restore her. That's the bad ending. You don't want to walk away, you want to restore. So even if you want to restore all the vestiges for like the vestige restoration trophy, you can still do that at the same playthrough as you're doing the bad ending. You just don't restore memory here, you walk out the door after you've restored all vestiges. Yeah, you want to restore memory for the good ending. And I think on subsequent playthroughs you'll want to restore too, because like, I don't know, the bad ending's okay, the good ending's fantastic, neutral ending sucks. That's a terrible one.
This is...
Look at that. Call that a thank you? That's a nothing. That's a good coat. That's got some good resistances on it. Yeah, so no matter what you choose to do, your party will be... they'll just follow your lead. They'll consider your actions to be virtuous. Like, if we didn't restore a memory and we just walked out, there would be a pile of ash lying on the floor. And then our character... look, you'd see this, kind of, going on. But they would be doing that to a pile of ash. And then it's like, oh, well, we've extracted the Queen's power or something, but they've melted into a pile of ash. Oh, well. And then everyone's like, ah, good job, you know. Yeah, it's not like if you follow the bad path that everyone turns against you. And it's not obviously bad, it's not obviously evil, you know. Which is nice, because it is kind of a downer if you're like taking the evil path. And everyone's just instantly hates you.
Actually, the relic is sleeping soundly now. And you, I take it you're the one who gave me back my lost heart?
I'm sorry.
No, Louis, it's all right. If anyone should be apologizing, it's me. I've forced all of the burden onto you. Please, Louis, I'm asking you one more time. Go and visit the person who lies beyond the gate. Sorry, I need to sleep for a while. It's been so long since
Usually that means I'm gonna die. But she's not. She'll be fine. That's a pretty nice looking character, base character, actually, that I chose. The short hair works well with a lot of clothing types also. Not too much clipping going on.
Hey, you holding up?
Yeah, so can't talk to her now, but if you return later, you'll be able to talk to her. They block use of homeward bones here, and there's a fog wall which blocks us from leaving. This sucks because quite often I've had a crash happen in one of these cutscenes, and if we crash, there's 2 more cutscenes to come. If we crash in any of those, we're gonna have to go through all of this again. We're gonna have to beat the boss, we're gonna have to go through the cutscene after the boss, we're gonna have to go through the unskippable scene climbing down the stairway, we have to go through the skippable reunion with Aurora, then Restorative Vestiges cutscene, and there's 2 more. There's 5 or 6 cutscenes here. Actually, there's like 6 scenes if you count the one that can't be skipped, and either one of these could lead to a crash. And until we've gotten through all of it, we cannot save again. And it doesn't save during any of these scenes, so ugh. This is kind of a pain to get through.
Finally. This way to the source. It's her. It's right.
Yeah. And this is the last scene I'll show. This is definitely, but I mean, you know, you don't want to be watching if you care about spoilers, because I don't know, I guess we're still early game, but still, like, they're dropping a bunch of important lore shit on us already. But yeah, we have found the source, and game over. But really, is it? No, actually, I'd say, what is this? I guess it could be considered the halfway point. Somewhat. But not really, it's not, it's even before the halfway point. I'd say we're like 3.5 to 4 tenths of the way in. Possibly. If even that, maybe we're just 3 tenths of the way in. Yeah, it's more like that. Actually, this game really surprised me in terms of how long it was. I really thought we were at the end of the game here. I had no clue how far the game is. It doesn't give you much indication of how much there is. Well, here's a cutscene. There's a nice looking Christmas tree.
So it's true. It was you all along. Karen.
Oh no, not Karen.
What in the world is all this?
Definitely symbolizes something.
All of this is a part of her?
It never ended. The Queen was still alive, and we were kept alive all this time because of the blood that flowed from this place.
Yeah, there's a lot of that eternal suffering
My
going
sister
on.
became a successor. She sacrificed herself to stop the Queen, and her tears are what kept us alive.
Louis.
Let's just give him a minute.
Sorry for losing my composure. I'm okay now.
No worries, he's fine. He's okay now. Great. Well, I don't know. I think I just wanted a little more of playing through the game. I've enjoyed it. it's been real fun. Yeah, I'm actually kind of finally done with the game. Like, besides watching other people's playthroughs and shit, I've got the platinum. I'm ready to let it rest, really. I put up all the videos that I feel like putting up about it. Maybe just that one video with a few glitches and stuff in it. Yeah. Maybe just want to make that glitched video with all the glitches I've come across in the game. Maybe the developers can do something with it. Or maybe not. Yeah, I've had my fun with the game. Ready to move on to whatever's next. And I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet what the next thing is. I'm wanting to be, I guess, popping up on the channel. Could be Oninaki. Can't say for sure. Can't say for sure. Have to wait and see. I'm definitely planning to play The Search too, but I don't know if I want to, you know, do it on the channel. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, it's been a blast. All in all, a really good game. Cool. Anime Souls. Anime Souls. Dark Souls anime dungeon crawler is what it is. Good times. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. This has really just been like an out of playthrough final kind of just final run of the game. If you want to see me playing through like the whole thing, just like I've got a playlist on my channel, so if you want to see my first experience through playing through the game, there's a lot of just getting stuck everywhere and trying to find my way. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Thanks for stopping by, and have a wonderful day. Take care, and see you around.